The Egmont Empire is a powerful state that has been the subject of legends since ancient times. Its capital is the magnificent city of Egmont, which was famous for its amazing architectural style and rich culture. A girl with dark long hair stood by the window, deep in thought. Her eyes were directed into the distance, and her gaze reflected melancholy and mystery. She was surprised she wasn't the least bit sad, and everything turned out to be even easier than she had imagined. Suddenly, a handsome young man with blonde hair entered the door. His name was Karl Ulrich Egmont. The young man was furious and loudly asked where the girl was going to go without informing him. He tried to find out if the lady was really going to that young man again, holding the girl by the shoulders. But even now he did not understand what should really matter, the girl said. For her, this is not the main thing. The only important thing is that she no longer wants to be near the young master. He insisted that his empress must be next to him, but the girl smiled and answered, because he had overthrown her long ago. The place next to him had long been vacant, and she was renouncing the title of empress. The carriage slowly moved along a winding road through a dense forest, as if making its way through a green wall, and the rays of the sun barely broke through the thick foliage, painting the tree trunks with golden spots. Adelaide Gottroff was a highly skilled striker, capable of clearing a tower single-handedly, and possessed the status of a crown princess. When her mother received a letter with a proposal from Emperor Egmont, she immediately informed her daughter about it. She thought her daughter would react favorably to the news, and did not understand what could be wrong with the proposal. The lady approached her daughter and asked if she didn't regret that day every time she had a hard time. She argued that Adele had an obligatory duty to her only brother, and if she had not then left him to die, she would have become Empress of Gottroff. Mother asked to think about future children, about those close to her, who most likely didn't share the girl's position. The lady said that her existence for the Gottroff Empire is extremely dangerous, and for the sake of her home and brother, she must leave. Adele was holding in her hands a photograph of a young blonde boy who would soon become her husband. Karl Ulrich Egmont was the current ruler of the empire, and the man whom the lady was to marry. All this was very strange, and the lady had no power to control her destiny and personal life. And now she was obliged to throw in her lot with a complete stranger for the sake of her mother's whim. She left her native land, crossed the deep sea, and arrived on this continent. It was a foreign land where there was no one she could trust. The emperor looked at the photo of his future wife and wondered if the photo that is sent to the future husband should not be taken with a sweet smile on his face. By this she seemed to hint that she was coming here not as his woman, but as an imperious empress. The young man suggested that it would be wonderful if the lady came here as his woman. The action takes place a month later. Lionel Valdor was the second son of Duke Valdor, and had the status of Minister of Defense of the Empire and Commander of the Guard. The knight said that the carriage should arrive soon, and it was time to move forward to the meeting. Adele asked how much longer they would have to go, the maid answered. The gate they arrived at was only the first one, and it was about an hour to go to the second one. The guard commander arrived just in time and was ready to meet the approaching carriage. Lionel went to the door of the carriage and said that he was the Minister of Defense and Commander of the Guard, and had come to escort the guests. The maid opened the door, and the young man saw in front of him a dark-haired girl who was looking at the young man with some suspicion. He offered his hand to the stranger, and was fascinated by her unusual golden eye color. The lady thanked the young man for the polite meeting and told him her name. She admitted that it was not easy to travel here for 2 months, sailing in a boat and sitting in a stuffy carriage. The lady asked if the knights had an extra horse, and asked not to worry about Princess Gottroff if she rode. It was not in vain that she insisted on her opinion, because she was an excellent, skillful rider and approached the horse without fear. The commander approached the girl and asked if she felt better after she got out of the cramped carriage. He said that the girl should take a carriage to the palace, and it would be problematic if she appeared at the palace in this form and also on horseback. The young man noticed that Adele was an unusual woman, and it was a pity that she was destined to become the Empress of Egmont. Karl was sitting in his office when he was informed that a maid had arrived from the Ivory Palace. The maid said that Lady Diane wants to ask the Emperor for help in the hope that he will help her. The girl shyly held in her hands the crown, sparkling in the sun with its precious stones. Her eyes were fixed on the decorated headdress, which seemed to radiate light and power, and she felt the weight of responsibility lying on those who wore this symbol of greatness. Elizabeth Ulrich was the Grand Duchess, half-sister of the Emperor and the only woman in the Ulrich family. The girl asked what brought the Grand Duchess to the Ivory Palace so unexpectedly. She asked whether the lady's jewelry had really been given by the emperor, or whether she no longer needed permission to enter the imperial treasury. Elizabeth said that a concubine who personally chooses the crown for the future wife of the monarch should not do this, and if this becomes known to the empire, it will not be without controversy. She picked up one of the crowns and asked what the girl thought about her, because only the emperor's sister could make the choice. The lady apologized and said, "Elizabeth is the only divorced woman in the empire and seems to have no right to choose the crown." Everyone knew that such women did not participate in preparations for someone else's wedding, and Elizabeth was furious at such rude statements. A young man suddenly entered the door and asked what the two girls were doing here together. The lady, seeing the young man, said that she was very glad that he had finally come. Elizabeth asked if the young man really had so nothing to do that he pushed all the affairs of the empire into the background and walked on the heels of his mistress. The girl looked upset. She tried her best to be useful to the young man and prepared for his wedding, but apparently the Grand Duchess did not like her efforts. The lady denied her words and was indignant that she had again become extreme, grabbing an innocent man by the throat. But in fact, his beloved girl was simply showing off under the guise of preparing for the wedding, and she could not even say anything against her. Elizabeth behaved unacceptable and made claims against Diane. But given her reputation, the young man warned her for the last time that he had entrusted all the troubles with the wedding to Diane, and the Duchess would have to stay on the sidelines and just watch. The Duchess felt that she could not stand this place, and immediately after the end of the ceremony she was going to go home. The Emperor is the sun, and the closer you are to him, the more rays you receive. And if she is his sister, this still does not give the lady the right to behave like that. Diane stroked the Emperor's head, as if giving him a piece of her soul. This gesture was not only a symbol of respect, but also a sign that even the most powerful rulers sometimes need spiritual support and mutual understanding. She looked at him and admired every special detail of his face and was sure that she liked absolutely everything about him. Diane considered him her person and was not ready to share the young man with someone else. She was worried whether the future empress would treat her badly, but the young man said that she should not be a threat to her. She often had problems with the emperor, but she believed that he was the only one for whom she had strong feelings. And even if he gets an empress, the girl was happy that she could just be next to her lover, and no one would dare take her love away. There were only a few days left before the emperor's wedding, and Diane needed to choose a formal suit for the young man. She asked one of the maids to raise her head and said it was the first time she had seen her in the palace. The lady asked all the maids to leave and wanted to talk calmly with her brother now. She asked not to take girls with blonde hair as servants and asked to be careful with words in front of the servants. And if the young man is not able to control himself, it is better not to come at all. He argued that even though the emperor behaves as if he could not live without Diane, he did not allow her to take the place of the empress, and was she not afraid that for the sake of her reputation, the empress would want to get rid of the maid? Diane assured that everything is not as simple as the young man imagines, and he should not interfere in their relationship with the emperor. She was sure that the empress would not receive any privileges from the emperor, and he did not make her his wife only because he loved her very much. Her brother assured her that she did not know men, and their love would not last forever. The emperor's feelings would soon cool down, and she would be left alone. The girl understood perfectly well that love for a living person always subsides sooner or later, and she was no exception. The emperor saw his late mother in her, and this was the main reason why he would not dare to abandon her, because love for a dead person never subsides. The day after Adelaide arrived at Egmont's palace, a line lined up to greet her. This was done in order to show his good side in front of the future empress. But even after all the meetings were over, there was no word from the emperor. Adele asked the maids to prepare a hot bath and said she was very tired. She said that if the guests want to meet, they should come tomorrow, and finally she was able to stay alone and relax. Diane suddenly appeared in front of her. She stood embarrassedly and looked at the guest who had arrived at the palace. This was her personal bedroom. All guests should have been escorted into the living room and pressed there. But for some reason, this girl was so confident in being in someone else's bedroom without the owner. She realized that the same concubine of the emperor was standing in front of her, Adele said. Her clothes were wet due to wet hair and ordered her to be dried. Diane came to the future wife of the emperor for a reason. She wanted to be the first to see who she would have to deal with. Diane asked permission to dry Adele's hair, but was immediately confronted with aggressive behavior. Adele asked, if the girl was not a servant, why was she in her private room without her permission? She politely said that she just wanted to tell the girl about the emperor's tastes and thought that Adele should be interested in what her future husband liked. Diane said that the emperor liked curly hair, the girl's skin was too pale and she should have applied blush. Adele did not want to tolerate the stranger's antics and did not hesitate to grab the girl by the hair to show that she was now the boss in the imperial palace. The lady asked to bring her a glass of alcohol and did not want to meet anyone else. Adele said that she had heard that there was a popular drink in the empire and was going to drink a little before bed. She understood that Diane had come for a reason, and in this case she also asked to convey her wishes to the emperor. She stated that she only likes men who are able to say what they want in person. Adele never betrayed her principles in life and did not intend to, so she has no reason to listen to information that is not useful to her. And Diane herself can adapt to his tastes if she wishes. She wished the lady a pleasant stay and said that if Adele had any questions, she could call her at any time. Diane told all the servants to take care of the future wife of the emperor and left the room. The emperor never came to meet the princess before the wedding, and these rumors quickly spread throughout the empire. Adele understood that Diane was the emperor's mistress, and it turns out that this Diane Poitiers was in charge of all affairs in the palace. They made it look as if Adele had ended up here by accident. The maid brought the girl a white gold crown and asked her to try it on. The maid carefully lifted the crown. With awe and majesty, she brought the great symbol of power to Adele's high hairstyle, preparing for the moment of great radiance. But she was not satisfied with the crown, and the lady asked to find a gold crown before the wedding and be sure to change it. The emperor saw how Diane was worried before the wedding day and could not find a place for sadness. The young man wanted to protect her from the empress, and therefore ignored her in the first days of her arrival. She was an ordinary maid. The young man asked if on the day when Diane went to greet her, if nothing had happened between them. She assured that there was nothing, and she simply could not answer the question of who she was to the emperor, and this supposedly made Diane very sad. The girl began to cry and said that it was important for her to be close to the emperor, but apparently she wanted too much. The girl began to choke from anxiety, and the emperor asked to urgently bring a doctor. She sat down on the floor in tears and asked the young man not to leave her alone, no matter what happened. On the wedding day, people were whispering. The emperor still had not appeared and was very late for his wedding day. And be that as it may, now the bride stood alone at the altar, which caused a heated discussion among the guests, and Adele felt as if she was on a battlefield, without a weapon. Once upon a time, the only person close to Adele said that the princess can only trust herself, and her honor and dignity are only in her hands. She remembered the nanny's kind words and asked to bring a chair until the emperor arrived. The guests looked in shock at Adele, who slowly sat down on the chair. No one understood what was happening and why the bride was alone and sitting waiting for the groom, because the ceremony had already begun. The young men whispered, this lady was very confident in herself and did what was convenient for her. It was impossible to take your eyes off Adele's beauty, and in an instant she turned an ordinary chair into her throne. All the nobles were confused, but one of the ladies thought it was worth greeting the future empress. She approached the lady and said that she really wanted to meet her, and her name was Elizabeth Ulrich Grand. Adele said she doesn't even know how to present herself, and this wedding would quickly end so that she could confidently introduce herself. The lady said that she had already become an empress and could confidently pronounce the surname Ulrich Egmont. Adele was not so simple immediately after meeting. She indicated where their place was and in one phrase made it clear who was in charge. Finally, Emperor Charles, whom all the guests had been waiting for so long, appeared on the threshold of the hall. He saw Adele in front of him, who was the exact embodiment of the word empress. Their first meeting was cold, and two strangers stood in front of each other at their own wedding. Adele knew that Emperor Charles was standing in front of her with an elegant face, and the portrait in the photograph did not convey all this. The subject presented the girl with a wedding bouquet and asked her to take it in her hands. He also asked the emperor to take the future empress by the hand and walk to the altar. But after a moment, surprise appeared on the guests' faces, and everyone's mouths dropped open at the young man's unexpected act. He refused to hold hands with Adele in front of everyone, which was unacceptable in a wedding ceremony. They approached the altar, but the young man was not interested in his own wedding. but in their conversation with the maid, who, in Adele's opinion, had no right to enter her room without permission. Carl said that Diane was not a servant and asked the girl to be careful with expressions towards her. The young man told his bride right at the altar that she should not wait for him on their wedding night, and nothing would happen between them. But the priest had already given a solemn speech, where Adele became Adelaide Ulrich Egmont, and now there was nothing to change. The ceremony ended. Diane had been refusing food for several days, and the maids were trying to force her to at least have lunch. One of them asked not to force the girl because she was really worried, and for this reason she had no appetite. The maid asked for forgiveness, but in fact she did not say anything bad towards Diane. She fell to her knees on the floor and begged for forgiveness to avoid possible punishment, and admitted that she was just a new girl, and therefore had made a mistake. Diane approached the maid and said that she would now explain what exactly the maid said wrong. The girl was outraged by the fact that she was called an ordinary mistress and considered herself the mistress of the palace, so she dared to take the unfortunate maid by the hair and reprimand her for her words. She shouted that she wouldn't allow this to happen next time and kicked the servant out of the room in shame. Diane looked angrily at the poor girl and from now on asked to call her mistress, and not just mistress. The lady was greatly annoyed that this place was full of stupid people, and she felt weak from several days without food. She asked the maid to call the doctor and said that everyone must think that she was feeling very bad and was not getting out of bed. Adele understood perfectly well that the palace was a new place for her and she could not trust anyone here, and even the servants must be treated with caution. For a long time, relations were not maintained between Egmont and Gottroff because they are separated by a huge sea, and there was no need to encroach on foreign lands that are so far away, much less send a spy to each other. Therefore, she did not have enough information to find out in more detail about the place and people who now surround her. She couldn't stop thinking about how the emperor didn't even dwell on the fact that he was late for the ceremony. News of Diane's health reached the emperor, and he immediately hurried to her room. The girl was lying in her bed, and the maid said that she had not woken up yet and was not feeling well. He stood in front of her in wedding clothes and thought how much she reminded him of his mother. Diane's plan was for her fainting to disrupt the wedding, but to the emperor's eyes, she said in a gentle voice that he should not have come to her during the wedding ceremony. She lowered her eyes and apologized in a whisper that she was causing the young man a lot of problems, and her heart was breaking into pieces when she personally chose the dress and crown for the wedding. But I realized it was better to stop there so that Carl would not get tired of her constant whining, but even now the young man's gaze was cold. Diane wanted to find out how he was going to introduce her to the Empress, because now he had a wife, and the aristocrats would openly call her his mistress. The Emperor is like a lone wolf that cannot be tamed forever, but Diane could control him like a puppet, using his weaknesses, and asked him to introduce her as his beloved. She took the young man by the hand and tenderly asked him to come and hug her, and if she could not become his Empress, then she was ready to do everything to ensure that no one else got a place next to him. After the wedding ceremony, the entire secular society discussed the behavior of the emperor, who, according to rumors, went to the Ivory Palace on his first wedding night, and the empress spent that night alone. The ladies saw the empress walking nearby and instantly stopped discussing among themselves what happened yesterday. They greeted politely and said that they were very glad to see the beautiful empress. Empress Adele heard their conversation, and now her hands were clenched into fists, her eyes sparkling with anger. She expected such a reaction from others, but it turned out to be much harsher than she expected. The girl came here alone without taking anyone from home with her, not only because this was Egmont's condition, and in fact, none of them deserved to endure exile with her. A wedding banquet in Egmont is usually held on the third day after the celebration. Due to the monsters that descended from the tower, Diane lost her parents, but still received the status of her daughter's count and managed to win the love of the emperor, all thanks to her hard efforts and strong desires. And some girl who was born under a lucky star and became a princess has no right to stand above her. And she was sure that today the empress would not be able to properly enjoy her status, and believed that she should be the heroine of all the main events. Adele's preparations for the festive banquet did not go according to plan in the morning when the maids brought her a dress that did not fit. She asked to bring a dress of a different size, but the maid said that clothes of a smaller size are very difficult to adjust. The words of her mother flashed through her head. claiming that the battle inside the palace never ends and is not as insignificant as it seems to her, and warned the girl before leaving not to relax for a minute in Egmont. And now she had two options: not to show up at her wedding reception or to wear a dress of the wrong size. Diane was preparing for the wedding, and apparently in this way she wanted to show her unattainability with the help of these dresses and the love of the emperor. She expressed her gratitude to Count Despona, who also helped with the preparations. The rumor that the emperor spent his wedding night with Diane, and not with the empress, quickly spread in secular society and was the main topic of discussion. These aristocrats, who were born with a golden spoon in their mouth, stood and tried to somehow get closer to Diane, complimented her and smiled falsely. Everyone called Diane the hostess, and her brother actively supported small talk and said that the hostess was just very modest, but in fact, by order of the emperor, all matters relating to the palace were under her control. And the range of these rights obviously was much wider than that of the empire. Duke Valdor entered the hall and immediately became the center of attention of the secular nobility. Diane noticed that it was necessary to stop her brother's speeches, and in such a place the conflict could sharply worsen the situation. The young man tried to remind Diane's brother for what occasion they had gathered here, and warned that if the young man was even a little worried, he would better start watching his words. Valdor turned and walked away while the hot-tempered boy tried to show himself as a self-confident youth. Empress Adele came out to the guests in a luxurious dress and smiled, greeting the guests of the wedding banquet with her noble and sophisticated appearance, and a golden crown with precious stones sparkled on her head. She walked between the guests towards the throne, and Diane became angry when she saw the girl wearing the same wedding dress she wore at the ceremony. The girl sat on the throne, smiled and apologized for being late, feeling the heavy gaze of the emperor's concubine on her from afar. No one had the right to climb the imperial stairs, and Adelaide walked along them with pride. She felt that there was a heavy atmosphere at the banquet, and each of the guests was angry towards her. The empress asked Count Despone if he was satisfied with the banquet, but he replied that he had waited for Adelaide all evening yesterday, but she never appeared. The guests were standing nearby, and they should have greeted the empress, but no one dared to come up first. And only one young man with dark hair volunteered to greet the new mistress of the palace, and it was Lionel Valdor. All the guests present hastened to repeat after the young man and greeted the empress with a bow. Dina closely watched the behavior of Adele, who did not even look at her once. But she intended to make sure that the empress was watching only her, and Diane deliberately appeared in front of all the guests to provoke even more rumors about her unshakable confidence. She deliberately approached the empress, greeted her, and said her name. Adele knew that the girl had decided to make a fun show for those present and make fun of her. She said that she was organizing the wedding and asked if the empress liked everything, and the lady who had to play her insidious game told Diane not to be upset that she could not wear the dresses that she had so carefully selected. Adele said the dresses were beautiful, but the wrong size, and everyone can make a mistake. And if Madame Poitiers prepared the clothes, she deliberately chose the wrong size. His Highness the Emperor appeared before everyone, never leaving his lover's side. And he came at the most opportune moment, and Adele hoped that the situation would not escalate. All eyes were on the Empress today, and she calmly dominated and ruled. Karl, in front of everyone, approached the concubine, who seemed about to burst into tears right now, and called her by name. Adele quickly realized that the girl was trying to play up the situation as if she had brought her to tears in front of everyone. The Emperor turned to Adele and asked why she was behaving this way at the event. Adele said she just said hello and doesn't understand why Diane is shedding tears in front of everyone. The Emperor remained silent to her words and sat on the throne, so as not to create a conflict in front of all the guests. Those present slowly dispersed to talk to each other and quickly discuss everything that was happening. Karl was sitting next to Adele. He suddenly said that the lady should stop touching Diane since she is his lover. He decided to come to an agreement, and in this case his beloved Adele would not worry him, but the Empress asked him to convey these words to his beloved. She had already met her twice enough, and each time Diane came herself. All this time, the Emperor did not take his eyes off the concubine who was talking with other guests. Lionel's assistant noticed that the Empress does not lose her calm even in such a tense situation. Lionel saw that it was not that she remained unperturbed, but rather tried to calm herself down. This evening, Adele felt extremely disgusting, and the girl was irritated by absolutely everything in this palace. Dresses that didn't fit, those meaningless grins and hidden insults directed at her. And because of the flared emotions, her mana increased too much. The girl tried to restrain herself, but only a glass of wine helped her calm down. She could not sleep, and many questions flashed through her head to which she could not find an answer. Her father once told her that she needed to present herself as if she had everything, not to act modest. When she had nothing left, people would immediately understand this. And if it is revealed that she became an empress only in words, and that the emperor does not recognize her, she will be torn to pieces that same day. The next day, Adele set out to find out who was managing important palace affairs. The maid said that Diane Poitiers is in charge of all important matters, and before her, Hannah Giggs, the count's wife, was in charge. She asked me to tell them to call the countess right away and tell her that Adelaide wants to meet with her. The Code of Laws of the Empire stated that the current emperor entrusted the management of the palace to Diane of Poitiers instead of the empress. However, along with the appointment to this title, she received the exclusive right. A luxurious lady entered the room and greeted the empress. She said they met Adele during the banquet, and the girl immediately remembered her. The lady asked permission if they could talk in private without servants or prying eyes. Adele seemed shorter to her than she had imagined, but she did not have the feeling that the lady was weak and there was a dominant aura around her. She said that she heard that Adele called Hannah Giggs, who was her nanny, and this meant that the empress wants to strengthen her position in the palace. She said that this could be quite difficult because Diane Poitiers has a huge advantage, the love of the emperor, and behind them stands the Duke of Desfonais, and all the people who were in the palace were their people. Adele asked if it would affect her if she wanted to take over the palace. His Highness was under the control of Diane Poitiers and Duke Desfonds. Because of this, he cannot follow the true imperial path, so she wants Adele to cut the ropes with which Charles is controlled. She needed to take control of the management of the palace, and the lady promised that Hannah Giggs would help her a lot with this. She gave the Empress one more piece of advice: to find an assistant. A woman is most often involved in managing the palace and its internal affairs, and it would be nice if a man became her advisor in their empire. It was important not to lose face. And if Adele, after such, she won't do anything offensive, everyone will look down on her and whisper that she is worse than any mistress. Hannah Giggs had a connection with the previous empress, so she was involved in palace affairs and was the nanny of the Grand Duchess. For a long time, Hannah held this position in the palace with pleasure and responsibility. But her usual good life began to crumble with the arrival of one person, Diane Poitiers. She caused the unfortunate death of the previous empress. The girl was surprisingly similar to the biological mother of Emperor Charles, so he soon fell in love with her. Sometime later, he entrusted all palace affairs to her. First of all, having received power, Diane kicked Hannah Giggs out of the palace. The old lady, who had been dismissed in disgrace, now stood before the new empress with an inexplicable feeling of excitement. Adele looked carefully at the woman, whose eyes were welling up with tears. She put her hand on the sofa and remembered how she chose it that day, and every corner of the palace reminded her of the empress. Adele said she would like to hand over control of the palace to Hannah and asked whether the lady would accept such an offer. Their conversation was interrupted by the maid, who said that the dresses had arrived, but the financial department of the department said that they could not pay for the empress's dresses. Adele suggested calling the merchants to pay them personally, and Hannah confirmed that unnecessary rumors would only harm the empress, and she needed to thank them properly so that they would keep this a secret. But the empress should not have met with them personally, and Hannah asked that this matter be entrusted to her. Adele knew such situations could happen, and made sure to pay in the form of a piece of gold. She brought Hannah a bag of bullion and said that she would look at the quality of the dresses and pay for it. Hannah asked whether the empress's honor would be tarnished if she used the entire amount without a remainder. Adele asked how this could happen, and Hannah replied that it was quite possible that there was no budget allocated for the palace. In Egmont, the budget for the next year is distributed at the end of the previous year. Since she appeared quite recently, her palace was probably not taken into account in the calculations. Adele was heading down the corridor to the office where the central meeting was to take place. She saw the young boys and said, "She asks for an audience with the emperor." The young man asked her to wait in the living room while he finds out everything from the emperor. Adele asked her to be taken to the meeting room to see how the meetings were going on there. At the meeting, and one of the men begged for strikers to be sent to them, who could destroy the tower and keepers who could protect them from the monsters. The man claimed that right now people were dying there. Flying monsters had already begun to emerge from the tower, and they could not stop them. The portal was growing rapidly, and if such monsters had already appeared, it could not remain at the same level. Lennox Poitiers asked what they were going to do if the first-level tower descended on the Emperor's palace at this time, and considered his requests selfish. Adele heard from afar that a tower had descended somewhere and people needed a good striker. Lionel said that help should be urgently sent to Count Kelvin's possessions, and they have enough people, and the Imperial magicians are in the palace. The Emperor could not understand what move was best to make to resolve this difficult issue. He said that he regretted what happened, and promised the Count to consider his request, while the man sought support and help in his eyes. A servant approached Karl and said that the Empress was waiting to meet him and she was in the waiting room. The men left the meeting room and greeted the Empress. The Emperor did not dare to send magicians to help, and Adele decided to talk to Kelvin personally. Duke Desfones entered the room, suddenly calling Adele his daughter-in-law. He deliberately came in when there were many men around her who had left the meeting. Adele was pleased to be uneasy, and the Duke immediately noticed this. He asked for an apology, and as the Emperor's eldest uncle supposedly wanted to show friendliness, Adele replied that there were probably other ways to show his gratitude and asked him to be careful in the future. Lionel Valdor approached her and bowed politely to express his gratitude. Adele asked. She just wanted to find out who Count Kelvin is who needs help. Then Lennox Poitiers approached her and said he was very glad to see the Empress in the palace. Kelvin told the Empress about everything. She admitted that the conversation was too loud, and she listened to him. And from the conversation she understood that the residents needed the help of magicians, but Lennox confidently stated that he himself would protect the palace, and not a single monster would penetrate. But in fact, he just pretended to know everything. Adele was notified that the Emperor was ready to receive her, and the lady said that she was glad to talk to everyone. Her cold gaze and reserved behavior, even from these insignificant things, it was clear that the girl was from the upper class. And for some reason, Mr. Valdor could not take his eyes off her mystery and charm. The Emperor asked what the Empress wanted to talk to him about so urgently, and asked her to sit down at the table. She looked at Karl and asked for what purpose the young man married her. He compared her existence to a feather, and said that her presence alone was enough. She asked again whether she should really just sit and simply exist with the title of Empress, because it would greatly spoil her reputation. Adele suggested that the Emperor might think that she could somehow harm Diane Poitiers. She expressed that she would fulfill all her obligations, and hoped that, as Emperor of Egmont, the young man would help her in this. Adele asked to find her an assistant with whom she could resolve issues, and in her opinion, it would be good to consult with the manager. But unfortunately, she turned out to be Diane Poitiers. The Empress said she wished to see Hannah Giggs, who had been dismissed in the palace, and asked the Emperor to return her, but not to restore her to a managerial position. She did not forget to report that when distributing the budget, the Empress's budget was not taken into account, and she hopes that Karl should use a system of additional financing. The red color of the dress represented the power of Empress Egmont, and Charles, when he was a child, could never touch the hem of her dress. The Empress never recognized the boy, but he had a person who could always support and reassure him. These memories haunted the Emperor and constantly tormented him. The Empress's budget had indeed not been distributed, and Charles asked his subject to call Diane to his office. Diane quickly arrived to His Highness and asked why he called her to him. He asked if she had brought papers related to the distribution of the Imperial Palace budget. Karl said that the budget should have been distributed immediately after Adele's coronation, and Diane immediately began to apologize in a thin voice, allegedly completely forgetting about it. She immediately began to cry. The Emperor gave her a handkerchief and asked her to stop crying for any reason. Diane shed tears, saying, "Now the Empress will be angry with her," and asked how she should now deal with such a difficult situation. She again reminded Karl of his mother, and he saw a great resemblance between them. Charles informed Diane that the power of the Empress had been transferred to Her Highness, and now all matters that he had assured her before would be decided exclusively by the Empress. The young man talked with Lionel and said that Duke Desfones wanted to put a puppet in the place of the Empress, and for this he found a princess of a distant empire, but he clearly did not calculate all the moves. Now he understood the Empress sent her daughter far away, and the new Emperor Gorgotha is only 14 years old, and if such a domineering sister is next to him, it will greatly hinder him. Lionel seemed not to be interested in political issues, and his thoughts were occupied with the new empress. For some reason, from the first day they met, the girl never left his head for a minute. Hannah approached the empress. The lady asked if she had paid for those dresses brought by the merchants. She said she needed to find a new outfit, because the dress she was wearing was offered to her by the maids. Hannah said that she looks like she is wearing the clothes of a predecessor. This will provoke the emperor, so it is not advisable to wear such dresses. Hannah was a close associate of the previous empress, and later Karl kicked her out. Although it was strange, in such matters it was better to follow her advice because she had no one else to trust. Diane sat in the semi-darkness of her room, tears rolling down her pale cheeks like an endless stream of bitter pain, and her long hair disheveled, covering her face with a sensual, angelic veil of sadness. She was haunted by the thought of how easily the emperor deprived her of power, and Adele was very lucky from birth. She received everything without any effort. Silence reigned in the room. Only her weak sobs pierced the gloomy atmosphere. Diane went to the window, trying to suppress the passionate pain tearing apart her soul. The Ivory Palace was the palace where the emperor's mother wanted to live, and he gave it to Diane without a doubt. She asked the maid to bring her the funding documents to make some changes, and intended to make Adele understand that she was only a dummy with the status of an empress. Calvin was waiting in the reception room for the empress, who called him to personally talk and ask him about the situation. Empress Adele came out to the guest with a majestic gait, and her whole image reflected confidence and prudence. She sat down opposite and asked when the tower appeared, which serves as a portal for monsters, and what its diameter was. He said they don't have a magician, and local residents have to deal with terrible monsters themselves. Magicians were sent from the central region according to the portal's danger level, and even towers with the second level wait for several days. This meant that the people were simply abandoned to the will of fate, while ordinary people died for their safety, were torn to shreds by animals with giant teeth, and their knights were so exhausted that they died during battles. And Adele perfectly understood the hell that was now going on there. She herself tried many times to save the unfortunate common people from attacks by monsters. Her mother often asked her to simply close her eyes to what was happening, because it was impossible to save everyone, and Adele knew what kind of torment people were going through there, and this was the very day when a rift began in their relationship with her mother, and subsequently, she took away the title from her daughter princesses. Kelvin thanked Her Highness for her concern and said that he needed to be sent back to his native land as soon as possible. She ordered the evacuation of all residents to a nearby safe place. The best shelter from flying monsters were dungeons and caves, so she asked all children and elderly to be taken to such places, and they should try to negotiate with other counties to help them. Hannah handed the man a bag of gold bars so that they could pay for aid from other countries. Adele said that this should be enough to reach an agreement with neighboring states, and said that unfortunately she could not help with anything else. The subject and Lionel were in the office. The young man did not think that the emperor would refuse to help the count, because he had been so devoted to the imperial family all his life. Finally, Count Kelvin appeared on the threshold of the office, holding a bag with payment in his hands. The commander saw the man's frightened face and asked if something had happened to him in the palace. He said that the empress gave him gold bars and told him to evacuate all the residents. He was very grateful and wanted to return to his family as soon as possible. The young men were surprised by such a noble act of the empress, who first of all thought about the troubles of the people and allocated her gold to save ordinary residents. Adele had only one option to help: to give a couple of gold bars to the count and his people. Her mother always told her that the world works that way. The smart always created, and the wise always captured. So she asked her daughter to act wisely according to the call of her heart and honor. Now she had to endure insults and shame, and she could only give a little money to someone who desperately needed help, and it was all because she did not have enough power, and the natural way to gain power in another country is to think through your actions to the extreme, and Hannah suggested that the Empress ask Charles for an audience. And since they are in Egmont, it is worth establishing contact with His Highness and trying to earn good relations with the Emperor. She applied blush to Adele, did her hair, and now the lady was completely ready. A wise act should have simplified her life in Egmont, and the Empress needed to improve relations with the Emperor. Carl noticed the gold-colored eyes, perfectly white skin, and graceful lines of the girl's collarbones. Today, Adele looked completely different, and some special aura emanated from her. He asked what brought the Empress to meet him at such a late hour. Adele said that if he had not yet had dinner, they could share a meal together, but Carl was more interested in why she invited Count Kelvin to talk. His county was dying from monsters, so the Emperor did not help him and drove him away, so why did the Empress allow herself to call him to the palace again? Rumors that she gave him gold reached Carl, and he did not understand why the girl pretended to be noble. But Adele said that she called him to find out how things were going in his territory, and gave him a small amount of money so that he was able to evacuate people, and this act should not be described as a crime. He approached her and whispered that she should continue to close her ears and eyes and think only about good things. Adele spoke out. It was a human act, and she could not do otherwise, knowing that ordinary people were in trouble. Carl took her hair in his hands and looked carefully at the girl who was like an empty place for him. A sweet aroma emanated from her, which, like a magnet, attracted the Emperor to her. And was this really the woman who attracted everyone's attention with just one glance? Carl asked. Since the lady came to him in such a way, why not spend their lost wedding night together? He asked her to close her eyes and was about to kiss the fictitious Empress. Adele did not want to tolerate his rude behavior and swung at Carl so that he would finally stop and retreat. Carl spoke out. Her eyes really corresponded to the imperial status, but he is the only emperor here and all the power does not belong to her. He said he liked girls who were more pliable and asked her not to interfere in matters anymore. Adele was overwhelmed with angry emotions from the Emperor's behavior, and the most painful thing was that she had no power. She left the Emperor's office. Everything went dark and spinning before her eyes, and the Empress felt bad from the experience. Diane Poitiers was walking along the corridor, and right now she didn't want to see her more than anyone else. She noticed that Adele's hands and whole body were shaking. She asked Diane to move away and not pester her with her questions. She whispered in the Empress's ear. Apparently she did not follow her advice, and something did not go according to plan. So Adele is now trying to run away from the problems that she created for herself. The Empress did not know where to go in this damned palace, where it was as if every person was very cruel. She quickly ran down the stairs, and her only desire was to quickly hide somewhere. She was running so fast that she didn't even notice how she collided with Lionel, who was walking up the stairs. Lionel looked into Adele's eyes, and his gaze reflected an incredible depth of feeling he saw in those eyes, not only the beauty and nobility of the Empress, but also her unshakable strength and wisdom. But now the girl looked very upset, and the young man immediately noticed it. Lionel felt that his soul responded to the soul of Adele, and in this unity he found consolation. She lowered her tear-stained eyes and said that she simply tripped on the stairs and thanked him for his concern. The young man felt that the lady was definitely out of sorts and was behaving very strangely, as if she didn't look like herself. And just recently she had smiled so sincerely before arriving at the palace. Hannah met the Empress and asked why she returned from the Emperor so quickly. Adele only asked to be left alone so she could calmly relax and take a hot bath. She did not understand at all what she should do, and remembered the words of her nanny. She always said to act as her noble heart dictates, to do everything that she considers necessary, and whatever the result, it will serve as a good wholesale for her, and this should be her path. She understood that she needed to expand her power, regardless of the power of the Emperor. The sorceress once predicted that Princess Adelaide had an eternal companion, luck, which would always contribute to her. After the bath, the table with lunch was already set for Adele, and the girl was talking with Hannah. Her expression after meeting the Emperor made her worry, and she already knew that immediately after the conversation, she ran into Poitiers, who would disgrace her again in the end. Hannah was worried about the Empress and asked her to eat more to regain her strength. The servant handed Hannah the papers and said that the additional budget had been allocated and sent for verification, and the lady immediately handed them over to Adele. She asked where the document came from and who the real sender was. The servant said, "This document was sent from the Ivory Palace." And Adele understood the document was sent to her by Diane. She asked Hannah if she could find out the budget of the Imperial Palace. Hannah brought the Empress additional books and papers that contained reliable information, but a ridiculous amount of money was allocated for the budget, with which it was even impossible to buy a horse. And besides, the ivory funds should, in theory, belong to her palace, and for some reason their budget was much higher than the norm, And it was all the work of Diane, who was ordered to reconsider the decision to finance the Empress's palace. The girl herself personally corrected the data in the papers, and for some reason I boldly managed the Emperor's budget. The fact that the answer came so quickly meant only one thing: Diane Poitiers was still in control of the additional budget. She ordered the answer to be sent back, and Diane laughed. Apparently, the Empress wanted a luxurious life. She asked the maid if the amount she sent did not suit the Empress, because this money was quite enough. Dina asked the maid to bring her the most modest dress for her meeting with Empress Adele, and at the same time, inform the Emperor that the Empress has called her to her regarding the issue of an additional budget. She is very afraid and does not know at all what to do. Adele carefully studied the Code of Laws, where it was said that the Empress has the exclusive right to decide on the acquisition of the palace residence, and this provision was clearly stated in the laws of the imperial palace. The Emperor had the exclusive right to distribute additional funds, and this law was just right for her case. Hannah warned that the girl should be careful, because laws are like swords with two edges, and if you swing them, you may harm yourself. Adele found it funny that she had to beg for money from the Emperor's mistress, who dared to mock, took pity, and added one to her budget gold bar. She was sure the Emperor was the first to swing the sword, and she had already been hurt too many times. Adele asked what she should do now to correct the course of the matter, and Hannah suggested that it was necessary to return the documents and reissue the order. She smiled and said that she was requesting a residence permit to Diane Poitiers' palace. The Empress's power was not taken from scratch, it came from loved ones, or arose with the birth of the heir to the throne. There was no point in hoping for help from the family, because her own mother asked Adele to leave the palace. The option with an heir also did not seem particularly attractive to her, because the Emperor was openly disgusted with her. There was another way: to find an advisor with the help of whom the Empress could gain her independence. A strange feeling did not leave her, and the lady realized that it was definitely the strong energy of the tower. The maid said Madame Poitiers was asking for an audience, and Adele asked her to wait in the living room. Diane always looked like a sweet, beautiful girl, but not everyone knew what this seemingly angel could do. The Empress asked if the concubine had brought what she asked her to convey through the servants. The girl looked at Adele and asked. The lady looked extremely unhappy. Hannah laid out the papers on the table, and Adele prepared to explain the reason for her indignation. She pointed to the budget allocated for the Ivory Palace, and Diane knew Adele was beginning to use her title and put pressure on her. The girl pretended that she did not understand why the Empress was showing this to her, and the lady wanted to ask only one question. There were no reports on the management of the budget for the Ivory Court, although all other institutions in the Imperial Palace had these documents, and the budget was about to be rewritten for the Empress Palace. The maid Diane immediately hurried to inform the Emperor that the Empress urgently called the mistress and is now with her. She said that the owner was very worried and was shaking with fear, so she urgently informed him about it. Carl felt a lump rising in his throat, and he needed to resolve this issue. Diane asked if Adele really wanted to seize funds from her palace and appropriate them for herself. Adele confirmed. Before this, Diane was in charge of the affairs of the palace, and therefore received the entire budget of the Empress. And since she was now officially the Empress here, the responsibilities of financing were also placed under her responsibility, and the financing would be directed to her palace. The Empress, even without relatives or followers nearby, still remained the Empress, and Diane could not refuse to carry out her orders, because she was in no position to contradict her. Before this, everything belonged to Diane, and the girl began to get angry that some stranger came to the palace and took away everything she had. Adele asked the girl to listen carefully. She should not have tried to take away power from her, and no matter how much she tried, Adele would never let her get away with it. But she asked her not to think that she was deprived of something, because initially all this did not even belong to her. Their conversation did not last long, because at that moment the Emperor entered the room, who had already been informed about their meeting. She asked loudly what was going on here and what issues the ladies were deciding among themselves. Diane deliberately sat down on the floor and cried heavily, asking His Highness for forgiveness in tears. Adele saw how the girl was again trying to press for pity, and she was already pretty tired of it. Charles asked what the Empress Diane had done and asked her to stand up while she was talking to His Highness. The girl continued to sit on the floor. Adele asked her to get up because they were talking calmly. Carl intended to find out why the girl was crying on the floor after a conversation with the Empress. The maid rushed to calm the mistress, who played her role perfectly and continued to play the victim. Charles ordered Diane to be taken to her palace so that the girl would calm down and stop crying, and he asked everyone to leave the room so that he could discuss what had happened with the Empress in private. Adele was terribly tired of participating in this whole performance, and she was ready for a serious conversation. Carl looked at Hannah and said, "They haven't seen each other for a long time." And that the lady has not changed at all. She is again next to the Empress and watches how she destroys weak people. He shouted whether the lady was amused by this, and Adele asked Hannah to go out and wait outside. Carl was furious and asked why the Empress allowed herself to behave this way. He insisted that he was a witness and saw how she mocked poor Diane. There was no point in Adele hiding the truth. And she said clearly as soon as the door opened and the Emperor entered, Diane herself fell to her knees in front of her and began to beg. Carl did not believe her words because sweet and kind Diane would not dare to behave like that. He asked if Adele was jealous of her and wanted to get what belonged to the concubine. But if you think about it, it was not Diane who invaded her personal boundaries, but the Emperor himself, because he is not even aware that information about the budget allocated to this palace was hidden from him. She asked to look at this tiny amount and asked how the Empress's palace could exist on such a small budget. And she did not call Diane, but simply wanted her to personally bring this document. Carl said that Adele's mother lied to him. She said that she was an obedient and devoted daughter, but even after the expulsion, she still did not understand anything. The young man took her by the shoulders and once again asked her not to pretend to be an empress, but to just sit quietly, like a flower in a vase. The girl was overcome by a strange, unpleasant feeling when talking with the Emperor. He stated that the lady would have to live a quiet and calm life, otherwise she could be in big trouble. Adele did not listen to the Emperor. Suddenly, the girl ran out onto the balcony, and the sky on the street glowed with a scarlet light. And she will definitely never be able to live as the Emperor asks. There was commotion on the street. People were running for cover in panic. A portal was descending from the sky, and Hannah was screaming, "The Empress should hide." Ominous monsters from the portal tower were about to attack the palace any minute. Lionel saddled his horse and ordered all the knights to prepare for battle. As soon as the portal touches the ground, monsters will begin to emerge from it, and they must stop them until the magicians come to the rescue. But it was still unknown when help would arrive. It was quite possible that they would appear when all the knights had already died, and the commander ordered to immediately go to the magician's residence and bring them here. Those who could freely use the power and control the towers were called magicians. Lennox Poitier was the vice captain of the Order of Magicians and was a first-class striker of the first level in the Egmont Empire. And it was not for nothing that he received the title of Count despite his commoner origins. A knight approached him and said that all magicians should arrive at the Rose Garden, where the tower was descending right now. The young man replied that now this is problematic, and the order belonged to the Emperor, not the minister, and he would not follow his orders. Knight Jakal asked the guy not to talk nonsense, but rather to start preparing. But he said that he shouldn't talk to him in such a tone because now they all need his help. Jakal screamed. Disaster struck the palace, and Lennox was in vain confident that the magicians were safe. He once again asked Poitier for help in the hope that the young man would act justly. Lionel was watching the tower, and Jakal said that the magicians would not arrive on time, and he would have to protect all the warriors himself. But Empress Adele appeared in front of him in a black suit. The commander was very surprised to see the girl and asked her to urgently hide in cover. He asked the knight to escort the Empress to a safe place, but she took the young man by the hand and asked where the magicians were and why they did not destroy the tower. Or they wait until it touches the ground and bloodthirsty monsters come out of it and tear people to shreds. Lionel continued to shout that it was dangerous here and asked the girl to hide behind him. He readied his sword but saw a magic ahead that had just appeared. He knew that the magicians were still very far away, but then who was using magic, Adele determined. It was a 4th-level tower, and it was not as dangerous as it seemed, so they might not wait for help. Adele deftly pulled out a sword from behind her back and prepared to deal with this treacherous tower. Lionel saw Adele, who quickly ran forward to the place where the tower was supposed to descend. He tried to stop the girl and shouted that if she went there, she would be carried away by the updraft. He accidentally touched her hair and saw that the magic was coming directly from the Empress, and Adele, in a calm voice, asked the young man not to disturb her. She jumped straight into the whirlwind that was swirling near the tower, and the commander was very afraid for the girl. He asked all the people to pull themselves together and wait until the moment the Empress fell back to the ground. As Adele disappeared into the vortex, Lennox arrived on the scene and thought Adele had been swept away. He shouted for the knights to create a protective barrier around the tower. The magic had to completely surround the area so that Her Highness would not be harmed. He looked up and saw something strange happening at the top of the tower, and a loud sound was heard. The tower began to quickly and strongly blaze with bright fire, and the knights looked up and did not know what to do next. Lionel realized that Adele's special suit and the sword attached to her back did not appear unexpectedly. It was a strong magic that did not allow him to stop her. At that time, she said, there were flying monsters coming out of the tower, and it was definitely not middle class, but much scarier. No matter how much she looked at the receding sky after the destruction of the tower, it always excited her. And no matter who asked her to stop, Adele always assured her that this was her favorite hobby. Although she was constantly reproached for such a hobby, she was not ready to give up the business that was the meaning of her life. The tower was destroyed, it was time for Adele to land, and Lionel Valdor was waiting for her on the ground. She came down and asked if Lionel really wanted to help her and stood waiting for her return. He was a knight with a sword and would probably have lost his hands for such a thing. There were many who scolded Adele for this activity, but there was never a person who wanted to catch her. She smiled and thanked the commander for his help, and for yesterday's help on the stairs, too. Lionel was surprised whether the girl who was so gloomy yesterday could smile so sweetly now. The Empress said Lennox can already sheath his sword because he definitely won't need it anymore. No one could still believe what they saw, because the Empress had just destroyed the tower in front of them single-handedly, and everyone found out that she was a magician. Hannah saw the Empress in a suit and asked why the lady looked like that and said she was very worried about her. She said that she had dealt with the tower and the portal, and the people were no longer in danger. But after these words, she immediately fell to the floor, losing consciousness, and Adele's strength seemed to be running out. The next day, everyone was discussing how the Empress flew into the sky, and she dealt with the portal herself, and was clearly stronger than Lennox Poitiers. Lionel was very thoughtful during the last few days, and the passing minutes seemed to remind him of a dream. Before his eyes stood the image of Adele in that black suit, militant and courageous. She possessed very powerful magic, and those moments when she descended from heaven overshadowed the commander's mind. After the incident, Lennox immediately ran to report to the Count that the Empress turned out to be a real magician and dealt with the tower without anyone's help. And everyone understood that the Empress turned out to be not so simple and was even more amazing than many expected. And Lennox was only concerned that he himself could have dealt with a tower of this level, and the Empress ruined everything for him. Then he went to his sister and burst into her room without knocking. He asked why Diane had not yet become pregnant and married the Emperor, fearing that Adele might take his place as a magician. The young man said that the Empress turned out to be a magician, hell, and also a skilled, experienced striker. Diane was shocked by this news, and for some time she could not find words. She was outraged that the Empress destroyed the tower on her own. She prayed so much that some puppet would take the place of the Empress, but she turned out to be a powerful magician. Lennox was afraid that the Duke might no longer need him, but Diane threateningly told the young man to pull himself together and stop whining. She said nothing would change, and he shouldn't worry unnecessarily, and the Empress wouldn't do anything alone. They have been through so much, and such a trifle as Adele cannot change their situation, and she does not care at all as such an Empress. When the tower, which is the source of magical power, disappears, the sudden surge of mana begins to dry up and lead to exhaustion of the magician. People said that the Empress alone dealt with the tower. The detachment of magicians arrived too late, and if not for the Empress, the losses of the knights would have been too huge. Hannah asked the servant to deliver the letter to the Grand Duchess and placed an important envelope in his hands. When panic began and the tower sank to the ground, the Emperor behaved extremely calmly. He was sure that destroying a tower of this level would not be difficult, and he was going to inform him so that it would be dealt with quickly. And the only true information he knew about Adele was her name and gender. He suggested that perhaps Empress Gotrafa was not confident that she could have influence over her daughter, and that is why she sent her to Egmont. Hannah was very worried about the Empress, and early in the morning she went to visit Adele. The Empress met her. She looked quite healthy and seemed to be feeling great. Adele said he wants to advertise soon for a personal assistant for her. It must be an unmarried man over 20 years of age, and if the candidate has a fiancé, he will definitely be excluded. She said that she had to make a choice after the interview, and it would depend on her wishes. The announcement that the Empress made spread throughout the entire high society of the Emont Empire, and the Duchy of Valdor was no exception. Lionel's servant reasoned that it was not clear whether the Empress wanted to strengthen her power or simply start a rebellion. Lionel's opinion was important to the young man, but the commander could not really answer anything. And since the Empress announced the search for an assistant, the Valdor Empire could not stand aside. Whoever it is, he must be prepared for rumors of a love affair with the Empress, so until now, the assistants of empresses have been either the second or third sons of families. Lionel spoke out. The Empress's views were different from the views of the squad of magicians on them. The brother did not immediately understand what he meant and asked if he really meant any candidate. Lionel sat down on a chair, folded his hands, and announced that he wanted to become an advisor to the Empress. His brother was not happy about this idea and went away to think a little about Lionel's proposal. He argued that Lionel would be of no use there, and as soon as he became her assistant, everyone behind his back would tell him that he was her lover, and his reputation would fall through the roof. Lionel said, "They have nowhere to retreat. Given the latest events, Lennox does not want to cooperate with them, and she cannot even make a complaint against the mage squad, despite the fact that she is the Minister of Defense. Mages and towers, bloodthirsty monsters. They knew nothing about this, and at least the Empress understands more about it than they do. And if he becomes an assistant, he will find out information, and they can move forward." And suddenly it turns out that the Empress will choose Lionel as an assistant, and this will be a great honor for them. Diane was sitting in the Emperor's office, and they saw each other for the first time since that moment in the Empress's palace. He said that if the girl was unwell, she could rest at her place and did not have to be here. Diane asked if the Emperor had heard the latest news that everyone was tirelessly discussing. Less than a month after their wedding, the Empress is already looking for an assistant, and will this harm Charles? He said she shouldn't worry about it, and would rather take care of the Empress's additional budget so that no more problems arise. Karl Ulrich was both a great happiness and the most terrible sorrow at the same time. He was the one who could turn her life into heaven or hell overnight. Charles asked the servant to report on the results of the Empress's announcement, and so far, 16 people have responded. She announced this morning, and all the sons of prominent families attacked like bees on a hive. The Emperor was interested in whether there were candidates from the Duchy of Valdor, but so far, there were no such candidates. Hannah took a responsible approach to every assignment. She finished reading a report on Egmont's political figures, and Adele said it was no wonder that the former Empress was so favorable to her. And no matter how you looked at it, the best option was to choose a candidate from the Valdor family. The day of selecting candidates began early in the morning, and the first was a young man who called the Empress an angel. Number 2 was no different from the first, and immediately admitted that he was so worried that he forgot all the words. Each of those present absurdly demonstrated their skills, and after a while the Empress begged them to stop. She was incredibly tired and sat down on the sofa, saying that first she needed to look at the resumes of the candidates so as not to see this performance. And really there wasn't a single young man who understood the main essence of her announcement. Not a single person from the Duchy of Valdor was present, and Hannah asked whether she should let the others go. The Empress took the wet towel off her head and said, "Let the remaining candidates come in, and she wants to get this over with quickly." Hannah left the office and informed those present that the Empress was ready to consider the remaining candidates. Hannah lowered the sheet of paper with the names and saw a familiar dark-haired young man in front of her. Lionel Valdor himself stood in front of her, and the young men present were frightened by such a serious candidate. His face expressed sternness and determination, and the flame of unshakable will and devotion burned in his eyes, and his figure was motionless, like the embodiment of steadfastness and courage. The young men sadly lowered their heads with the understanding that now there was nothing to hope for here. Hannah greeted Lionel, who apologized and asked if he was late with his application. Hannah said the young man would have to wait a little. Adele noticed that the last candidates were completely sad, and they had absolutely no enthusiasm like the previous ones. After the last young man, the Empress sighed and was glad that it was all finally over. None of the young men approached her, and she just wasted a lot of time. At that moment, Hannah entered the office and said, "Another person has appeared," nominating himself. Lionel was the last to enter the office and was glad to see the Empress in a healthy state. He greeted the girl who, surprisingly, had occupied all his thoughts in recent days. She greeted Lionel and asked him to sit down, and her confident look meant only one thing: the Empress was definitely not doing this for fun. He asked if Adele needed supporters because she had no one to trust in the palace and no one to rely on, and he immediately confidently said, no matter who the lady chooses, she will not find a better candidate than him. As if he understood her intentions perfectly, Adele asked if she could call him a knight or a minister. She was interested in whether Lionel was serious about becoming an assistant because he could have sent one of his close associates here, but for some reason he decided to come on his own. She asked again if she really could call him whatever she wanted. Adele smiled and informed the young man that she was looking for an assistant to create a government that could compete with the current one. But to do this, he will have to pretend to be her concubine. And does the young man understand what he is signing up for? She said that she would call him by name and talk to him informally, and that was the only way they would look like they were in love. Lionel agreed to such conditions and said that he was absolutely indifferent to what others would say about them, and Adele realized that she had chosen the ideal advisor. The Emperor was immediately aware of everything that was happening in the palace and quickly learned that an application had been received from Valdor. He was informed that Lionel Valdor himself personally responded to the advertisement and was present at the selection of candidates. But the Empress has not yet made official statements, and when she chose will most likely become known later. Carl stood on the balcony and thought that a mysterious sweet smell was coming from the Empress, and this smell could not get out of his head. And on the day when she came to him and offered to share a meal with him, he was intoxicated by her smell. For some reason, he felt a desire to see her arrogant gaze gradually fade away. He would have watched this, not missing a single moment, and would not have understood why a quiet life, which the Empress was furiously refusing, was so bad, and would not know how to tame an animal that showed its teeth and claws. Today was a very difficult day for Adele, and she spent the evening in a hot bath to relieve all fatigue. She was just about to go out, and Hannah said the girl should hurry up and His Highness was coming right here. Adele was surprised that the Emperor decided to visit her at such a late hour, and clearly wanted to find out something. Hannah supposed that he had probably heard the news that Lionel Valdor was here, and wanted to talk about it. And the Empress decided it was worth listening to why Carl came to her at such a late hour. Empress Adele looked gorgeous in her exquisite green dress. The fabric of the dress softly hugged her graceful figure, emphasizing dignity and sophistication, and the amazing shade of green perfectly emphasized the nobility and sophistication of the image, giving a special charm. She said the Emperor's arrival was very unexpected and she needed time to prepare. Carl immediately began with the topic that interested him and asked who the Empress wanted to choose as her assistant. Adele asked if she really needed to immediately inform the Emperor about her decision. The young man asked him to answer one question, who Adele chose as her assistant. But the girl was adamant and said whoever they chose, it was solely her decision. Carl said that Valdora is rebelling against the imperial palace, and she cannot appoint one of them as an ally, because in this way she will simply expose the whole family to ridicule. The impudence of the young emperor amazed Adele, but he wanted her to be a silent flower in a vase. Adele was sure that the emperor needed a creature without his own opinion, who would indulge him and fulfill his whims. Carl looked at the lady and agreed with her statement. The Empress said that she had decided to choose Lionel Valdor as an advisor, and his candidacy was suitable. Adele remembered him saying that he wouldn't care about her lover if she didn't care about Diane. The Empress said that she would only follow the Emperor's words and not let him worry about her lover. She said that over the past 4 days she had looked at all the candidates and she didn't like any of them. Carl furrowed his eyebrows, anger sparkled in his eyes, and he asked the Empress to know her place and not stick her neck out. She did not intend to become his thing because he still had not even recognized her as his equal, and he himself asked her to perform some duties. The Emperor turned around and walked towards the door, not considering it necessary to continue the conversation further. Finally, he said, Adele should have made a wise decision so as not to suffer and regret later. Her mother always taught her to act wisely and think about the consequences, and Karl was very similar to her mother. Apparently, only such people could occupy the throne. Karl left Adele's room and looked with contempt at Hannah, who was waiting near the door. He asked who the lady was loyal to, a person or her post. Karl asked to tell the Empress that in order to survive in this empire, she would have to try to please him. And this is the only way to save your place, which can easily become empty. Adele was sitting in her room when Hannah came in and said hello. She reported when she was the manager of the Imperial Palace by appointment of the former Empress, as well as the nanny of the Duchess of Grand. At the same time, she was looking after another child. Few people knew about it, and everything was kept secret. And this child was the Emperor. She claimed that somewhere in the depths of his soul, there was still a small, capricious child hiding. He always dreamed of being loved, but could not get this from anyone. A vulnerable child who never knew this bright feeling. Diane met Karl along the way and was very happy to see her lover, whom they began to see so rarely. She noticed that the Emperor was angry and something had definitely happened to him. She asked if the Empress and her assistant had really upset him. Diane argued how she could brazenly acquire an assistant if the Emperor was smart and quick-witted. Karl leaned towards the girl and did not feel the sweet aroma that came from Adele. He silently looked at the girl who had recently been the most beautiful to him. But now it was as if she meant nothing to him. But she was sure that if she became a feather, then he would use her. And if she became a flower, then he would put it next to him. But she did not understand at all what the Emperor really meant. She stroked Karl's face and said that she would do anything just to be able to be with him. The Emperor abruptly moved away from Diane, and she was very surprised that Karl had become so cold towards her. He silently turned around and left, leaving Diane completely alone and without mutual feelings. Karl always succumbed to her temptations, but today everything seemed to have turned upside down, and Diane could not understand what was happening to him. Hannah Giggs told her story for a long time. When the previous Empress learned that her maid had given birth to the Emperor, she was shocked. A little later, the Emperor forged documents and declared the boy crown prince separated from his mother. The prince lived in the palace of Her Highness without her consent. When this child learned that the Empress hated him because he was a stranger, he was 6 years old. At the age of 7, the prince met his real mother. He already had one foot in the next world, and the inner core of this unfortunate child was broken. Adele listened to Hannah's story and now understood why the Emperor had such a hostile attitude. She guessed that he saw her as the previous Empress and therefore immediately reacted with anger. He was left with regret and resentment. But she couldn't even think about it. Hannah said his hostility toward her was visceral, but Adele didn't feel like she had to please him about everything. She said that on the day of her arrival, Diane Poitiers visited her and began to talk about the Emperor's preferences. She had the audacity to advise Adele how she should behave with the Emperor, but the most important thing was that the Empress wanted to preserve and protect her principles and beliefs, her honor and pride. This all belonged to her and stood higher than the title of Emperor, and therefore she would rather die than be a puppet in the wrong hands. Karl came to see Adele again late in the evening, but Hannah told him the lady had just fallen asleep. Less than an hour had passed since he left the Empress's palace, and now Charles came to her again. He walked into Adele's bedroom and saw a beautiful girl in a dress sitting on the bed. She asked what the young man allowed himself, and he replied that he would like to give her time alone. Adele did not really like this impudent behavior of men, and she looked at Karl with suspicion. The Emperor is the one who always gets what he wants. He does not need to deny himself and hesitate, even if his opponent is the Empress. Adele asked why the young man suddenly decided to spend his wedding night with her, and he answered, because Adele herself asked to make herself equal, but in order to do this, the wedding night must happen. He saw that she wanted to gain strength and power in the palace, and why would she seek help from someone else? Charles whispered that if she fulfilled the duty of the Empress, he would personally give her full power. The lady resisted, and the Emperor called her a capricious girl who does not want to fulfill her direct duty, but intends to have power in the palace. Whether Adele wanted it or not, intimacy between two spouses was the norm, but she felt disgusting even at the very thought of it. Karl gently stroked her leg and waited for the beast to fall into his trap and surrender. The girl removed the Emperor's hands from her and was indignant. He was behaving too rudely. He said that he submitted to her by kissing her foot, and now she must submit to him. Adele angrily asked to remove his hands and not touch her again until he was allowed. Karl was sure that the lady simply did not know her place yet and said that all she has is her pride, which she flaunts and bares her teeth like a beast. Adele promised that she would never bow her head to him and would not sell her honor for insignificant power. The emperor left the room, and Adele hung her head down, tired and powerless to fight for her heart. And Mother's words that you shouldn't do things that you might regret were more appropriate than ever. The next morning, Adele woke up broken and wished that everything that happened to the emperor yesterday would turn out to be a dream. Hana came to her with an important message early in the morning. It turned out that the emperor had canceled the order for an additional budget assigned to her palace. He definitely behaved like an offended boy. News about the cancellation of the maintenance of the Empress's palace spread with incredible speed, and after a while the Empress made an official statement about the appointment of Lionel Valdor to the position of advisor to the Empress, and this was a retaliatory blow. The maids discussed rumors that Lionel had become Adele's advisor, and they said that he himself had volunteered for this position. The man asked why Lionel made such an unexpected but important and responsible decision. He believed that the duchy was in a hopeless situation and any methods must be sought. Autumn, according to Adele, was the ideal time for long and sincere conversations. The maids were a little afraid of Hannah, who was constantly watching them. Such a despotic image suited her incredibly well, and she never lost sight of anything. Adele wondered if these maids were bringing less ivory to the palace. Hannah said none of them had visited the palace in the past week, and it was strange that they had not yet said anything about last night. Adele has been notified. Her assistant Lionel Valdor has arrived and is awaiting her permission. She came out with a sweet smile and said that she was really looking forward to the young commander's visit. Adele asked the maids to bring them tea and was sure that rumors would soon spread throughout the palace. She said she liked him as an assistant and she really counted on his help and responsibility. Lionel said he was hopeful the Empress will not regret choosing him. She invited the young man to treat himself to cakes and said that she liked them the most in Egmont. Lionel did not want the lady to bother, but the Empress admitted that she had always been like this, but here she did not have the opportunity to show her true self. The atmosphere between them was very calm and comfortable, as if they had known each other for a long time. She asked if the duchy really wanted to take over some of the power that belonged to the squad of magicians. The young man wanted to change the way of fighting the towers. At the moment, the magicians owned all the information and did not distribute it to anyone. And fortunately, they had one goal, Adele said. First, she wants to strengthen her position and needed Lionel's help. And there was one more matter to deal with? The young man asked if she meant the abolition of the additional budget. Then the Duchy of Valdor could submit a petition to His Highness. These were the first pleasant words for the Empress today, and first she asked him to read one document. He understood that the Empress wanted to take revenge on someone for her rude behavior and attitude. The maids met the man, but said they were not expecting him today. The man said Her Highness should choose what she liked, and this was the gift that Madame Poitiers sent, and the Ivory Palace paid the bill. The gift was accompanied by a letter, which soon ended up in the hands of the Empress. The letter said that Diane wants Adele to choose something for herself for the amount that she initially allocated, and said that a holiday will take place soon. Adele was no longer going to tolerate her antics, and asked Hannah to write an order and prepare the relevant documents. In an instant, she lost control of her emotions. Lionel asked if Adele really wanted to evict Diane from her palace, and if she was put out on the street right now, everyone would begin to feel sorry for her. Diane specifically sent a merchant to her so that Adele would understand that she could buy something with the amount she assigned her. Everyone around her had a false attitude towards Diane and constantly talked about how lucky she was and how much the Emperor loved her, and she wanted the Empress to finally understand who was in charge in this palace. Lionel wanted to know the Empress's opinion about the method he proposed to her. She was surprised and didn't think that he would provide her with such a plan with such a calm and peaceful face. The young man said he was going to make an official protest at a meeting about the cancellation of additional funding, and Adele with a smile invited him to fight together. Diane could not find a place for herself and felt great anxiety in her soul, but a minute ago everything was fine. She chose jewelry, listened to compliments, and everything was fine, but last night the Emperor suddenly came to her, but then left and returned again. He had never allowed himself to do this before, and terrible thoughts about Karl entered Dean's head. She asked the servants to urgently bring the maid from the Empress's palace, and under no circumstances tell anyone about this. Diane took the maid by the shoulders and asked her to answer whether the Emperor was there that night. She wanted to know the details, It turned out that Karl came twice. Right after the Empress took a bath, he left very angry and returned an hour later. Before coming to her, the Emperor visited Adele, and only then returned, and only she knew him like that before. Diane felt that Karl was moving away from her and as if he no longer belonged to her. Her face stopped shining with joy and happiness, and wrinkles from worries appeared on her face. But before, he loved her skin, and she didn't seem to gain weight and still looked just as cute. She was worried that she could not get pregnant, but the Emperor and she were absolutely healthy. Diana sat on the floor, her chest heaving, and tears dripped onto the floor, forming small puddles. Her thin figure trembled from the all-consuming sadness that devastated her heart, and it seemed that the world had collapsed on her, depriving her of her last illusions and hopes. A maid was called from the Ivory Palace, and Adele guessed that Diane was apparently interested in yesterday's incident. Hannah said that if the Empress wishes, she can find people who can be trusted. Adele said that no matter who she brings, she still won't trust that person. And let it be known whose puppet she would have to deal with, this was her first order issued as Empress. At present, the inhabitants of Count Cleven's territory will be evacuated to the neighboring county of Barotult, and Count Barotol, together with Viscount Orlean, will stop the monsters along the way. According to preliminary data, the tower is level 3, and the information that flying gargoyles appeared there was confirmed. Lennox asked if perhaps people had seen the Geniers, since a gargoyle is very difficult to catch, and puny knights cannot fight them. One of the knights was indignant that the guy called men insignificant and would have tried to figure it out better himself, instead of sitting and putting on airs. The Duke asked the guy to calm down and not allow himself to do too much in the presence of His Highness. Karl looked at Lionel and asked the Chief Minister of Defense's opinion on the whole situation. It seemed like he always liked him before, but today Valdor seemed to irritate him incredibly. But before answering, Lionel wanted to ask one question to those in charge of the magic squad. On the day when the tower descended on the palace, he and his knights were waiting for the arrival of the magicians. But while the tower was descending, he saw a person whom he definitely did not expect to see there, and it was the Empress. Her Highness rose up, and before the portal touched the ground, she destroyed it, and only thanks to her not a single monster managed to get out. The Empress said that when the flying monster appears, the tower reaches the 3rd level, and it was she who advised to evacuate people, and she also made a donation to help him. Therefore, he said that he would exactly repeat her question, why the magicians of Egmont simply watched the terrible situation from the sidelines and did not take any action. As Minister of Defense, who must protect the people and the imperial family, he was responsible for security. He asked to save people, and if they can help them, they should immediately send a detachment of magicians there. Karl thought that he had a snake warmed on his chest. Even common people say that a wife should help her husband, and while the situation is not clear, isn't it time to engage in love affairs? Lionel's brother has spoken out. The Emperor is going too far and is being extremely rude. The meeting was interrupted by a servant who burst into the office and wanted to report urgent news. Her Highness the Empress had revoked permission for Diane Poitiers to live in the Ivory House. She approved the new order and sealed it with the Empress's seal. Lennox was angry because the Emperor personally issued Diane's residence permit, and he realized that Adele was trying to throw Diane out. As a sign of gratitude for the fact that she accompanied the Emperor all this time and coped with affairs, Adele said that she would still allow Diane Poitiers to continue to live in this palace. But one thing was contrary to the law: she was not part of the imperial family and does not have a certain status and position. Since Diane is the daughter of an earl and has a desire to remain in the palace, she was awarded guest status and was given permission to remain in the Ivory Palace, so further expenses relating to Diane of Poitiers will have to be paid by her earldom. Lennox looked at the Emperor with contempt, because in this case, Diane would have to pay a large sum for accommodation. But everyone present agreed, because it was really strange that some girl occupied an entire palace for no apparent reason. Lennox looked angrily at those present and considered them treacherous people who dared to open their mouths. The brother asked if it was Lionel's idea to pay for the Ivory Palace. Valdor smiled and said in a whisper, "His brother must understand everything, because he knows him better than anyone." After the meeting, Lionel approached his brother and asked if he had time to talk. The Emperor came out after the meeting, a grimace of discontent and rage on his face. He went to the Empress's palace to personally discuss her newly issued order. He saw the Empress, who felt that her affairs were a success, and Karl was clearly dissatisfied with something again. Adele approached him and asked what issue they had arrived on. She asked if it was possible that the Emperor had come to discuss a new order for the word Bone Palace. She asked if Karl had found any mistake in the document and did not understand what he meant. Adele said that she could easily kick Diane out, but she made concessions, and if she wanted, let her live in the palace, but not for free. And wasn't this the ideal way to place her here legally? He asked to cancel the order, but the girl insisted that Karl must fix the situation first, and she was in great shock today. The merchants sent by Diane came to her so that she could choose something for herself for the price of 1 horse, and this was the amount that she offered her from the very beginning, and now Karl was unable to stop her, and could not take anything away because initially he didn't give her anything. He angrily shouted where the Empress was going and tried to get an answer from her. Adele looked calmly at his angry eyes and said, "She wants to take a walk incognito." And she named the law, which stated that the Empress has the right, without the permission of the Emperor, to move secretly outside the palace and may not inform the Emperor about the direction and purpose. Karl was outraged when the girl managed to remember the law from beginning to end and read the set of rules. She said that she was interested in the life of the common people of Egmont. The trip would take 3 days. Then she turned around and left. Karl wanted to hang a chain around her neck and forcefully hold the Empress so that she could not move without his permission. He wanted to put his nose to her white neck and deeply inhale the scent like a spring flower. And all these sensations irritated him incredibly because Adele stubbornly did not let him near. The Empress prepared for the trip. The carriages had already been served, and she was determined to learn more about the life of the common people. The Valdor brothers asked the servant where Adele was, and he said that she was already sitting in the carriage. Her majestic figure skillfully contrasted with the gloomy surroundings. As if she was the personification of mystery and power, the dark folds of the cloak framed her slender body, and her gaze was directed into the distance. As if she was peering into unknown distances, the Empress's hair was hidden under the hood, creating a mysterious image that made me hold my breath and enthusiastically admire its greatness and beauty. She took off her hood and apologized for being the first to board the carriage without Lionel's permission. She said that the Minister of Defense had probably already notified her and asked to provide her with accommodation for the 3 days of her trip. Adele looked out the carriage window at the streets of the city and asked how the people were doing in the capital. The Valdor brothers silently looked at the Empress and asked what she herself thought about the life of the city's inhabitants. The people were wearing neat clothes, the houses outside were clean, at least they were living a decent human life. And she would not say that this was the lower class of the population. Lionel confirmed that the area is middle class, but there are huge slums about 10 minutes' drive north. Refugees who lost their homes to the towers live there, and the area is currently only growing in size. Lionel asked why she called Count Kelvin to her, and the lady replied that it was the least she could do for him and his people. The commander asked when the girl lived in Gottroff whether she was involved in rescue activities. She said that she was the founder and head of the organization to resist the towers. This was 6 months ago, and she devoted herself entirely to this cause. Before the tower touched the ground, before the monsters destroyed the population, she had to destroy the tower, and only these thoughts took possession of her. She saved the lives of many people, and they tirelessly thanked her for the help she provided. Adele still clearly remembers those feelings when she saw on people's faces not sadness and horror, but joyful and happy smiles. To save all people, not to abandon anyone, to preserve one's conscience and honor, as befits a person, this was her ideology, which she put into the organization. They soon arrived at the estate of Valdor, and the Empress was delighted with its excellence and beauty. Lionel thanked her for the compliment on the estate, and her words were the absolute truth. She looked at Lionel with enthusiasm and asked if there were any books in his duchy. The brother noticed that the Empress addressed the young man informally and suspected their strange closeness. Adele said that she did not have the opportunity to visit the library in the Imperial Palace and asked to recommend a book. She was a little uncomfortable saying that she wanted to make it appear to the public that they were dating. Brother Valdor said the library was on the 2nd floor, and she could use it as much as she wanted. Lionel approached the girl and expressed a good desire to take her to the reading room. Hannah at this time called Diane and read her a new order, which stated that the girl must decide whether she would stay here as a guest or return to the family estate as soon as possible. Diane heard the worst thing she could have expected, because she had lived in the palace for many years and no one stopped her. Hannah put the document on the table and said that this order was issued by the Empress. And Diane understood with bitterness that Adele would do everything possible to drive her out of the palace. Hannah said the Empress had good reasons for Diane to leave the palace, even though the Emperor himself had allowed her to stay. Diane was angry and declared that until she heard the order of His Highness, she would never leave the palace in which she had lived for many years. Hannah remained adamant and said that if Diane wanted to rent the rooms of the Ivory Palace, she was obliged to pay rent at the end of each month to the finance department of the Imperial Palace, promised to calculate all the expenses, and send an invoice. From now on, all issues related to living in the palace are decided by the Empress, and this is spelled out in the laws of the Empire. She has every right to manage and give orders without the consent of His Highness. Soon all the maids will have to be redistributed, and the right to their redistribution is also in the hands of the Empress. And Diane still could not understand that her stupid love was turning into nothing against the background of the law. She stopped Hannah and asked her to tell Her Majesty that if she dared to treat her cruelly, she would definitely regret it in the future. And she was sure that the Emperor would not allow her to leave this place. Diane assured that the Emperor would not be able to leave everything just like that, and would not dare to do so. Hannah touched the girl's face and said in a whisper the first wrinkles had long appeared on her sweet face. During the time that they did not see each other, Diane developed age-related folds around her eyes and lips. Hannah said, "Soon there will be more of them, and it's time for Diane to stop using the weapons she uses to be close to the Emperor." Madame Beatrice died at 29 years old. She looked very young, and there was not a single wrinkle on her face. For the Emperor, she will always remain a woman who is exactly 29 years old and who never ages. But Diane has a different future, unlike Mrs. Beatrice, and for her, time flows quickly and leaves its traces. Hannah advised that instead of sending merchants to the Empress, Diane would better pay attention to herself and take care of her skin, because she is already aging before her eyes. She warned that there were already many blondes with blue eyes younger than her in the Empire, and the Empire was teeming with girls who would like to take a place next to the Emperor, and they had the same rotten intentions as Diana. The luxurious and wonderful atmosphere. The girl was sure that all this was the result of her efforts, and there was not a single corner in the palace that she would not touch, and no empress dares to drive her out of her own palace. She always wanted to be the Emperor's beloved, but it turned out that the title of Empress gives her much more rights, and now her name alone makes Diane pathetic and insignificant compared to her. The girl was upset that she couldn't just take her place because it was very important to her. Diane stood in front of the mirror and got scared. Now she couldn't cry so that no more wrinkles would appear. She had to smile and control herself. She loudly called the maid Lorraine and ordered her to urgently call a skincare specialist. Adele was in the library and carefully read a book with interest. The Valdor brothers came to her and politely invited the girl to have dinner with them. Adele just felt that she was hungry, so she happily accepted their offer and closed the book. Brother Valdor said that it was ordered to keep the Empress's presence a secret, so the meal turned out to be modest and asked if the girl liked everything. Adele thanked the young men and was pleased. She was straightforward as always, and said that the young people clearly had questions for her and they could ask them. He asked last time the girl said that the tower was of the 4th level, but in terms of power it was only the 5th. The Empress replied that she could handle a tower of the 5th level alone. If the bathhouse was of the 4th level, she could cope with its lower and middle parts, but struggle in it will be difficult alone with a more serious portal. She said that 5 years ago she accidentally discovered this method. Since then, the number 1 rule is to destroy the tower before it touches the ground. But there is one problem. There are very few such magicians capable of controlling the upward flow, so about half of these portals it is possible to destroy before descending to the ground, and the other half has to be fought after, and unless the striker falls and manages to destroy the ground, then in this case, it is possible to do without casualties. Adele shared that, unfortunately, it was impossible to cope with the tower, which had already touched the ground, and she did not find a single way that would help destroy the tower after contact with the ground. Lionel brought a map of the Egmont Empire. He held a small stone in his hands, straightened the map, and placed the stone at a certain point. And at that moment, Adele realized that all these red dots were actually marks of the places where the towers with portals were located. Lionel confirmed that all the marked locations are towers with controlled portals. Adele looked carefully at the map and was upset to see such a large number of towers. And this meant only one thing. The Egmont Empire was then no different from an ominous hell. Lionel said that now the Empire is really in a terrible situation and asked Adele to help the people. Diane took that conversation with Hannah to heart about her fading appearance. A maid came into her room and said that the Emperor wanted to meet with her. The young man did not show any emotions and looked quite serious, although he had never behaved like this before. Diane bowed her head at the sight of the Emperor and politely greeted His Highness. He noticed that the girl lost even more weight. Her face became pale and lifeless, her neck seemed as if it could break from a sudden movement, and the girl became even more fragile, like a person who had no vitality. The young man's soul could not calm down, and it became difficult for him to breathe just from the thought that he had fallen into a bottomless black sea. Diane was sure that the Emperor was definitely angry that the Empress was trying to kick her out, and he was very sorry to see the poor girl in such a state, so he came to console her. But the young man seemed no longer affected by Diane's manipulations, and he no longer reacted to her pitiful behavior as before. He asked if she herself had recently poisoned a merchant in the Empress's palace. Diane was surprised to hear this instead of the usual words about love and how much he missed her. The Emperor asked the girl again, who looked at him silently and did not understand what to answer. Diane understood that he was not here because he was worried, and then, to interrogate her, the girl began tearfully telling her version that the Empress's supposedly small budget was cancelled and sent the merchant only so that the Empress could buy herself dresses and jewelry. She admitted that she most likely acted stupidly, but she just wanted to help her, and she assured that she could not assign her the price of one horse and gave the merchant the amount that was initially determined. The young man said it was useless to provoke her and reminded her that Diane had said that his love was enough for her. He asked not to forget these words and reminded her that as long as the girl remembered them, he would be able to protect her. And he ended the conversation with unexpected words and asked Diane to vacate the Ivory Palace soon. He promised to prepare a place for her at home, since the Empress does not have the right to command in his palace. If the girl is not happy with this idea, she can always return to the Poitiers estate. Diane prayed that the Emperor would not abandon her and ask her to return back to her native land. The young man was very annoyed when Diane began to ask him not to leave her, and he asked her not to say that again. He said the girl was starting to look more and more like his mother, then he turned around and left. Brother Valdor informed Adele that the butler would show the girl to her room, and if problems arise, she could contact him at any time. The Duke wished her good dreams and said goodbye until tomorrow. Adele looked at the young men and kindly wished Lionel good night. Due to obsessive thoughts, the girl could not sleep for a long time after her arrival in Egmont. Quite a lot of new events happened. Adele needed to deal with the accumulated problems, and she did not understand how she could sleep peacefully after the news about a bunch of towers and portals that were infested with ominous monsters. Lionel couldn't sleep that night either. He got out of bed and saw the light in the Empress's window. Suddenly, a small pebble hit the window in the young man's bedroom. Lionel opened the balcony to see who did it. Adele stood on the balcony opposite and waved her hand to the Duke, who immediately thought that something was bothering the Empress. But Adele was interested in only one unexpected question: where she could get alcoholic drinks. A couple of minutes later, they were walking down the corridor together. The girl asked why the Duke was still not sleeping. The thought of her kept him awake, but the young man could not tell Adele the truth directly, so he tried to discreetly change the subject of the conversation and asked if the girl really wanted to drink at night. She lowered her eyes and admitted that she could not sleep, and for this reason she sometimes resorted to alcohol. They entered the room. Adele asked the young man to get a drink and said that she could sort it out herself, and he, if he wanted, could go to bed. The Duke asked what the girl preferred, and was very surprised to hear that Adele drinks pure, strong whiskey without ice or snacks. He said the drink was very strong, but Adele asked him to stop and not grumble. She asked if the young man wanted to go to his place or keep her company. Lionel refrained from drinking, but decided to stay with the Empress for a while. Adele picked up the glass and drank almost the entire glass in one gulp. She thanked Lionel and admitted that from the very first day of her stay here, she had to face hostility, the reason for which she did not even know. And thanks to him, the situation with the tower was somehow resolved, but the Empress was a little tired. Because of the flow of thoughts, she could not sleep, and so she decided to drink a little. Lionel said he may be crossing the line, but the girl is very smart about solving problems and he respects that. She thanked the Duke for his kind words, which actually made her feel a little better. Adele saw the portrait hanging on the wall and asked if this little boy depicted in the painting was the Duke. In the image he seemed more alive and energetic than now. His father often said that Lionel was a prankster as a child. He often had the habit of being a bully, which really annoyed his father, and Adele said that she would actually be interested in meeting him at that age. Lionel said that he was glad that he met her at this age, because if he had been a child, he certainly would not have been able to become an assistant to the Empress, and the girl laughed at these words. Ruddy cheeks, eyes reflecting the moonlight, the cold-blooded Empress who seemingly dominates the empire, laughs because of such a small thing, and now in his eyes she looks like just a beautiful woman. Adele noticed Lionel's thoughtful face. The young man instantly blushed and looked away. For a moment the girl thought that the Duke began to look attractive, but it was likely due to the alcohol. She said that she was ready to answer one question that he would not dare to ask the Empress, the young man inquired. The girl was previously responsible for the removal of the towers in Gottroff, but for some reason she decided to agree to marry the emperor of such a distant country and came to Egmont. The Empress began. The story is that there is also a family portrait hanging in Gottroff's palace, and anyone would see love and harmony in it. Her father died suddenly due to illness. Then the empire was in chaos, so her mother proposed marriage to her and sent her to Egmont, and even the organization controlled by Adele did not become a reason for her refusal. But in fact, she would not have been able to refuse, because this was her fault too. Lionel noticed that the girl was telling the story of her life with a gloomy face, so he decided not to ask what happened next. Adele did not give details and said that she was ready to go to bed, and it was time for them to say goodbye. At the end of the day, the emperor began to be overcome by an all-consuming emptiness inside. She remembered the day when everyone congratulated him on his coronation. While still just a child, in his younger years, he had already become the most respected aristocrat of this country. For some reason, on days like these, His Highness remembered those times more and more clearly, and now he was tormented by the question of where the Empress had gone. Due to the cancellation of the additional budget, there were currently no knights or maids who could accompany the girl, and Countess Hannah said that she knew nothing, and the young man was very annoyed that he could not control Adele because he had not allocated additional budget. And if you think about it, the answer is very simple. What should a foreign empress do who doesn't have any acquaintances in Egmont? The Duke remembered last night so clearly, as if it had happened a minute ago. Because of this, he could not fall asleep for a long time. The young man woke up in the morning, but the lively laughter of the Empress still sounded in his head. The Empress came out to the Valdor brothers and wished them good morning with a smile. One of them asked how Her Highness's night had gone and whether anything had caused her any inconvenience. Duke Valdor noticed that the atmosphere between the Empress and Lionel had become completely different, and that night something happened between them. They sat down to have tea. The Empress said that there was one activity that she would like to do today, but she would need the help of her brothers. The girl asked to attach a couple of knights to her whom they trust, and they should be well versed in the area. The Empress wanted to walk around the capital to examine the standard of living in the slums and learn about the life of the common people from the inside. Lionel bowed his head before the girl and without hesitation declared that he was ready to personally escort Adele around the districts of the capital. After some time, Adele and Lionel arrived at the river. The Empress felt a terrible fetid smell. The Duke reported that there were slums beyond this river. The river was called Niawara, a word that represents coldness and purity. But at the moment, there is not a single living creature in it. The slums had a bad water situation. In other words, the slums were a huge toilet for everyone. The smell of burning could also be heard from there. It was the smell of burning corpses, since there is no place here for the living, and even more so for the dead. The Empress took off her mask without fear and said, "No one will recognize her in this place. And for these people, the Empress is not more important than bread with which to fill their stomach." There were about 10 such districts, and the smaller ones were completely impossible to count, and Adele felt as if she had right now entered the gates of hell. Lionel asked what the Empress would do if the Emperor was against what she decided to do. He warned that these slums appeared a long time ago, and the emperor clearly knows about their existence. Adele was angry. How can he be called a man if he turns a blind eye to the lives of ordinary poor people? She called the aristocrats of this empire brainless people who do not think about their country at all. The empress was outraged. The lack of hospitals and water supply, schools for children. A real person cannot ignore the problems of poor areas and simply turn a blind eye to what is happening. Lionel silently lowered his eyes and understood perfectly well that Adele was right now, and all her discontent was justified. The Duke had long wanted at least someone to be very angry. The girl's words at that moment were sincere, and Adele seemed closer to him. Lionel looked at the girl and replied that no matter what she decided to do, he would definitely help her. At this time, Diane returned to the chambers in which she lived before she received the ivory palace. When moving, there were a lot of things, and the girl asked the servants to send some of them to the county of Poitiers. It was the first day that she returned to the emperor's palace, but His Highness was in no hurry to visit the girl. Diane was not going to sit idly by and went straight to meet the emperor. One of the servants said that now the girl's status is only a guest of the palace and called her Lady Poitiers. She entered His Highness's room and saw a young man beaming on the sofa with a glass in his hands. Dina said the emperor looked worried. She understood that if he was worried about her, he would have come to visit in person long ago. But now his soul is tormented by the thought that Her Highness is in the Duchy of Valdor. She tried to convince the young man that there was only one place she could go. And she said right now she was probably spending the night with her assistant Duke Lionel Valdor. The young man asked her to stop. Then the girl gently touched his face and said, "Only she will always be by his side." Diane asked not to forget, only if she could understand the emperor and feel his soul. It was not beneficial for her if he began to drown in thoughts about the empress, since he belongs entirely only to her. Lionel noticed that the empress had still not returned to her room and decided to check if she was still in the reading room. But the girl was not in the library. Perhaps she was talking with his brother, and the Duke intended to find the empress. He accidentally discovered a lady in another room. She was sitting on the sofa and holding a glass of alcohol in her hands. It turned out that she had been drinking here without permission and asked if the Duke would like to join her. The young man said that if the girl continued to abuse, she could harm herself and her health, but the empress in response only asked to pour more. She smiled and said he shouldn't decide how much she drinks, and today she just wants to get drunk. Adele drank half a glass of alcohol in one gulp and was not going to listen to anyone's advice about her actions. The girl said she noticed that the guy sometimes looks at her with a strange expression on his face. She said that she understood that the position of her assistant was not such an honorable position, but she promised to definitely defend his honor. On the day he left this position, she promised to make an official statement that there were only business relations and no personal connections between her and Lionel Valdor. It was unknown whether this would help the young man restore his honor, but in any case, doing so was better than simply remaining silent. Suddenly, Lionel picked up a full glass and drank the alcoholic drink in one gulp. He shared that if he had worried about his honor, he would never have become an advisor to the empress. He was well aware of the role that assistants play, having been born and raised in Egmont. Lionel said the girl doesn't have to worry so much about his honor. Everyone thinks that there is nothing in their relationship, but Adele wanted to suggest that there should be honor and respect for each other between them. She wanted to drink water, stood up and lost her balance from the alcohol, but the Duke caught the girl in time. And at that moment, their faces were too close to each other, and Adele felt it was too dangerous. She said that she knew the young man had not come to become her lover. He recently said that he would help her in everything. It was excellent support. So Adele promised never to betray her reliable assistant. Diane stood opposite the emperor on her knees in his room and tried to press for pity. The words that the empress was spending the night with Lionel disgusted him with his former lover. He remained silent after hearing her suggestion, and then quietly asked her to leave his room. The emperor was lying in his bed when a servant broke the important news. Empress Adele had just returned to the palace. The empress did not consider it necessary to report on her departures from the palace and could return back at any time. She was greeted by maids who offered to prepare a warm bath for Her Highness. Entering the palace, she immediately felt a different atmosphere in the air. Hannah reported that Diane Poitiers had moved to a guest room in the imperial palace, and her status had been officially changed. Adele admitted that she did her best and asked if there was any other news. Nothing special happened during these days, but it turned out that a servant from the palace was persistently trying to find out her whereabouts. The girl was surprised to hear this information and looked at Hannah. At that moment, the emperor entered the room, and Adele assumed that the young man must have come to resolve an issue related to the palace of Diane Poitiers. But the first thing that interested His Highness was where the Empress was all this time. He approached Adele and asked if it was true that all this time she had been with Lionel Valdor. The girl was silent, and this forced the emperor to raise his voice more strongly, and their conversation began to resemble an interrogation. Adele replied, "Even if this is so, the emperor still has absolutely nothing to do with it." The young man said that Adele should become the mother of his child in the future, and he is worried that she will not become pregnant by Valdor. The Empress knew that all the young man's words were simple hypocrisy, and in fact, he deeply did not care about anyone. She came closer and asked if he really thought he could just take over and dominate. She asked the young man not to use cheap tricks and try to seduce her with something that she might like. And when she loosened her grip, he could quietly put the collar on her without Adele even noticing him. The emperor said that the girl should rest, and he would come to her later. The young man's behavior was strange, and the empress was surprised that he was just leaving now. Merchants stood on the threshold of the palace, but the maids assured him that no meetings or visits had been scheduled. Adele was sitting in her office. Hannah came to her and informed her of the arrival of the merchants sent by His Highness. The empress said she did not need anything and asked to send the merchants back. Hannah assured the girl that the emperor was not angry at their last meeting and left with a smile on his face. Adele spoke out. Nothing happened between them that could calm him down. Less than a week has passed since he canceled the budget, and this is probably another way to make fun of him. In this case, Hannah offered to buy gold with the allocated money, since the girl refuses clothes and jewelry. Adele had not considered this option, but she was very interested in this proposal. What was expected of Hannah was an idea worthy of an imperial palace manager, and it all cost more than the set amount of the extra budget. It seemed to Adele that this was not a gift, but some kind of mockery on the part of the emperor. He said that he would not give the empress an additional budget, but instead would give a worthy gift. Lionel could not stop thinking about the empress. She reasoned that Diane Poitiers had probably already left the palace and everything was going as planned. But for some reason, he felt completely joyless. He stood opposite the sofa on which Adele had been sitting yesterday, and their conversation could not leave the young man's head. When she announced the search for an assistant, the young man immediately decided to apply in person and did not even allow the thought of sending another person. And in fact, from the first minute of their meeting, he was fascinated by the bright light emanating from her. He was sure that his desire and feelings would only tarnish the honor of Her Highness, and he decided to bury all his strong feelings deep inside before no one guessed about them. At least he has no right to betray her. Early in the morning, servants crowded under Adele's window, whom the emperor sent with the words that there were not enough people in the empress's palace. Yesterday he sent money, today servants, and this meant only one thing. He was definitely not going to allocate an additional budget. Adele wanted to send them back, but first asked Hannah if that would be a smart decision. Hannah also reported that Duke d'Espinay had sent a man to convey that he was requesting an audience with the empress. It was strange what this cunning man was up to. Adele asked him to tell him to come at any convenient time. The man soon visited the empress to ask how she was doing after the destruction of the tower. While drinking tea, the first thing he admired was that the girl turned out to be an excellent magician, and he was very surprised that day. He invited her to look into the order of magicians if Adele had free time. Adele asked if it would be strange if she showed up there unannounced. She had heard that the mages of Egmont were given ranks as soon as they took office, and if she started working, would she receive the rank or position of captain? D'Espinay planned that the empress would think about him earlier and would not contact Valdor, but the girl, apparently, decided to take the thorny path. Adele pretended that she did not understand why D'Espinay came here and continued to communicate politely. The man said that he knew very well what difficulties the girl was currently having and apologized for the late visit. He unexpectedly announced that he would eliminate Diane Poitiers and that people who do not know their place should be gotten rid of. Adele decided to take a moment and asked why they had still turned a blind eye to the towers that someone seemed to need. She stated that she was not going to earn authority by winning the love and attention of the emperor because she was interested in the epicenter of power and did not care about the little crumbs around her. Adele specially revealed all the cards, and Despona must show her his real appearance. He did not hesitate for a long time and invited Adele to become the mistress of the tower. Magic is the power that heaven has given them, and if you control the tower, you can get great power. He extended his hand to the girl and asked her to trust him, and in return he would help her become a goddess. He thanked for the conversation, took his leave, and promised to visit the Empress again soon. It was all disgusting and irritated the girl so much that she was already starting to feel sick from the vile communication with cruel people. After talking with Despona, Adele felt extremely bad. The girl's whole body was burning, and no medicine helped. Hannah told the doctor that in the morning the Empress was still fine, and the doctor found no traces of poison. The news that the Empress had lost consciousness quickly reached the Emperor, and the young man could not believe that this steel woman, who, it seemed, could not be pierced even with a needle, could lose consciousness. All this time, Adele dreamed of how she said goodbye to her knights before leaving. They asked to take at least one of them, and even promised to secretly sneak into Egmont. But then Adele assured them that this path was intended only for her, and they all have their own path, and they must do a lot for Gottroff, and strictly forbade them to leave the country. In her delirium, she heard the warm and familiar voice of Lionel, who promised to help her at all costs. Adele was unconscious and had not yet recovered from her fainting spell. The Emperor sat opposite her for the first time. He saw a woman who resembled an icy flame, crying and weak. The young man was not looking at Adele and was sure that if it was simply not enough for her to live quietly, he would definitely put her on a leash. And if he doesn't succeed, he is ready to build such a huge fence around the Empress that she will not understand the ban. Lionel was shocked by the news that the Empress had lost consciousness, because just recently she had been kind and cheerful. The servant reported to him, "5 doctors are on duty outside her room, but there is no improvement yet." Suddenly, a maid from the Empress's palace ran into the room and said that Her Highness was urgently calling Lionel Valdor. The young man arrived instantly. Adele was lying in her bed and was still unconscious. He said in a whisper that her assistant had arrived, and at that moment the girl slowly opened her eyes. She asked to send a man to Gottroff so that he would bring at least one of her acquaintances. Adele said that she could only pronounce his name and only ask him for something. The Empress asked to bring someone she knew, but she was tormented by doubts, because this path was intended only for her. The girl was in doubt, but changed her mind and asked to pretend that Lionel had not heard anything. She understood that she could not ask them to leave both the country and the family because of her, and suddenly fell with her head on the young man's shoulder. The Emperor seemed to feel it and came in at the exact moment when Adele was again unconscious, and Lionel was holding her by the shoulders. Rumors about Her Highness's illness quickly spread, and in secular society they discussed the decline of Diane Poitiers, a mistress without a son, like a candle lit in a storm. Diane was just worried that His Highness had gone somewhere again and had not returned for a long time. The servants announced the Emperor had just gone to the Empress's palace. Their dry response betrayed a different atmosphere, and now the servants no longer tried to flatter her. She stood opposite the door of the Emperor's bedroom and accidentally saw one of the maids coming out of there. But she had never met this girl in the palace before and knew all the maids by sight. She was confused by the fact that the girl also had blonde golden hair and blue eyes, for which the Emperor was so passionate. The Emperor did not expect to see Lionel in Adele's bedroom and menacingly asked what the young man was doing here. Hannah approached Adele and promised to take care of the Empress, who was completely weakened. Lionel said that Her Highness called him to her. During the conversation, she felt dizzy, and he only held her so that the Empress did not fall. The Emperor was surprised why Adele called her assistant first and not someone else. Hannah reported that the Empress fell asleep again, and His Highness stood silently in front of the girl's bed for some time. An elegant face, wet eyes, and in such a defenseless form she appeared before this man. He wanted to know what Lionel was thinking about at that moment, and wanted to tear out his eyes right now, and intended to show who this woman really belonged to. The young man was about to leave the bedroom, but the Emperor asked Valdor not to leave, and he sat down opposite Adele and gently stroked her face. He asked to bring a wet towel. Hannah said that she could handle it herself, but the young man insisted that if Knight Valdor was the Empress's assistant, he could certainly do it himself. A few minutes later, Lionel stood opposite His Highness, holding a tray with a wet towel in his hands. The Emperor arrogantly took a towel in his hands and wiped it on the head of the girl, who still had a strong fever. All this time, Lionel stood behind and watched as His Highness deliberately did everything in order to get him emotional. He finished the procedure and said menacingly, "From now on, when the Empress is sleeping, Lionel is obliged to wait for her outside the door of the room. The young man threw the towel onto the tray in Lionel's hands and walked out of the bedroom. Lionel silently left the palace and was beside himself with rage. Opening his eyes, the Empress called him first, not the Emperor, and this meant a lot. He restrained himself from shouting anything back to the Emperor. He increasingly wanted to bury his passion deeper and not show his feelings anymore. But again, he was crushed and had absolutely no idea how to cope with all this. The servant informed the Emperor that he was unable to clarify the situation inside the Valdor estate and find out the necessary information. He said that Valdor and the Empress were in the slums across the river, and she went there specially with him, and Lionel Valdor became for him like a bone stuck in his throat. Diane was already waiting for the Emperor in the palace, and she made a special effort to catch his arrival. His Highness did not look at the girl, sat down at his desk, and asked what issue she was here for. Diane did not expect such indifference from the Emperor, but she remembered the reason why she came. The new maid came into the office to pick up documents that she needed to sort out. And it was precisely the new maid whom she had recently met coming out of her master's bedroom. And at that moment she remembered the words of Hannah, who said that in the Empire there were many blondes with blue eyes, and younger than her. The Emperor said if the girl has nothing to ask, she can go. Diane said apparently the Emperor's maid changed, and the girl who just came out was very attentive and said that after moving, she doesn't have enough maids, and is it possible to take her with her? After a conversation with the Emperor, Diane called her brother to her to reprimand him for not paying attention to the maids and not being able to properly carry out just one assignment. The young man admitted that now this is the responsibility of the Empress and Hannah Giggs, so he cannot in any way influence who is hired or fired. Diane stated that the maid in charge of the Emperor's documents should go to her and asked her brother to sort it out. She insisted that the young man give her a small amount of money for silence and send her to the capital. But the guy argued that there was no need to overdo it, and he would immediately react if he noticed that the Emperor wanted to invite her to his place. Diane did not want to listen to his speculations and ordered to resolve all issues before it was too late. That same evening, Hannah watched the new maid run from the palace and understood that soon another maid would take her place, wanting to become the second Poitiers. Diane sat in her room and waited for news about the new maid. The maid said that she packed her things and ran away, so in any case Diane had better relax, because this is the only way she can have a child sooner. Adele's health gradually returned to normal, and the girl had already fully woken up from fainting. Hannah said the lady did not regain consciousness for about 2 days. The Empress asked if she had woken up by chance and called for Lionel Valdor. She hoped it was a dream, but in reality she was actually asking the young man to bring his people. Hannah reported that the Emperor came to her and was very worried. He even called doctors and asked about her condition every hour. Diane met the Emperor, who was hurrying somewhere along the corridor, and wanted to stop him. She turned to His Highness, but he did not even look up at the girl and did not stop. Diane did not understand where the Emperor could be in such a hurry that he did not even notice her presence. It turned out that he had just been given the news that the Empress had regained consciousness, and Diane immediately felt dizzy from what she heard. She understood perfectly well that the Emperor went straight to the Empress to see her, and was treating her in a very cruel way. The separation was inevitable, but that didn't make it any less painful. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she imagined life without him. She felt the inner turmoil tearing her apart, and every breath was a painful reminder that he was no longer, will be nearby. The Emperor stood opposite Adele and asked how she was feeling after her serious illness. Adele assumed that the Emperor was up to something and was deliberately pretending to be worried about her. He asked if she had lost consciousness in Gautroff before, but this had never happened to Adele before, and the Emperor promised to provide her with treatment and constant medical supervision. The Emperor did not take his eyes off the girl, and Adele was a little annoyed that he was staring like that. Her eyes sparkled like the rays of the golden sun, and her black hair was like the most delicate silk. Adele and his mother were very different from each other. When he saw her among the crowd, nobly sitting on a throne, it seemed that he was overcome by the desire to trample her. But then he was deeply mistaken, and if he really wanted this, he would never have bowed his head to her and would never have smiled. He said that he was glad to see the girl in health and asked her to get more rest. The Emperor's behavior was strange. Adele did not know what was happening, but she was sure that the Emperor was definitely not himself, although recently he had personally tried to make her a dummy empress. Suddenly, words appeared in her memory about how he wanted to build a fence around her. The Empress asked Hannah if she had heard what the Emperor said to her while she was sleeping, but unfortunately she was not around then. She didn't know what the reason was, but it seemed that the Emperor had completely new feelings for her. Adele understood that she needed strength, not the fragile and shaky one, but her personal one. And at that moment, she remembered the words of Lionel, who once suggested that she become an official magician, because only in this way could she gain the right to vote in high society. Lionel was informed that the Empress had come to her senses and was on the mend. His brother saw the young man's worried face and asked him to calm down and not panic. He said the atmosphere in the palace is tense now, and if the relationship between the Emperor and Empress changes, he will have to retreat back. But Lionel insisted that if we are talking about the position of assistant, then the time has not come for this yet, and they definitely need to find out information about the towers. But his brother was sure that this is not the only thing that keeps him in the position of assistant. Brother Poitier was excited by his urgent call, so he quickly went to Diane, who suddenly became ill. The girl was sitting in bed and holding her stomach with one hand. He was told that his sister was not feeling well, but a completely satisfied girl was sitting in front of him, and this meant only one thing. She said there was a high probability of pregnancy, and the doctor said that it wasn't even a month yet. And as it turned out, the loss of appetite, nausea, and emotional instability were due to pregnancy. She carried a child under her heart who was supposed to become their savior, and now all she could do was pray that it was a boy. Hannah was concerned that Her Highness had only just gotten back on her feet and was already about to leave the palace. Adele reassured the lady and promised it wouldn't take much time. The Empress pointed to one of the maids and said she would have to go with her. She arrived at the detachment of magicians and said that she would like to meet with the captain, and the young man politely invited the Empress to accompany her. She passed by the knights of the detachment, who on that ill-fated day saw the destruction of the tower. The young man suggested that most likely the Empress would receive the official title of Mana, and then she would also have a service rank. Due to the fact that Vice Captain Lennox Poitier was slow to make a decision that day, she did not immediately go to deal with the tower, and then the girl from the mage squad thought that she would see a mountain of corpses of knights of her own blood. But she could not possibly expect that the Empress would destroy the tower using a method they had never even heard of, and what other doubts could there be about her service rank? Despinay put on a fake smile on his face at the sight of the Empress and greeted her joyfully. Adele apologized for coming unannounced, but everyone knew that she did it on purpose. She had to play the role of an imperious empress, so Adele immediately began the conversation with the fact that she loves it when everything belongs to her. First, the girl needed to receive an official title, which in Ekmon is given after a battle between magicians, and if she destroyed the tower alone, Lennox Poitier would be a worthy opponent for her. Until then, the Duke had built strong relationships with the Poitier family, but now it was as if he was ready to renounce them. The man said that rank could wait a little and getting it in the mage squad would be problematic. The Empress insisted that there was no point in the simple title of magician for her, since she was already one, and asked permission to participate in meetings of the High Council. Despone only now realized what goal the Empress had actually been pursuing all this time. Adele smiled and said, "Now they are one family and must trust each other." And the man realized what kind of predator Empress Gottroff had sent to them. The girl said that she had heard that there were towers in many places in the Empire, and asked how Despinay was going to deal with this. He heard that in Gottroff, towers are destroyed before they touch the ground, and most likely these are more modern methods. But Adele apparently is poorly aware of the properties of portals, and said that in fact, a tower calls another one, and it draws in the next one. When his plans come to fruition, all magicians will be able to use their power, then their era will begin, and when that day comes, all those who are not magicians will turn into second-class people. This short meeting with Duke Despone and their conversation managed to unsettle the Empress. She did not quite understand what property of the towers he was talking about. But one thing was clear. Duke Despinay was going to put the lives of innocent people at stake. Adele understood that he would have to be stopped and asked the maid to go faster. But suddenly I saw Lionel passing nearby, and somewhere deep inside I was very happy to see him. As soon as he saw her, all annoying thoughts instantly faded into the background, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. They stood opposite each other, and the Empress said tenderly, They had not seen each other for a long time. Lionel said the girl looked very sick, and she needed to lie down rather than go for a walk. He threw his jacket on her and asked her to walk in it so as not to catch a cold. For the first time, Adele felt such care and warmth, as if she were in the arms of a loved one. Before this, Adele had not noticed that Lionel was of large build, but now she suddenly noticed it. A cold, frosty wind blew, and Valdor tried to cover the girl, who said that she had an excellent assistant. After all, he caught her from the sky when she descended from the sky, and now he protects her from the wind, and there was no such person like him either in her homeland or here. She apologized that during that conversation she asked him for a strange thing, to bring someone from Gottroff. The young man said that he was ready to fulfill her request if it was really necessary. They reached the palace together, and Adele gave the young man his jacket with words of gratitude. The Empress entered the palace on the threshold of which Hannah was waiting for her, and Lionel stood for some time silently looking after her. At the same time, the Emperor, who had been absent for a long time, returned to Gottroff's palace. Lutio. He rushed to look for his sister, but the maid reported that a month after his departure on the occasion of the funeral, his sister left. The nanny admitted that Her Highness the Princess ordered her not to say anything to the boy. But she left him a letter, which the nanny immediately handed over upon his arrival home. Mother was glad to see her son return and proudly greeted the new emperor. He immediately decided to find out why she sent her sister to Egmont and did not even discuss this issue with him. She said Adele deserved more than to become just the mistress of an ordinary aristocratic family and asked for forgiveness for not warning her son, but he was sure Adele did not go there of her own free will. She always apologized to her brother, and when asked what she was apologizing for, she only answered with a smile. When she turned 14, despite her mother's protests, she decided to lead the Tower Resistance Organization. But Adele's mother expressed her opinion. The heir to the throne must think about his safety first, and the princess who created the resistance organization is putting herself at risk, so she must hand over her place to Lucio Gottroff. For this reason, Adele refused to inherit the throne, but for the princess who always lived with her title, this decision was tantamount to death. And then several people supporting her offered her a cruel solution: to destroy the prince. For a split second, Adele then thought about it. Although she gave up on the idea, those who noticed the fleeting doubt in her eyes caused an incident, and the weakness she showed in front of them became poison and almost poisoned her beloved brother. The blood of all the followers who supported Adele at one time flowed like a river, and the smoke of their burnt bodies filled the entire sky. And while she was in her native Gottroff, this would repeat itself over and over again. The sister had no idea that Lucio had known about everything for a long time, that his sister left Gottroff. This was the punishment she imposed on herself, and her last gesture of caring for her brother. He called Cain Knox and ordered to go to Egmont and find out how their beloved princess was doing, and if she was unhappy and did not want to stay there any longer, then he would certainly bring her back. Cain Knox honorably agreed to carry out the order of the young emperor and bowed before him. The emperor was sitting in his office and sorting out important papers when he was interrupted by one of the maids. Lady Poitiers was not feeling well and wanted to have a serious conversation, but His Highness was already pretty tired of her fragile body and weak voice. She took the emperor's hand, placed it on her stomach, and said that they would soon have a child. But even after these words, the young man remained silent and did not show any emotions at all. Diane held her breath and could not understand why the emperor was looking at her so strangely. He asked how reliable the information was and whether the doctor had already confirmed it, but they only said that the symptoms were very similar to pregnancy, and the exact result will be known only in a month. She tried to take the young man's hand and asked if he was not at all happy about the birth of their child, but he dryly replied that he was glad, turned around and went about his business, leaving the girl alone. The emperor's own mother, Beatrice, met a cruel end having given birth to an heir to the throne. She was never recognized as the mother of the emperor. After giving birth, her child was immediately taken away from her mother, and she didn't even really see how he grew up and did not participate in his upbringing. His Highness always felt sorry for his mother, so Diane was sure that the emperor's attitude towards her would be completely different. But now clearly I understood the whole bitter truth. The emperor called a doctor, who claimed that he had prescribed the medicine many times and it always had an excellent effect. He was not sure of the diagnosis and argued that the preliminary diagnosis may well be incorrect. The young man was confused. What would the Empress say when she found out about this? Her already weak position would be shaken even more. If this happened, he would become her only support, and perhaps this was a chance to change her mind about everything. The Duke of Desponais summoned Brother Potier to him for an important conversation. He knew very well that if it weren't for him, these two would have lived a completely different life decades ago. He met Poitier's brother and sister on the territory where the tower had to be destroyed. By luck, he witnessed the awakening of Lennox's powers and decided to take in these children who had lost their parents. Lennox's magical skills were excellent, and he played a big role when it came to taking control of the Order of Magicians. And Diane, thanks to her intelligence and attractive appearance, was able to cope with the sensitive nature of the Emperor and take control of him. But now Diane's usefulness has become less, as they say. She was an annual flower, and His Highness's sympathy for her has noticeably faded. He asked if the young man could defeat the Empress in one-on-one combat, and the young man said that he was ready to go into battle even now. The guy suddenly announced that they had good news. His sister Diane was pregnant with the Emperor's child. This was excellent news for the Duke of Despont, and he was very happy to hear it. He said that he had no doubt about Lennox's skills, so there was no need to spoil Her Highness's mood. The man suggested that it would be better for Diane to return to the palace, and that the expectant mother should be in comfort. Desponais knew that the Emperor had a complex about his pedigree and would not have fathered a child with a commoner, and it was unlikely that birth control had been suspended. Adele was worried that Hannah would scold her for going out, but the lady was silent for now. She was lucky then to meet Lionel on the way, and if he had not borrowed his jacket, her condition would have clearly worsened. Suddenly, she remembered the warmth and his reliable broad shoulders that protected her from the cold wind. But she was always the one who protects others and never needed anyone's help. But to be honest, she was pleased to receive care from him. Hannah asked where the Empress was, and she replied that she had seen the Duke of Desponais. She asked Adele to be careful with this man, because he once took the orphans of Poitiers and sponsored their lives all this time. Adele was handed the document from the leadership department and asked to hand it over personally to the Empress. It said that they wanted to rent the Ivory Palace, but the amount for rent was huge, and it was not clear how this could happen. And every time hard times came, Adele for some reason immediately remembered Lionel. She asked to urgently call an assistant and apologize for such an unexpected visit. The documents were brought only an hour ago, but the young man was already aware that they wanted to rent the Ivory Yard for a long time. The young man reported checking the information of Lennox Poitier. It turned out that after the meeting with the Duke of Desponais, he immediately went to the management department, so Lionel was sure that he allocated the funds for the rent, but most likely after he was going to withdraw this money, as the financial management department is located under his leadership. It seemed impossible, but Duke Desponais, as it turned out, had deeply planted his rotten roots. Adele noticed that Lionel's eyes were filled with warmth and kindness towards her, and this warm, caring look seemed familiar to her. The Empress suggested that Diane Poitiers was most likely pregnant, and it was for her that Desponais wanted to rent the palace. Lionel's heart ached as if someone was pouring salt into the wound in front of the Emperor, who took the place next to her while she was sick. He was useless and had to just watch, but really this time he couldn't do anything. Adele had no intention of looking like a woman who was frightened by this news, and she couldn't act as if she urgently needed to give birth to an heir. A message was conveyed to the Emperor that the entire Ivory Palace was going to be rented. He meant that news of Diane's pregnancy had reached the Empress, and he was sure that her mood was clearly spoiled, and she would probably greet him again with her coldness. But he knew that in this situation, no one could help her, and Valdor's insignificance was of no use, and the only one who was now able to support Her Highness was him. Hannah thought that after the news about Diane's pregnancy, Adele would obviously become ill, but the girl looked great. The Empress took the lady by the hand and asked why she looked so upset, as if something irreparable had happened. She wanted Hannah not to worry about her and not to apologize in any way for her mood. Adele was the Empress of Egmont, simply the wife of the current ruler, and this title did not oblige her to become the mother of an unborn child. She was sure there was no need to worry about the Emperor's concubine becoming pregnant. This outcome of events was predetermined. There is no need to cause a commotion, but being an empress, Adele could not avoid her duty to give birth to an heir. And on that wedding night, when she was not overwhelmed by all these feelings, Adele would hardly have been able to fulfill her obligation. The emperor saw the empress standing on the balcony and noticed that even after hearing the news of Diane's pregnancy, Adelaide was still determined and steadfast. After some time, the girl had an appointment with the emperor, and from the very first minute, he did not stop looking at her intently. He suddenly asked her out loud to look at him and asked if she had probably already heard the news. The emperor asked her not to worry about this, and these rumors should not bother her. The young man sat down on one knee and said that only Adele's child would be his heir. Therefore, they need to improve relationships with each other and move to a new stage. He asked her to send Lionel Valdor away and not to visit such terrible places as those slums again. The emperor suggested that she wanted to see how the people lived, but in fact, the indigenous people of Egmont did not live there. Adele believed that slums and people living in such conditions should not be simply abandoned. And if you destroy the towers and return them to their homeland, no one will want to settle in such a terrible place. Lionel Valdor once said that to get rid of slums, you need to destroy the towers. He asked the empress if Valdor had asked her to tell this to the emperor. But she herself expressed a desire to go to the slums. She saw how bad the conditions were, and they say there are countless such areas. Adele said confidently, "We need to destroy the towers." From her earliest childhood, the empress praised Lionel Valdor and his nobility, and the little emperor only heard about his excellent pedigree and outstanding abilities. The towers were the basis of his power, and the aristocrats would never have obeyed him if it weren't for these portals with monsters. If not for the towers, he would not have been able to gain recognition from the nobility, and Adele did not understand how he could consider this disaster as leverage over the people. The empress unfolded the map and asked to look at the marks. The map showed the range of each tower, and there were very few safe lands left. The emperor looked at Adele and continued to remain silent, pretending that nothing was happening. The girl was outraged. The emperor wants to send ordinary people to certain death. She assured that if he wanted to build his power on the lives of ordinary people, later it would all turn against him. The emperor did not understand. The lady just needed to accept his help and not drive herself into such a disastrous situation. He asked if Adele would really help in destroying the towers and wander through hellish places with such a beautiful face. Then she dealt with the tower alone. But it was a mid-level tower, and she was probably almost carried in her arms in Gottroff, and such places became just entertainment for her. The emperor said that the next time the tower comes down, let him try to deal with it himself, going to the very heat of hell. At the same time, a message arrived in the palace of Adele's mother that Cain Knox and Givlin Luhan had secretly arrived at the port, and His Highness gave them a letter. The lady understood. He probably wrote to her to come back if it was hard for her there, but he didn't even imagine that it was also not easy for her to send her daughter to God knows where. At one of the defining moments, she and her daughter disagreed, but if she had not listened to her, then her mother would not have become an ally and support for her. Adelaide was the ideal heir to the imperial throne, but the place itself did not suit her because fish would never survive in crystal-clear water. Before Adele left the palace, she secretly took poison from the imperial physician, and it is quite possible that the mother will never see her daughter alive again. She knew Adele had long ago chosen to die rather than return home to Gottroff. Her close friends sailed on a ship to Egmont, reasoning that she should then confess her feelings to one of them. In fact, countless people asked her to stay, but she refused everyone, and only if she was overthrown could they bring her home. Caney understood that at the end of their journey, he would meet a girl who was so dear to his heart. Adele informed Hannah that she wanted to take a walk alone in the yard and get some fresh air. The lady warned that it was already starting to get dark and the girl should not walk alone in the dark. Oddly enough, Adele was very similar in character and behavior to Princess Elizabeth. In the end, the princess had to divorce Duke Valdor. Although it was a marriage of convenience, they were on excellent terms, but the princess soon left him. Only later did the true reason for their divorce become known. Duc d'Esponnay, and the emperor wanted to ensure that Elizabeth's husband lost political power by law. And having found out everything, the princess without hesitation filed for divorce and left their capital. Adele walked down the street and could not stop thinking about the fact that the emperor made the towers the basis of his power, and by raising the issue of destroying the portals, he is trying to control the aristocrats who are begging him for help. But there are too many towers to serve one single purpose, and there must be another reason. The Empress raised her head and saw Lionel, who, as always, arrived just in time. He asked where she was going, and Adele said that she wanted to take a short walk. And if the young man is going in the same direction, then they can go together and keep each other company. Suddenly, the young man again reminded that he was ready to go after those 3 people about whom the Empress spoke during her illness. Lionel's good nature was like a warm blade that gently plunges into the heart and exposes the most vulnerable, Adele said. She chose a very good assistant who constantly takes care of her. She said that these 3 were brave people who destroyed the towers with her. Kane Knox is the only son in the family. Due to the fact that this precious child destroyed the towers with her, his father came to her with one request at every opportunity, so that the young man would be expelled from the organization, but he was extremely good at destroying towers. The Empress asked where the jacket that kept her so warm the last time was made. She came closer to the young man and said that the jacket smelled pleasantly of perfume. But the next moment the girl herself didn't understand how she leaned over to smell his clothes, but quickly came to her senses. And their shadows, falling to the ground in the light of the sunset, seemed to be the silhouettes not of the Empress and assistant, but simply of a man and a woman. Dina came to the Emperor's office. He asked what happened and looked carefully at the girl. She said that she was returning to the Ivory Palace today and did not want her child to be illegitimate. Diane asked if the Emperor would like to come and talk to the baby from time to time. After all, it is very important for a child to feel the love of his parents, and she did not want the young man to abandon them. Suddenly, the Emperor stood up and looked menacingly at his former lover. He was angry. She constantly begs him about it, despite the fact that he repeatedly warned not to say such words. And he always said that a girl should be content only with his love and not ask for other benefits. Diane expressed her dissatisfaction on the day she was kicked out of the palace. He did not even come to her to find out how she was doing. She bowed her head on his chest and asked what she did to deserve such disrespectful treatment. But in an instant, he pushed the girl away from him and asked her to quickly leave the office. On Diana's way, she came across the same maid with blonde hair and blue eyes, and she was heading right to the Emperor. Lennox Poitiers reported that the Duke of Desponnay paid a huge sum to get Diane back to the palace. She knew that this insidious snake just wanted to use them, squeeze out all the juices, and then throw them away, so she asked her brother not to relax. Diane reported that she saw a maid with blonde hair and blue eyes in the Emperor's palace. She asked her brother to look into this, but she was sure that this case should serve as an example, and if the opportunity presented itself, it would be better to kill the Empress and get her out of the way. At this time, on the lands of the Marquis of Viette, ordinary people lived their normal lives, and children played happily in the yard. They were just playing hide and seek, and carefreely enjoyed every moment of the game. But suddenly panic erupted in the streets, and people shouted about the descent of a new tower with a portal. The young man shouted that all residents of the southern region should be given an order to evacuate and open the gates, and let everyone prepare for an attack by monsters. They sent out a smoke signal to let the capital know about the portal's descent, and now all they could do was pray for reinforcements to arrive soon and hold out as long as possible. Duke d'Épinay inquired whether the Empress was greatly concerned by the news of Lady Poitiers' pregnancy. Adele knew how to win over such cruel people and thank them for their concern. Judging by the fact that he secretly paid the rent for the palace, the Poitiers family was also in the balance, and the man quickly decided to go over to their side. Desponnay knew that even if he initiated the Empress into the Order of Magicians, she could never be allowed to be present on the High Council, and he could not allow this woman to decide the fate of the towers. Adele said she was ready to receive the official title and get to work. Duke d'Esponnay announced that everything would be done soon, and Adele waited for him to admit that she would not be able to participate in the meetings. Hannah and the knight entered the living room door to report an important message. News came that a new tower had descended on the lands of the Marquis of Viette and that people were in danger. Duke d'Espone did not believe his words and asked again on whose lands the tower had descended. The man then ignored Kelvin's county and was going to go to the lands of the Marquis of Viette personally, and it was not clear by what criteria he was judging. The Duke said that every minute is important, but the knight said that first we must convey the order of the Emperor given to Her Highness. And Adele understood perfectly well that we were talking about an order to participate in battle. Desponnay was outraged at how the Empress could be sent straight to hell to the bloodthirsty monsters. Adele said everything was fine and asked if the man might have other reasons for being banned from participating in the fight. The troops that received the dispatch order quickly prepared, the 1st and 2nd detachments of the Imperial Guard, The first detachment of strikers and the first detachment of keepers were mobilized to destroy the huge tower of the first level. This was one of the most prestigious troops of the Egmont Empire, and the situation with the possessions of Kelvin, who asked to send at least one keeper, was completely different. Despone insisted that the Empress change her mind, because on the way it would be difficult to find accommodation for the night, and she would have to sleep in the open air. The man could not calm down and tried in every way to leave Adele indifferent. Adele laughed and said that she did not know where to escape from his care, and said that she was ready to go. She was not afraid that she would have to drive non-stop, and assured Lionel that everything would definitely be fine. Hannah approached her and with a worried face asked the girl to be careful. Without hesitation, Adele deftly saddled her horse and loudly ordered everyone to hit the road. Recently, in a conversation with the Emperor, Despone asked why he did not discuss anything and decided to send the Empress to the battlefield. The Emperor wanted Adele to go and feel everything herself, and she became convinced that the only place where she could feel safe was next to him. Hannah stood in front of the Empress's empty chair and thought she had experienced a lot while living in the palace, but sending the Empress to the battlefield was the first time this had happened. The lady was worried that everything would be okay with Adele and she would return safe and sound. Waiting for her in the drawing room was Lady Poitiers, who personally came to the Empress's palace. Next to Diane stood a maid who used to serve her, but as soon as the ivory palace was taken away from her, their attitude changed, and everyone immediately went over to the Empress. Hannah came into the living room and asked for what reason Lady Poitiers decided to visit the Empress's palace. Diane said that she wanted to talk about personal things, that's why she came. Hannah stood waiting for Diane to immediately tell her why she had come. Diane stood opposite Hannah, looked into her eyes and said, "Lady Beatrice died at 29, but she was not Lady Beatrice, and she wanted to tell the lady exactly these words. She will soon have a child, and she will not allow herself to die so soon." Diane threatened, "She will soon become the mother of the Emperor's child, and after that, the first thing she will do is definitely throw Hannah out of the palace." The young man noticed that Adele was an excellent rider and did not even show that she was tired. Lionel looked after the girl and saw in her a brave and courageous lady. They arrived at the place. Valdor first showed the Empress her tent and suggested that she was probably very tired on the road. She said Lionel might be free for today and also suggested that he go and rest. He ordered an officer to be in charge of the Empress's safety and to strengthen security. Lennox summoned his subject and informed him that there was one very important matter. He asked him to go southwest to the Viscounty of Rouen and then go to the place indicated on the paper and hand over the envelope. Lennox didn't think the opportunity would come so soon and was already looking forward to Diane thanking him for being such an excellent brother. Before their arrival in Viet's domain, the Empress, whom she hates so much, will already be lying in her coffin, and all responsibility will fall on her faithful assistant, Lionel Valdor, and this plan seemed ideal to him. At this time, refugees from other settlements flocked non-stop to the Grand Territory. Due to rumors that they were helping those in need, even more people began to arrive in the city. The area was already overcrowded and supplies were running low. Duke Despone was puzzled only by thoughts about himself and his wealth. There was no thought about this country in his crazy head. He did not want to shoulder the burden of the throne, but at the same time he wanted to have the same power as the Emperor, and a puppet of this terrible the man was the Emperor himself. The lady informed the subject that she was heading to the capital and asked him to prepare everything necessary. The squad of magicians soon approached the tower and entered the magical radius. The magic radius was the area of influence of the power emanating from the tower, and once the magician entered there, he could use the energy emitted by the portal. This area corresponds to the territory in which monsters can exist, since they are only found where there is magic. Adele has always felt the feeling of freedom that arises when you enter the radius, and at the same time made you feel guilty. Lionel entered the tent and asked if everything was okay with the Empress, who was very comfortable. While sleeping, Adele felt like her limbs were shackled. The girl could not move from her place, and it was not just sleep paralysis. It was a force that pressed on her and did not even allow her to move her fingers. Suddenly, she saw a man in front of her, holding a blade in his hands and looking straight at the Empress. Adele stood up abruptly and grabbed the stranger by the throat and said it was necessary to find a better magician for such an important task. The young man instantly fell to the floor and died from swallowing the poison that was in his mouth and intended for the Empress. Adele was sure that among those who arrived with her there was his accomplice, and only a high-class magician capable of accurately directing his power could bind the limbs of a person who was not in sight. She went to Lionel to discuss this matter with him, but the young man was still fast asleep in his bed. It was inconvenient for Adele to wake him up, but she risked touching his hand, and the young man instantly grabbed her hands and threw her onto the bed. Lionel did not immediately understand whether it was a dream or whether the Empress was actually in his tent. He saw in front of him these golden eyes, reminiscent of the sun, neat red lips, and this certainly could not be reality. Adele apologized for sneaking up on the young man so unexpectedly, and he was forced to defend himself. She apologized for scaring him and asked him to let go of her hands, which Lionel was still holding tightly. The Empress said it was okay, it was only her fault, and she herself appeared without warning. She reported that a mercenary had just entered her tent and tried to kill her using magic. Lionel and Adele went to her tent, but someone took the body and tried to get rid of the evidence, but left traces of blood. Adele noted that not every magician has such power to immobilize her, and these people were clearly recklessly brave. Lionel spoke out. Strong magicians who would be able to do such a thing are Augustus d'Espinay and Lennox Poitiers, but the Duke clearly would not act so rashly. Moreover, they are going together to eliminate a tower in the possessions of the Marquise of Viette, and in this case, this could be the tricks of Lennox Poitiers. The young man said, even if they cannot prove anything now, he is obliged to report the assassination attempt, then next time the attack will be harder. Adele asked him not to tell anyone, so that no one could harm her within the magic radius. The Empress was sitting on the bed after meeting Lionel and remembered how he looked at her with loving eyes, and these thoughts immediately made Adele feel hot. Lennox was just checking what was happening outside at that time. Apparently, the Empress was not going to tell anyone, and it's good that the mercenary killed himself. She was able to resist the magic of the best striker. The Empress was not only a high-class striker, but also a top-level keeper and was quite dangerous, and Lennox decided to definitely get rid of Adele as soon as possible. A girl from the Order of Magicians noticed that the security of the Empress's tent had increased, and it was very strange. She wondered if Despone had started to act. It was Brunhild Alexa. She was the second strongest striker, but her ability to react to towers was rated as the worst. The girl argued that every region of the empire should have a magician, but despite her talent, many did not perceive her due to the fact that she was an orphan from the slums. Alexa waited for the right moment and collected the information, after which she assembled a team of magicians whose judgments did not coincide with the ideas of Duke d'Espinay. And at the moment of thinking about how to use all the accumulated information, Adele appeared. Alexa believed Adele would be the one to cut out the rotting flesh to allow new flesh to grow. D'Espinay hated long trips and wondered why the tower came down in Vieta. He had to be patient to bring his cruel plan to fruition. New portals were supposed to descend to many places, and as soon as towers appeared there, magic could be used anywhere in the empire. The towers were a miracle for him. Its location and power influenced other already existing portals, as well as those that could descend in the future. But in Viet, he did not need the tower, otherwise his territory would also be in danger. And using this knowledge, Despona controlled the appearance of the towers. According to his calculations, the next tower should appear in the capital, and this is exactly what he wanted. After all, this is the only way to legally use magic in the very heart of the empire. Terrible monsters had already emerged from the portal in Vieta and were attacking all defenseless people. The knights knew that magicians were already on their way from the capital, and they only needed to hold out for a short time before help. A formidable flying monster, the Wyvern, appeared from the portal, which was much more dangerous than the others. People rushed in different directions, shouting for retreat, and now it was important for everyone to just hide. At that moment, the monster fell to the ground, struck by a magical ray of light, and it was like a miracle. Reinforcements arrived from the capital, and the warlike Adele appeared before the Marquis. He looked at the girl in surprise and asked who she was. Adele introduced herself by name, and the Marquis realized that in front of him was Empress Ulrich Egmont herself. Lionel at this time skillfully commanded the army and distributed the knights to their places. Alexa at this time asked Duke d'Espinay why they were standing aside and not helping the knights. There were more and more monsters, but they were simply inactive at a time when people needed help. Lionel gave the order to hold the line and evade the horde of ogres that was descending from the portal. But Despona and Lennox simply watched from afar as the knights fought alone on the battlefield. Adele shouted why the Duke was standing and just watching, and not a single magician was helping in the battle. He insisted that everyone should mind their own business, the knights should open the way for them, and their mission is to destroy the portal. But Adele was outraged. The monsters continue to descend, and they wait until all the knights die, paving the way to the tower. The knights died before her eyes, and the Empress did not care about their senseless strategies. And she saw very well that, in fact, they had never really felt a real desire to destroy the towers. Adele jumped off her horse, and Lionel shouted, "A girl shouldn't do this, and it's very dangerous here." She shouted that she would hold back the monsters, and let him take care of them, and clear the way to the tower. She knew if she used this technique it would be hard for her, but there was no other choice, and Adele could no longer sit back and watch innocent people die. Through the enhancing sword, Her Highness's magic seeps into the ground and is directed towards the monsters. At this moment, all the monsters froze in place and stopped moving. Lionel gave the order, while Her Highness holds back the monsters. The first detachment should advance forward, and the second should take care of the ogres and watch the rear. Thanks to their teamwork, the road leading to the tower instantly opened up, and now was the right time to destroy it. It was the first time Alexa had seen the road to the tower be so open and safe. Duke Despone commanded, "It's time for the magicians to go on the offensive and destroy the terrible tower." Adele's strength was gradually leaving her. This was her limit, but the girl tried her best to hold on at least a little longer. In a matter of seconds, the tower exploded and was instantly destroyed by a squad of magicians. And Lennox waved his hand militantly at the top and shouted, "They once again won." Lionel first rushed to the Empress, shouting that the tower had been destroyed and it was all over. Adele militantly held the sword to the last and only wanted to save all the innocent people. She was never able to get to her feet. Blood gushed from the girl's mouth, and it was clear that Adele's vitality was running out. Lionel managed to run up and hold the Empress, who collapsed to the ground unconscious. He shouted the Empress had spent too much energy, she had internal bleeding, and something urgently needed to be done. They decided to take Adele to the estate of the Marquis of Villette. Lionel took the girl in his arms and asked her to follow him. The people were happy. Thanks to Adele, they remained alive, and if not for the Empress, there would have been a lot of victims. Duke Despone stepped on his own tail in this battle, and who would have thought that all the efforts to create a puppet would end up like this? Lionel laid Adele on the bed. She was exhausted and still unconscious. Alexa said, "We can only hope that everything will be okay with her and there are no serious injuries." The Marquis of Villette was worried about the Empress's condition, and first of all asked Lionel about it. When he heard that Lionel had become an assistant to the Empress, he thought that their family had been driven into a corner, but apparently he was wrong. The doctor informed that for now the Empress should eat light food and get plenty of rest. He promised to prescribe medications for recovery while Alexa listened carefully to his instructions. Lionel approached the doctor and menacingly asked how the Empress was feeling. The young man knew how to instill fear. The doctor replied, "There are some internal injuries, but nothing threatens her life. A good rest will soon put her on her feet." The Marquise approached Lionel, who was very worried about the condition of all the people who helped them in trouble. She said that the young man should also rest, and clothes and a room had already been prepared for him. Lionel thanked him, but intended to guard the Empress until the adjutant arrived. Many said that he became an assistant only to achieve political goals. But looking at everything that was happening, it became clear that this was not the reason. The Marquise asked the maid to take the necessary things and follow her. She was very surprised to see knights near Adele's door who wanted to know about her well-being. These people came here to save their lands, and the Marquise was grateful to each of them. She said that a decent dinner had been prepared for the knights, and the beds were warm and they could go to their places and rest. Duke Despone was furious at the thought that because of what had happened, all the knights would side with her and all the aristocrats who feared the towers would support the Empress and Valdor. He urgently summoned Lennox to discuss how to proceed. The Duke called the young man closer and whispered that they urgently need to remove this vile Empress. To the northwest of Villette's domain, there is a slum about an hour's drive away. He asked to send a person there, even if the Empress is a skilled magician. Her body is now weakened, and she cannot use magic, and a good mercenary must cope with the murder. After the previous failure, The Empress and her assistant will be prepared for a second attempt. The Duke was sure that now it would never occur to anyone that someone would try to kill the Empress again, and was going to make it look as if she had not recovered from her injuries and had died. At this time, the knights were sitting at the dining table and discussing how heroically the Empress dealt with the tower. Lionel entered them and asked for a minute of attention to appoint those who would guard the Empress's chambers. Suddenly, all the knights unanimously raised their hands and expressed a desire to help. He asked Henri Jacal to select those who were in good condition and post knights near Adele's room along the corridor and terrace. He also gave the order to find out who is now in the Marquise's estate, and if anyone behaves suspiciously, be sure to detain him. Her Highness is unconscious, and therefore the people who tried to kill her will consider this an excellent chance to attack again. At this time, the maids were attacked, and a stranger in a cloak stood opposite the main maid and asked her to be quiet. One of the maids saw the horror of everything that was happening and could not utter a word out of fear. In the cloak was an unfamiliar girl who saw the maid and was preparing to carry out her cruel plan. Lionel met the maids, who apparently came for their work shift. One of them said they were ready to go, but the head maid was not among them. Lionel did not pay attention to the green-eyed, dark-haired girl, whom he definitely saw for the first time among the maids. He asked if one of the maids looked strange and if anything had happened during this time. He asked again if there were any problems and wanted to see the reaction of the new maid. Adele's breathing was smooth, and her condition was gradually improving. Most importantly, there were no complications, but for some reason Lionel had a strange feeling. The maid said they had to change Her Highness's clothes and asked Lionel to wait outside. The young man reacted to her request with caution, but still decided to leave the room. As soon as the door closed, the green-eyed maid whispered to the other girl to remain silent, because she perfectly understands what could happen to her if she even tries to scream. The girl prepared a poison in advance, which, when it enters the body, causes an increase in temperature and slowly kills from the inside, and no one will even suspect that Adele was killed. Lionel was vigilant and deliberately left the room for a while and continued to look for the head maid. At that second, one of the knights was running down the corridor with important news. They had found a body that supposedly belonged to the missing woman. Lionel opened the door with his foot and saw the maid holding the Empress's head, preparing to give her poison. The maid screamed. The stranger killed the head maid, and she urgently needs to be captured. She knew that the guards would be strong, but she could not imagine that her escape route would be blocked, as if the knights were waiting for an assassin to come. The girl had nowhere else to run, and Lionel was already standing behind her and asking her not to move. He grabbed a girl in a maid's uniform and asked her to answer questions about who gave her the order to kill the Empress. The girl knew that if she was caught alive, she would be tortured until she was killed, and she deliberately swallowed her poison. And within a couple of minutes, she was already dead, and Lionel would never know who sent her. The Marquise of Villette ran out into the courtyard and began asking if someone really wanted to kill the Empress in their palace. Duke d'Espone ran into the courtyard, outraged that someone dared to attack the Empress. He was trying to find out how the maid's clothes ended up on an unfamiliar girl who secretly entered the palace. The Marquise tried to prove that although this girl looks like a maid, she does not work for them. The Duke tried to put pressure on the woman, assuring her that her words did not matter in this situation. And as the eldest of the imperial family, Ulrich could not leave everything just like that. One of the maids turned to the Marquise with the words, "The senior maid was killed and died." Her wife brought her from the Jackson estate, and this girl became almost family to the Marquise, so there was no point in killing the Empress in her own estate. D'Espone did not want Valdor to delve into this matter, but the young man insisted he is Her Highness's assistant and responsible for her safety on this trip. So he interrogated everyone personally and will find out who is behind all this. D'Espone was angry. He paid so much money, and Lennox still cannot get rid of the girl who lies unconscious. As you know, Valdor strengthened the security, and fortunately the killer committed suicide and did not give up. D'Espone implied that Lennox could well have tried to harm the Empress in secret, but the young man insisted that he would never have done such a thing. And if Diane's word becomes more important to him than the Duke's, it will be considered a betrayal. Lionel informed the maids that he would briefly visit His Highness and find out about his state of health. The young man was actually very exhausted because of all the current situations and was very worried about Adele. The Empress reminded him of a raging, full-flowing river, and while she was near her, the raft that held him began to move away and eventually was carried away. He thought that he should probably give up the position of assistant. Sweat appeared on the girl's forehead, and he remembered how the emperor wiped her forehead then. But he was just an assistant and had no right to it, however. Could he take a place next to her just because of his title? Suddenly Adele, in a gentle voice, asked the young man to sit closer and looked at him with concern. In her delirium, for some reason she constantly looked for Lionel and called him for help in the dark, endless darkness. He always came to her at the first call, and her heart, which had sank with anxiety, began to beat again. Adele told the maid she needed to talk to the minister and asked to be left alone. She asked how many days she lay unconscious after the destruction of the tower. Adele admitted she used strong magic, and if it helped, it was worth it, and Lionel himself would have done the same. Lionel reported that 10 people were killed, 23 were wounded, but only thanks to the Empress, many knights remained alive. Adele was worried that the casualties could have been avoided, and she should have intervened earlier. And at that moment, Lionel thought Gottroff's people would probably shed tears for allowing such a man to leave. Lionel said that they tried to attack the girl at night. He still thought that Lennox Poitiers was behind all this, but this time the Duke of Desponnay was to blame. He reported that the mercenary committed suicide. He did not have time to interrogate him and ask for forgiveness. Adele said it was good that the assassination attempt had been thwarted and thanked Lionel for his service. On the day of departure, the emperor thought that Adele would be excited and scared. Even though she was a magician, she was still born with the title of princess. But at that moment, on the contrary, a vital sparkle appeared in her eyes, and the empress was relaxed. But he also noticed her gaze directed towards his assistant, and the emperor was outraged that the young man dared to look at Adele with the same loving gaze. He wondered who would help the empress in a place where there were no servants. And he was sure that Valdor would always be by her side, because he is an assistant, so his duties include accompanying the empress everywhere, no matter what she does. At this time, Lady Poitiers came to him, who wanted to meet the emperor and talk. Dina sat down on a chair, put her hand on the young man's shoulder, and asked in a gentle voice, could she spend the night with him tonight? And now Karl completely understood the previous emperor. On the day his own mother died, the poor woman left this world and left her son alone. He still, many years later, clearly remembered the emperor's face on that most terrible day for him. He looked as if he had gotten rid of a heavy burden that was preventing him from living and enjoying himself. Then he thought that the emperor was a cruel man, but now he himself found himself in his position. He said that he wanted to be alone and removed Diane's hand from his shoulder. Diane now did not understand how she could have earned his love in the very first days when they fell in love with each other. Her feelings for him have not changed, and she still behaves as affectionately and carefully. But now everything is different. Everything became too complicated, and Diane did not understand what to do next and how to regain the emperor's favor. She left the office and saw a maid with blonde hair, an easy gait, and a slender physique. Diane was frightened the emperor could well have found himself another younger girl and stopped loving her. She ordered the maid Lorraine to bring this girl to the Ivory Palace to talk in person. After some time, the maid sat with her hands tied on a chair and did not understand what was happening. She cried and tried to find out why they were doing all this, because she could just say it and she would improve. Diane stood in front of the new maid and looked into her eyes carefully. She asked to be called mistress from now on and ordered the girl to be more attentive in future. The servant knocked on Hanu's room at such a late hour, and it became clear that something had happened. Hannah immediately went to the emperor and asked to save the poor girl whom Diane had locked in the Ivory Palace. She said that only His Highness was able to save the maid, and so she immediately came to him. He asked again if someone had really kidnapped the maid and locked her in the basement of the Ivory Palace. Hannah said that even if she made a mistake, she should be punished according to the rules. The feeling that the emperor felt for his own mother could not be called love. It was only compassion. This feeling can disappear due to greed and hard-heartedness, and only strong-willed people fully care about those to whom they once showed that same compassion. But the emperor was not that kind of person. Perhaps His Highness had already begun to look for an excuse to get rid of his burdensome burden. And if after searching the palace they failed to find anything, Hannah promised to bear responsibility for it. Diane at this time continued to mock the poor maid, trying to show who was in charge. She took the girl's face with her hand and asked if she really slept with the emperor and had a close relationship with him. Diane shouted that she knew the girl was hanging around him on purpose and asked him to tell the truth, but she assured him that this was not the case. She mercilessly cut off the girl's hair and warned that next time her neck would be under the knife. The maid shouted, "The emperor was heading here." Diane ordered the lights to be turned off urgently and quickly went to bed. The emperor went into the basement and found a lock of long hair that clearly belonged to the maid. He entered Diane's room. She looked at the emperor with sleepy eyes in surprise and asked what brought him to such a late hour. The emperor asked where the maid from the imperial palace was, but Diane pretended that she did not understand what she had to do with it. The young man asked, in that case, where Diane's nightdress was and why she was lying in bed in her clothes. Moreover, this lock of hair clearly did not belong to her, and the emperor asked whose hair these locks were. Diane was indignant. Did the emperor really suspect her of something and act in an ignorant manner? The emperor said that from this moment on, he takes away from her all the powers that he himself once endowed. But he knew very well that she continued to use them in secret from him and disobeyed his orders. Therefore, he was no longer going to remain silent and asked the girl not to forget who she was and to whom she owed it. He turned and left the room while Diane looked after him with eyes full of tears and despair. At this time, the situation in the possessions of the Marquis of Viette, which had turned everything upside down, began to stabilize. Everything was thanks to the fact that the Empress personally visited the couple and asked them not to worry about what happened. Adele laughed. A person who is of higher status is always an unwelcome guest. Due to the lack of evidence, Lennox and Despona managed to hide traces of the crimes. But this incident gave Adele something much more valuable. She received trusting glances from all the knights, but now for some reason she felt strange. All the young men did was worry about the Empress's condition and tried to help her with all their might. They seemed like puppies wagging their tails endlessly, and Adele found their behavior strange. But nothing can be done, and the Empress decided to play along with them. She said that only thanks to the Knights of Egmont she would recover much faster. A beautiful lady with golden hair arrived in the Duchy of Valdor and immediately met a familiar servant. Golden curly hair, a confident expression, and a relaxed smile. Lord Valdor immediately noted that the lady had not changed at all. And even when she left this house, this strong woman retained her face and status. He greeted the Duchess of Grand, who was once part of this duchy, and his dearest person. Duchess Grand said that she heard how his brother, the minister, became an assistant to the Empress. She always considered him an unconventional person, but she could not even think that he himself would respond to this position. The lady admitted that she could no longer stand by and watch everything that was happening. She felt as if she was trying to fill a jug with a broken bottom. She tried as best she could, but so far no one is fighting the root of the problem. The vicious circle continues. The Duchess admitted that confronting Karl and Despona turned out to be a real test for her. But now she has more. There was nowhere to run. Fires started in some parts of the Grand Forest. Refugees lit fires trying to escape the cold. But these people did not care whether they died from punishment or from the cold. And only after escaping did she realize that there was no place in this country where she could hide from all the problems. For Elizabeth, marriage and divorce from Valdor were also a kind of attempt to escape. She did not even want to see Charles, let alone resist him, as if she was trying to maintain some kind of invisible wall between them. A servant entered the office and handed Valdor an envelope that the minister had personally sent to him. The letter said that Her Highness had finally put Elizabeth's arrogant uncle in his place. The girl smiled and thought, the Duke must be furious now, and he doesn't even know that he will have to see the face of his beloved niece again. Duke d'Espernay was irritated by everything that happened around him and contradicted his plans. He assumed that Adele was deliberately coddling with the knights in front of him, and understood that in front of him was a rather cunning woman. The Empress asked Lionel if a hole had appeared on her face from the close attention of Duke d'Espernay. She didn't understand how someone could stare at someone for so long and not be at all careful. Lionel gave the Empress a box with small pieces of paper that were intended to test the poison and asked her to be careful. Adele understood perfectly well that after all the assassination attempts, she would definitely need this and hid the box under her cloak. The Emperor received a message that the criminal entered the Empress's chambers and tried to kill her. After a failed attempt, the attacker committed suicide, but the Empress decided not to make a problem out of it. The Emperor was surprised who dared to do this. He sent her on a trip to make this woman feel helpless, but not for her to experience this. And how could the guards allow this to happen so that the killer could enter her room? In society, people were discussing the recent return of the Duchess of Grand and the reason for her arrival. The people of the empire expected the majestic return of Her Highness from the battlefield, and they said that she was the strongest magician. The gates were opened, and the knights and magicians returned, having bravely destroyed the tower in the Viet domain. Adele waved to all the people and was grateful for their appreciation, sincerity, and trust. The Empress asked Lionel to smile, because everyone was looking at them and it was impossible to disappoint people. Valdor noticed that his brother had changed a little and he had never seen him like this. The Emperor went out onto the balcony and saw his Empress, who had returned, but was standing and smiling sweetly at someone. Empress Adele, a majestic woman, always personified elegance and dignity. Her smile, like a ray of sunshine, illuminated the hearts of all who had the good fortune to be in her presence, and was the embodiment of her kindness, wisdom, and spiritual greatness. The Emperor was outraged by this behavior and wanted Adele to smile exclusively at him. Knights and magicians bowed their heads before him and said that they had returned and fulfilled their duty. Lionel and Adele continued to look at each other, and the Emperor saw their connection. Duke d'Espone hastened to report to the Emperor his magicians destroyed the tower with the monsters. His Highness asked. He heard that someone was making an attempt on the life of the Empress and asked if D'Espone suspected anyone. The man said, "It almost turned into a problem, and all because she went with them." He reported that at the estate of the Marquis Lionel, Valdor did not leave Her Highness's room a single step, and the Emperor immediately became angry when he heard that her assistant had been in the Empress's room all night. Adele was still weak, and that night she didn't even notice how she lay down and fell asleep for a long time. The Emperor did not torment himself with expectations, and first of all came to Adele's bedroom, whom he had not seen for a long time. The girl did not expect to see him without warning, and asked if the young man had anything urgent. He sent her to the battlefield so that she would understand that it was safer in his strong arms, but Adelaide played an incredible role in the destruction of the tower and made all the knights her supporters. She said that she would like to change clothes, but Karl insisted, because he is her husband, and there is nothing wrong with her appearing before him in this form. Adele asked all the maids to leave and leave them alone with the Emperor. The Emperor immediately asked if Lionel Valdor had served her and was in her room. She asked why the young man was so interested in this, because they had recently agreed not to interfere in such matters. Charles fell silent for a moment and said that he would escort Diane out of the palace if Adele no longer had anything to do with Valdor. Adele said that she is in no way interested in his mistress, and he can do whatever he wants with her. And if the young man wants to gain her favor, he should not show up to her at night. She repeated that she had said this several times and said that she was too tired and the Emperor had better go to his room. The Valdor brothers sat at the table and discussed the trip of Lionel and the Empress. Lionel shared that Her Highness always separates personal from duties and takes the opposite position to that of Duke d'Espone. The brothers said that the Duchess of Grand had recently come here and agreed to take the central position, and soon they would have to unite, so he would have to leave the position of assistant. But Lionel understood that this was the only thread that connected him with Adele. Lionel's brother knew that the young man had feelings for the Empress and warned him not to get burned, and when he agreed to become an assistant, he also agreed to become a lover. Feelings always make themselves felt no matter how much you try to hide them, and Lionel's face immediately changes next to the Empress. He looked at her as if she were the only ray of light in his life, and perhaps he didn't even know it. And his brother was only afraid that Lionel was dooming himself to a fate that would definitely end in tragedy. Lionel understood that he was completely mired in sympathy for the Empress, and could not imagine his life without her. Passion, respect, reverence. Was this really all he felt for her? He remembered how at night in the hut he grabbed her hands, and at that moment she looked helplessly at him. And he was interested in one thing when their breaths intertwined together, whether he would be able to share these feelings with him. The young man considered himself a fool. It was obvious he could not ignore his feelings for long, as if this would pass with time. It was not passion, not respect or reverence. All his feelings were the very love that he dared to do. Hannah met Lady Grand and asked what brought her to the Empress's palace at such an early hour. Adele saw the Duchess from the balcony and greeted her with a joyful voice. The lady apologized for coming unannounced, but considered the matter important and urgent. Adele smiled and asked the Duchess to go into the living room to talk in a calm atmosphere. The Duchess spoke out, and thanks to the Empress, the once stopped pendulum began to move. Although she has no right to say this, given her escape, Lady Grant invited Adele to continue working with her. Elizabeth Ulrich Grant was the daughter of the previous emperor and the ex-wife of Duke Valdor, from whom she had long since divorced, and she wanted only one thing, to get rid of the tyranny of Duke d'Esponnay, who plays his game behind the emperor's back, and to direct politics in the right direction. And for this, she needed the help of the Empress, but she did not understand why the Duchess suddenly decided to unite with her. Elizabeth said that she ran away, hoping to find peace, but it was a stupid mistake. During the investigation, it turned out that the Empress at the age of 14 became the founder of the main organization. She sacrificed her life for this. Due to disagreements with the Dowager Empress, she had to give up title of Crown Princess and come to Egmont. But by her actions, Adele showed that she still had a burning desire to destroy the towers. Adele joyfully invited the Duchess to pull together the rope on which the pendulum hangs. By the way, Diane didn't even meet her brother who returned from the trip, which she was very surprised by. He almost got into huge trouble because of her. A maid from the Imperial Palace called him. The Emperor summoned Lennox, and he felt some excitement before such an unexpected meeting. Karl immediately got down to business and asked if the young man had tried to kill the Empress on the trip. Lennox fell to his knees before the Emperor and became agitated, and he insisted that he was not involved in these cruel events. The Emperor knew that only these two benefited from the murder of the Empress, and in this case, Duke d'Esponnay was involved. But whoever was involved, they both used Lennox Poitiers as a tool, and the Emperor threatened, "This woman belongs only to him, and he will not forgive anyone who dares to harm or influence Adele." Lennox, after his visit with the Emperor, immediately went to his sister to tell him everything that had happened. The girl was not busy with her work, and the brother wondered if the Empress had really taken all power from her. Diane was not in the mood and asked her brother to leave. He was outraged that he had done so much for her, and all his merits went unnoticed. Lennox shouted that he warned that love would cool down over time, and where was it when the Emperor fell in love with the Empress? On the day when the tower came down on the estate, Father Poitiers ran for the toy, and Mother ran with him. And if it weren't for Diane's toy, the parents would have remained alive, so the brother constantly blames his sister for their death. In those days when they had to survive the winter without a penny in their pocket, the only person he could rely on was Diane, so he had to constantly hold her hand. But deep down in his heart, he despised his sister. His parents died because of her, and he never forgot about it for a day. He warned her that she should pray for a son, otherwise their calm life would be destroyed in an instant. Everyone present at the meeting expected the Emperor to appear. He asked everyone to sit down and announced the start of an official important meeting. D'Esponnay reported that the squad's magicians destroyed the tower and dealt with the monsters, and if not for the squad, they would have expected great losses. Elizabeth intervened in his speech and asked why the Duke constantly talked about his detachment and never mentioned that the Empress made a huge contribution to the destruction of the tower. He replied, "Adele and the Knights played a big role, but they cannot be compared with the magicians who defeated the second-level tower the first time." Lionel spoke out. The Empress used strong magic, as a result of which the monsters lost the ability to move, and thanks to her, many knights remained alive. Adelaide not only knows about the towers, but also has information that is incomprehensible to the magicians of Egmont. Lennox began to shout. The minister was devaluing the merits of the magicians, but the Emperor asked him to stop and turn to Lionel. He asked that Her Highness also be included in the High Council and take part in the meetings. Elizabeth supported him and expressed that she agreed with the opinion of the Minister of Defense. His brother also supported and reported that the Valdor family requests that the Empress be included in the High Council. Duke d'Esponnay was indignant. The Empress and Valdor would unite and oppose their every decision, and the Emperor could not allow her to take part in the meetings. He said it was not worth sending the Empress to the Vie domain, but the Emperor asked what d'Esponnay was doing, while Adele herself was dealing with the tower and taking all the laurels for herself. Charles looked at the Duke and asked if he had attempted the life of the Empress. He threatened that even if she was in the way, he shouldn't touch her without his knowledge. Adelaide will become the mother of the future Emperor, and his father will be he, Karl Ulrich Egmont, and no matter who she unites with, her place will always be next to him. The Duke asked the Emperor to think carefully, and even if the Empress was next to him, she would hold on to him with one hand, and with the other she would still hold on to Lionel Valdor. He recalled that he had already told how, during a trip to Viet, he noticed how close Adele and Lionel had become, and as soon as the Empress woke up, she immediately called an assistant. Desponais assured that he was devoted to the Ulrich family and asked the Emperor to believe his words. After the meeting, the Duchess Grand and Duke Valdor first went to the Empress. They reported that Adelaide will be included in the High Council from the next meeting. Duke Valdor gave the Empress a packet of papers that were intended to identify most of the poisons common in Egmont. Valdor wanted to talk to the Empress alone without the Grand Duchess. Adele looked carefully at the young man and asked what he would like to talk about. He said the test strips he gave are only available to members of the Valdor family and are a very secret thing, and he provided them to show his trust. But in fact, he brought up this topic for another reason and was preparing to tell Adele something. He was at a loss, but said that at some point the need to keep an advisor next to him will disappear, and even if Lionel ceases to hold his current position, the Valdor family will always be on her side. He bowed, and on behalf of brother Lionel asked to preserve his brother's honor and reputation. Adele understood that her brother meant that in order for Lionel's reputation to remain impeccable, it was necessary to release him at the right moment. But the girl could not understand why he asked her for this, and not Lionel himself. On that day, when they were so close, Adele noticed a strange expression on the face of the young man who approached her. Every time she turned her head, she always met his gaze, and every time she thought about him, she was very worried. At that moment, Lionel's voice was heard nearby. The young man asked if nothing had happened. Adele asked why the young man did not come with Duke Valdor and Lady Grant after the meeting. The Empress said that at the next meeting she would raise the topic of Count Kelvin's territories, and Lionel promised to prepare the necessary papers. Adele asked why he was smiling mysteriously, and the young man replied. The girl said that she did not like his serious face. He leaned closer to her and whispered that now she was also unhappy with his smile. He noticed a pack of test papers in the girl's hands. The Empress said that Duke Valdor asked not to show them to anyone, and Lionel should have warned her that the tests were a secret thing, and she could pull them out in front of strangers. Adele announced that from now on, she's a member of the High Council. The Duchess of Grand and Duke of Valdor promised to provide her with their support. She got everything she wanted when she approved him for the position of assistant. And I'm sure that he also benefited, and now at the right moment he can leave this position. Everyone is wondering with what intentions he became her assistant, and if the young man leaves now, having benefited from this, the blow to his reputation will be much less. But Lionel felt that he was ready to spit on his honor and dignity for the opportunity to be next to her. He said that he still remembers what the girl said back then in the slums. They had finally moved on, and for this reason he could not leave her now. Adele understood that if Lionel stayed close, he would help her a lot, but it was hardly possible to do that. After the conversation, Lionel could not come to his senses. Just one word from her turned his soul upside down. But Her Highness could not be allowed to know about his feelings, and it was not worth bothering her head with this. He should show not love, but devotion. He should be useful to her, and this is probably the right time. The brother was very surprised when Lionel unexpectedly asked for a meeting, which had not happened for a long time. He confidently declared that he finally wanted to receive the title of Marquis and was ready for a responsible step. The young man said that he knows that someday he should quit, but now it would be the wrong decision. The brother insisted that even if Lionel was not an assistant, the Duchy of Valdor would support the Empress. Lionel assured that this would not discredit the honor of their family, but the Duke did not care about this at all. He was sure that he was now where he should be and asked his brother not to worry. He was not going to do anything out of the ordinary, and was just glad that he met Adele. Her thoughts and plans made his heart beat faster, so he wants to stay close to her. He bowed before his brother and asked to be awarded the title of Marquis. According to the laws of Egmont, the Duke has the right to give title and lands to a blood relative without the permission of the Emperor, and according to this law, Duke Valdor carried out the procedure for transferring the title of Marquis Herbert and the territory to Lionel. Hannah told Adele about the title of Marquis given to Lionel, and the girl was surprised why he made such a spontaneous decision. Empress Adele stood in a green field, surrounded by endless green grass, gently swaying in the light breeze. Her magnificent dress, decorated with emerald stones, shone against the background of nature, as if she herself had come into this world to become an integral part of it. Empress Adele stood in the rays of the sun, surrounded by a golden light that seemed to caress her graceful figure and is reflected in the shiny stones on her dress. In her hands, a bouquet of gracefully blossoming wildflowers that filled the air with a sweet aroma, her gaze filled with tenderness and wisdom, reflecting greatness her soul and the nobility of her heart, and her slender figure and graceful facial features emphasize her outstanding beauty and dignity. At that moment, Lionel approached her, a sweet smile appearing on his face. He lifted Adele up, holding her by the waist, and their eyes met in a fleeting dance. In Adele's hands was a bouquet of wildflowers, the names of which she didn't even know. Lionel and Adele stood face to face, plunging into the depths of each other through the mirror of their souls. Their gazes are full of tenderness, love, and mutual understanding, as if at this moment they can read each other's thoughts and be on the same wavelength, sparks sparkling in their eyes as if they reflect the magic of their mutual attraction, creating an atmosphere around them filled with mystery and magic. But in fact, it was just a dream. Adele asked Hannah to find an appropriately preppy look for the High Council. The image was chosen, and in this outfit she seemed truly immaculate and majestic, as if she had a divine glow that illuminated her path and filled her every movement with grace. The Empress thanked the Grand Duchess for being there at such an important moment for her. She also praised Lionel, who only yesterday was Valdor, and today has already become Herbert. Adele smiled sweetly and notified everyone that it was time to go to the council meeting. Desponais and Lennox, gritting their teeth, looked at the majestic Empress, who again won victory. She said that she was very glad to see everyone present. The Emperor knew that Valdor had not just resigned from the position of assistant, he had received the title of Marquis, and now would not depend on the opinion of the duchy, and would be able to be with the Empress based on his own desire. Karl celebrated receiving Lionel's new title, but was very irritated with the young man. The Empress asked what was the state of affairs in the county of Kelvin, where a tower had recently been destroyed. Lionel said that he heard that Count Baratolt and Viscount are holding back the monsters of the tower in the middle zone, but they will not last long. There is also official confirmation of the appearance of gargoyles. Lenos spoke out. Most likely it seemed to them that an inexperienced magician would not be able to identify the gargoyles, but the Grand Duchess asked the young man to stop. Adele stood up from her chair, looked at those present, and said that one place surprised her most in Egmont. She talked about the slums that were scattered throughout the empire and could not believe her own eyes. And the only solution to this problem is to get rid of all the towers of the empire. And the Emperor was surprised that the Empress nevertheless raised this topic at the meeting. Desponais hoped that no one would understand the criteria by which he got rid of the towers. But Duke Valdor noted that the attitude towards these territories was completely different, and it is quite possible that Desponais has some kind of strategy to combat the towers. Lady Grand is tired of listening to Despona blatantly trying to fool everyone present. She believed that the most important thing in this reputation was to get rid of the portals clearly and quickly, but the elimination methods did not work, and there was clearly a problem. The lady shouted for Duke Desponais to stop hiding behind His Highness and controlling him for his own interests. Adele informed the Emperor. She put forward a serious question and invited him not to delay a matter that required a solution. She asked him to take everything into his own hands and take care of the empire, and she could destroy all the towers in Egmont in 2 years. The council members present were very surprised to hear that the towers could well be destroyed in such a period. The Emperor asked if the Empress was ready to take responsibility for all the words she had just spoken. She said that she was the founder and head of the organization for resistance to the towers. All the magicians of the empire were subordinate to her. She distributed them among the territories, based on information about the area and population. And before her departure, there was not a single tower there. And there is no reason to keep the tower in Kelvin County, and asked that this matter be left to her. The Marquis, Valdor, and Lady Grand supported the Empress, and the scales, which had long ago frozen in one position, began to tilt towards the Empress. Karl was afraid that the Empress wanted to gain power and make him look pitiful and insignificant. At this time, a servant entered the office and conveyed an important message from Count Kelvin. It turns out that he intends to completely abandon his territory, and now Despona only has to properly pull the Emperor's strings. The Duke and the Emperor spoke personally after the meeting, and Desponais insisted that he wanted to keep the towers only for absolute power, And even today, as soon as a ray of hope appeared, people's attitude toward him immediately changed. And for the aristocrats to bow their heads, they need these towers. Just as then in childhood, Tsundere constantly imposed his opinion on the emperor. And this time he said that Karl was already doing an excellent job, and the only problem now was the empress, who should be killed. Right now, they only exist because of the empress's knowledge of magic and ability to destroy towers, as well as Elizabeth's status. And if they remove the empress, everything will fall apart like a sandcastle. Karl said he should look for another way, but the Duke insisted that they did not have time and there was only one way out, to get rid of the empress. The emperor was furious and warned that if he dared to do anything to Adele without his knowledge, he would not even look at the fact that Tsundere was his uncle. The man agreed, but said he must act quickly and harmoniously. Today was a national holiday, and Tsundere advised him to take Diane as a partner for the evening, because she was carrying his child under her heart, and with her help he would be able to restrain the influence of the empress. Adele told Hannah that at the meeting it became known that Count Kelvin had decided to renounce his territory. This was tantamount to giving up the title. Perhaps he was driven into a dead end because of the towers. Hannah reported that the relationship between the Count and the Emperor was not bad, and he was devoted to the imperial family. But it was strange for what reasons then Count Kelvin was not given help if there was no hostility and political problems. She remembered Despona's words about how one tower summons another and is absorbed by the next. Hannah handed the girl a catalog of dresses and asked her to choose a design in which she would appear at a banquet in honor of the national holiday. Adele saw that the empire was on the verge of collapse due to the number of towers. And what was the point in holding all these holidays? The holiday was the founding day of the Egmont Empire, so all the aristocrats were invited to the banquet. For the last 3 years, Diane has been preparing for the banquet, and during the celebration, she always behaved like the mistress of the palace. Dina was sitting in her room and asked if they had sent her a catalog of clothes for the banquet. There were notes attached to the catalog so that the designs of the clothes would not be repeated. She had never had to receive them before and was allowed to choose whatever she wanted, but the fact that she received such a letter meant that someone more important than her preferences had appeared. Diane threw out the catalog and screamed. They had stripped her of her status, and now they dared to send this. Kane Knox and Givelin had finally arrived in Egmont and were soon to disembark from the ship. Kane felt that after a long separation they would finally meet the princess, and he was sure that Adele had passed all the tests and remained the same sincere person. Baroness Alexa requested a private meeting with the Empress and greeted Her Highness. Adele asked if Alexa was the second most powerful striker, and the girl was wondering why she wanted to meet her. Alexa replied she heard that the Empress could destroy all the towers in the Empire within 2 years, and also that she was the founder of the Tower Resistance Organization and destroyed all the towers in her homeland. Adele listened carefully to the girl, but invited her to move closer to the essence of the conversation. Alexa asked for a map of Egmont and showed the point where the magic radii intersect, then the highest level tower descends. And as soon as she descends, the low-level portals around do not disappear on their own, which means that Duke Despinay controls the descent of the towers. The Duke is waiting for the tower to descend at a certain location, and if this happens, the entire empire will be within the magical radius. Adele understood that he wanted to release monsters throughout the empire to use magic whenever he wanted. The Empress was wary of how to trust Alexa if she was a member of the magicians, but the girl said that she came for only one reason, because she could no longer turn a blind eye to all the horror that the Duke was doing and had to stop him before this place turned into absolute hell. Adele asked her to simplify the information to convey it to the board members so that everyone could understand what was being said. Hannah came to Adele to approve the model of the dress she had chosen for the banquet on the occasion of the holiday. The Empress thought the Emperor, who was angry because of the supposedly displayed arrogance, was unlikely to enter the banquet hall on the day of the national holiday with her. Adele told Hannah that most likely the Emperor would not want to go with her and would choose Diane Poitiers. And if His Highness chose another girl as a couple, Adele could not appear without a partner for the celebration, and in such case, she would have to be accompanied by her assistant to preserve her reputation. Lionel moved to a huge estate in which he was now quite lonely. He wondered what it would be like if he had a family and could walk through this big park with her. and after sunset, return to the palace, share warm and tasty food, and sleep together in a cozy bed under a warm blanket. But these dreams seemed absurd to the young man because he himself would like to be faithful to the Empress because he loves her very much. He was standing in the library when a servant announced that the Empress had sent him a personal letter. It was written that Lionel should prepare to be her partner at the ball and pick up a suit. He assumed Adele was asking him only for political reasons, but for some reason his heart was fluttering so much now. The Duke of Desponnay visited Lady Poitiers with gifts and asked how the lady was doing. To begin with, Desponnay was going to improve relations with Diane and break the connection between the Emperor and the Empress. She said that she could not choose a dress and was afraid that her option would coincide with the Empress's option. The Duke provided the girl with a lady who was a designer and was brought here specifically to pick out a dress. He said that Diane would go into the hall with His Highness, so it was necessary to choose matching outfits, and very soon rumors that Lady Poitiers would become the Emperor's partner quickly spread throughout the capital. In addition, he told the Emperor that a man's duty is to accompany the woman who carries his child under her heart. As expected, the Emperor will enter the hall with Diane, and Adele took Lionel as her partner. Her mother once told her, "Life is never boring. Perhaps she will meet her man, who will make her heart flutter, but if she plays with him, love will instantly begin to fade, take on a red-orange color, like an autumn leaf, and falls down, and so feelings cool down, so you should perceive such moments as a midsummer night's dream." But she could not forget about the important duty of the Empress. When the ardent love cooled down, the reputation of the mother's lovers suffered more than the reputation of the father's mistresses. And she could in no way harm Lionel and forget about her duty, and now she had to rid this palace of the Duke of Desponnay. As soon as the national holiday ended, she was determined to deal with it first, and then the person who controlled the Emperor would disappear. She was walking through the autumn park, hearing Lionel's voice behind her. Adele greeted and could not take her eyes off the man who was so dear to her and stirred her soul every time they made eye contact. At that moment, her heart fluttered like a butterfly that flapped its wings as it flew away, and her heart beat faster than usual at the sight of his tall, stately silhouette and noble posture. Lionel took off his cape and covered the girl's shoulders with it, saying that it was too cold now and she should dress warmer. There was still a little time left before the meeting, and Adele invited the young man to take a walk. She felt awkward asking Lionel to go to the banquet with her, so she asked if he would mind going to the National Day banquet. She admitted that she would really like to see Lionel as a partner. The meeting began with important words that the names of Egmont needed big changes. Adele spoke out. The first thing they must do is get rid of Duke Desponnay and his influence on the Emperor. She talked about controlling the towers. Lionel thought about it, because control over the entire empire with the help of magic could turn into a disaster if a detachment of magicians gains incredible power in the empire. Lady Gran was outraged. The vile Desponnay turned out to be a real psycho with a cruel plan thought out in advance. And everyone finally realized that the towers were only a means for the Emperor to maintain worthless power. Adele said Alexa Brunhill should prepare everything necessary and bring papers. On the day of the national holiday, they planned to make public the truth about the Duke of Desponnay, and she, along with Poitiers, should be held accountable for their actions. And as soon as these two lost power, the Empress needed to take over himself in charge of the magical squad. Lionel, just in case, decided to conduct an investigation into Alexa's circle, and Adele promised to contact them as soon as she received papers from Alexa. The doctor came to check on Diane's health, who asked when her belly would finally start to grow. But he said the girl was too thin, and it all depended on the body, but he was forbidden to make a final diagnosis until her belly was rounded. Diane was upset, and she no longer cared whether she received a diagnosis or not. She informed Lorraine to prepare to leave, and she intended to go to the Empress's palace. Adele was informed. Lady Poitiers came and asked for an official personal meeting. Diane entered the Empress's office. She modestly and politely greeted Her Highness. Adele had not seen Lady Poitiers for a long time, and now it seemed to her that the girl had lost a lot of weight. Diane was sure that the Empress was jealous of her because she had something special. She said that due to her pregnancy, she could not refuse help in preparing for the national holiday. Adele said in a calm voice that everything was fine and asked why the girl came here. Dina lowered her eyes and quietly asked if the Empress knew that Diane would be His Highness's partner at the banquet. However, given her position, she would not be able to stand for long, so she asked that a special place be prepared for her. Adele said that she had already prepared everything, and Diane could check the location of the seats in the banquet hall. Diane had a strange feeling. Everything turned out the way she wanted, but for some reason it seemed to her that she had lost. The Empress said the girl should take care of her health, because she looks very thin. She promised to take care if Diane could not stand the strong smell, and such concern angered Poitiers even more. Diane ran out of the Empress's office and ran down the corridor in upset feelings. The Emperor's sister often recalled their childhood, especially Charles's relationship with the Empress. She could not stand it when he called her mom and asked to call her exclusively the Empress. Karl knew perfectly well who his mother was, but continued to call the Empress that way, who preferred Elizabeth's company. Realizing how much Karl's feelings were hurt, she was still silent, and every time out of guilt she came to him. But his uncle was always nearby. When little Karl was upset, his uncle would console him with his honey-sweet words, and she still remembered that sly look fixed on Karl. And only when she became an adult did she realize that she had always remained only an indifferent observer, and all this time she could not decide to speak in his place. Perhaps she was not too late yet, so she decided to ask for an audience with the Emperor. She went into the Emperor's office and said that today she would like to talk to him as an older sister. The lady said that his power would remain unchanged regardless of the existence of the towers, but Karl was sure that this was a complete lie. He recalled the words of his mother, who constantly insisted that no one would ever recognize him, and his sister stood on the sidelines all this time, and now she came to tell him this. Karl could not allow the towers to be destroyed, and was thinking of a way that would not harm the Empress, but at the same time stop her. He received a report about Adele's life before marriage. From there, the Emperor found out that she herself was preparing to be sent, although she had the opportunity to avoid this. No matter how much her pride is trampled here, she still will not return to Gottroff. The Empress used part of the budget allocated for the national holiday to help the people. The saved funds were spent on the needs of the fight against the towers, and she also donated funds from her budget for the construction of a water pipeline in slums. And on the day of the national holiday, when construction was in full swing in the slums, essential supplies were delivered there. Despinaes was outraged that the budget was wasted on useless things, and great attention was paid to the decoration of the banquet hall, on which funds were saved, to show the majesty of the Emperor. The Emperor asked whether Duke Despinaes had always lived as a member of the imperial family. But what will happen if one day he loses power and ceases to be him? He replied that if he suddenly loses his title and power, he will use all methods to return what belongs to him. Duchess Grand informed Valdor that the entire capital was in turmoil due to humanitarian aid. Her Highness had won the hearts of not only the aristocrats, but also the common people. It all started with the creation of an organization to fight the towers. It was engaged in destroying portals, restoring villages, and rescuing refugees. The Duke opined that the Empress felt that her presence might affect the Emperor's power, so she agreed to the marriage and left her homeland. Adele always lived for Gottroff and came here as if into exile. Elizabeth thought, what did she do for her empire? The Empress gave up her title and sacrificed herself for the good of her homeland. And she could not become Empress because she ran away, burning with hatred for her brother. But it was impossible to stand aside. She decided to no longer be careless and hoped that the Emperor would change, and now she must make a decision as the Duchess of this country. Alexa brought the Empress a book of information that she had been collecting along with other magicians who shared her goals and ideas. Adele praised the girl and knew very well that they had sacrificed their lives to collect this valuable information. But Alexa blamed herself for being silent all this time, witnessing the deaths of innocent people and no longer wanting to live like this, and these documents should be quite enough to remove the Duke from office. The banquet in honor of the holiday has already begun, and the Emperor and Lady Poitiers entered the hall to meet the guests. People were surprised to see the Empress with another young man, Marquis Lionel Herbert. Shortly before this, Diane was very nervous before the celebration began. She waited for a long time, but the Emperor never came for her and the girl was dizzy from her worries. Her brother noticed that her sister had lost a lot of weight and didn't look like herself at all. She was angry that her brother did not even ask about her health first, seeing her sick appearance. She saw the Emperor in the banquet hall and he looked great as always and was divinely handsome. Diane loved the young man very much for his cold eyes, which were so similar to the eyes of a dangerous wolf. Before the banquet, he approached her and asked her to follow him. showing absolutely no emotion. Diane asked. She was pregnant and had lost a lot of weight. Did the emperor really want to ask why this happened? All the guests noticed that Poitiers did not look well, and their relationship with the emperor did not seem as nice as before. Many assumed that Adele would come to the banquet with her assistant Lionel, and they looked so wonderful together. The emperor felt there was a close connection between them, and looked intently at the couple, to whom so much attention was directed. Duc d'Espone met the emperor, and with a false smile said that he and Diane were perfect for each other. People had already heard rumors that the empress could destroy all the towers, so secular society was preparing to greet the empress properly and show her good side. D'Espone drew the attention of the emperor, all the aristocrats surrounded the empress, and one day this light rain could turn into a hurricane. Karl said that he was no longer going to just watch them and asked the Duke not to worry. Even standing alone, Adelaide sparkled brightly. And if you think about it, the emperor did not feel the feeling of love. It was a mad desire to possess a person completely. And he had no idea how much he would have to try to push her off the cliff, and did not understand what he needed to take away from Adele so that she would finally reach out for his hand. Elizabeth noted that everyone is definitely acting friendly and clearly feels the changes that have taken place. The servant informed the Empress that His Highness wanted to talk to her and was waiting for the girl on the terrace. Lionel asked if she needed an escort, but Adele replied that she could handle it herself. She headed towards the Emperor, and Lionel regretted that he could not even stop her or hold her back. Adele approached the Emperor and asked for what reasons he called her. Karl asked if she really thought that if she removed D'Espone, she would gain power and make him her puppet. He stated confidently she could believe that the aristocrats would worship her and swear allegiance to her, but that was unlikely to happen. The Empress was comparable to a ship that anchored in Egmont, and she manages to remain an empress for only one reason: her connection with him. She asked if the Emperor really thought that she wanted to destroy the towers out of lust for power. He said these were his last warnings, and Karl demanded an official statement that her words about the destruction of the towers in 2 years were a lie. Adele said she is not trying to impose her personal goals on him, and if he begins to actively destroy the towers, the aristocrats will look at the ruler from a different perspective. Charles stood up from his chair and said that as an empress, Adele was ignoring her most important duty. He leaned towards her and whispered, Adele decided to refuse him by not fulfilling her obligations, and he was not going to warn him anymore. Karl left after these words, and Adele's situation gradually became more and more difficult. He went out and asked the servant to contact the temple so that the priest who concluded the contract would appear right away and the chief judge would come with him. Being a member of the imperial family was always a burden for Adele, but she never for a second forgot about her responsibility. But today, this already unbearable burden seemed especially heavy to her. At that moment, Lionel came out onto the terrace and Adele wanted to show her weakness. More than anything else, she hated looking vulnerable. But with him, she wanted to cry. Since birth, the title had been an integral part of her, so she did not know how to share her problems with another person. She began to cry, and bitter tears of despair flowed down her soft skin. Lionel wanted to help her, but had no idea how. The Emperor summoned D'Espone to a meeting and confidently declared that he intended to overthrow the Empress. He said that in the absence of a compelling reason, it would be quite difficult to do this. The Emperor was about to try Adele for refusing her wedding night, and the Duke declared that this issue could not be ignored, and the trial must be held today. In order not to tarnish the honor of the Empress, it was decided to carry out the procedure unofficially, and Hannah Giggs, who serves in the Empress's palace, would be called as a witness, and since this is an internal process of the Ulrich family, he invited Duke d'Espone and Duchess Gran as witnesses. D'Espone's promised to carry out the Emperor's orders and was overjoyed that he would finally get rid of the Empress. The priest said this case was unprecedented, so he studied all historical laws and regulations. Foregoing her wedding night was a good reason for deposition, but it could not be called a crime, and she would simply lose the title of Empress of Egmont for failure to fulfill her duty. And the title could be restored if the Empress promised to fulfill her duty. Valdor and the Duchess Grand were in the banquet hall and observed the behavior of the aristocrats. Usually, as soon as His Highness and Duke d'Espone left the hall, they all left with them, but today many aristocrats remained. All they have to do is corner d'Espone and then the scales will tip in their direction. Suddenly, the aristocrats fell silent and their gazes turned towards the doors into which the robed men who were the judges of the palace had just entered. One of the men approached the empress with an important message. The emperor demanded an immediate trial of her and asked her to urgently appear at the hearing. They reported that they were sent by His Highness with an urgent order, and he asks that Adele be tried immediately. Empress Adele felt her heart begin to beat faster as the judges stood before her, and a deep sigh broke the silence in the room, filling it with tension and anticipation. Lionel came out in front of her and demanded to report why the trial was scheduled without any warning. Lady Grant was also indignant at what nonsense it was to hold a meeting on a national holiday. Adele asked, "Since the trial has been scheduled, it turns out that the Emperor has some charges against her." She remembered his recent warning and words that she had not fulfilled her obligations. The Empress said she was ready, and Lionel took her hand to try to stop her, but she looked at him tenderly and promised to return soon. And she was always like this. It seemed that she would soon fall from the weight on her shoulders, but would never agree to share it with others. Lady Grant was called as a witness. She asked Valdor not to worry, because she would follow the process. Lionel asked his brother to urgently call all the aristocrats, and before the scales tipped in their direction, they had to do something. All citizens of the Egmont Empire are tried according to imperial law. But the imperial family was an exception. Cases involving its members are decided according to palace laws, and proceedings take place in a courtroom inside the palace. Empress Adele walked along the marble corridors of the palace, heading towards the courtroom. Many feelings swayed in her heart, from excitement and anxiety to determination and readiness to meet justice. But Adele was ready for this challenge. She was the Empress. Her duty was to serve her people and protect the law and order of the country, and despite the turmoil in her heart, she was determined and ready to face all challenges on the path to truth and justice. Duke d'Espone said he had learned something terrible and insisted on an immediate trial, because Adele had committed an unforgivable crime. The Emperor asked everyone to remain silent and begin the trial. The judge read the charge. Today's court was requested by His Highness the Emperor. The basis for the removal of Her Highness the Empress from the throne is failure to fulfill marriage obligations. Therefore, the high priest who performed the wedding ceremony will be present at the trial. Lady Grant cried out, "The Empress destroyed the towers for the sake of the people, and even on the day of the national holiday she took care of ordinary people, and she could not be blamed for failure to fulfill obligations." D'Espone stated that the Empress had a completely different duty, which she had not fulfilled. And the reason she's standing here now is because she refused her wedding night. The Emperor imagines himself to be the one who is able to send her to hell, and the only one who can get her out of there. The court called Hannah Giggs, the Empress's handmaid, as a witness. She said that before the Emperor came with the demand, they had a big quarrel, and in such a situation it was impossible to spend their wedding night. Adele listened carefully to everything those present said and felt that it was too hard for her. And the towers and people dying because of monsters, commoners dying in the slums, and even her desire to save everyone. Adele was very tired of fighting and no longer wanted to resist anyone. Hannah tried to tell the Emperor that he was making a big mistake, but Adele asked her to stop. The Emperor watched as Adele surrendered before his eyes and how he still managed to break off her wings. He wanted Adelaide to cast aside her pride and finally bow before His Majesty. She said that she admitted her guilt and really could not spend her wedding night with him. The judge asked whether Adelaide would then accept the charges brought against her. Her reaction was very different from the Emperor's expectations. He thought that the girl would fall into despair and become angry from hopelessness, but she suddenly only admitted her guilt. And the priest reported that Her Highness had not fulfilled her duty, admitted the charges, and would be stripped of her title of Empress. Karl loudly declared that if the girl repented and asked for forgiveness, he would give her a chance to improve, and everything did not go as he planned. Karl understood that the situation must be corrected quickly and promised her a pardon if she agreed to fulfill her duty, but Adele flatly refused. She looked into the eyes of the Emperor and once again said that she would not and asked the judge to accept the punishment. The judge pronounced a verdict. Empress Egmont. Adelaide Ulrich Egmont will be deprived of the title of Empress due to failure to fulfill marriage obligations. Breathing heavily, she listened carefully to the judge's decision, feeling how every word would affect her fate, and her heart beat strongly, experiencing mixed feelings of sadness, compassion, and cruelty. At a secret meeting in the Duchy of Valdor, Lionel asked everyone to look at the map he had brought. The places where the towers are currently located were marked in black, and the territories where the Emperor and the Duke wanted to lower the towers were marked in red. Once the towers descend on these lands, everything will go according to their plan, and the entire empire will be at the mercy of the towers. In other words, the magicians will be able to use power wherever they are. And in this case, the monsters will also not be limited in their movements throughout the entire territory of the empire. Everyone understood that the Empress was accused unfairly, and they simply wanted to get rid of her. Lionel asked everyone to calm down first, and it is unknown what position the Empress is in now, so all they can do now is wait. Valdor said the Empress must prepare evidence that they can use, and after that they will need to draw up an official agenda for the High Council and carefully prepare, and they can no longer observe what is happening. The meeting was over, and Lionel remained to talk with his brother alone. But a servant burst into the office shouting about an important message. He shouted excitedly, "His Highness Charles deprived the Empress of her title at the trial." Meanwhile, the joyful Duc d'Espinay began to spread the news of the overthrow of the Empress, and the next day it was known throughout the palace. Brother Poitiers assured that as soon as she gave birth, the Emperor would take the child and throw her out the door. Diane got angry and asked her brother in a rude tone to shut his mouth and stop talking about this nonsense. She feared that the Emperor had done this on purpose and might have asked her to keep the news of her pregnancy a secret. Diane asked the maid Lorraine to urgently find and bring a midwife. The midwives of commoners could examine pregnant women, and the girl ordered to find one who would have a lot of experience. Diane sat near the fireplace and felt her child moving in her stomach and believed that it would definitely be a son. After the trial, a detachment of envoys was created to inform Gottschalk the news of the overthrow of the Empress. Despinais could not even imagine that everything would be even simpler than he thought, and Adele would so easily disappear from his path. The Emperor summoned a man in a black robe and ordered him to board a ship with messengers, and kill every single one of them before they arrive in Gottschalk, because on the high seas it will be easy to get rid of the evidence. He did not want Gottschalk to find out about the overthrow of the Empress, so the order was urgent and important, and under no circumstances could he allow himself to be caught. The Emperor could not get the Empress's refusal out of his head, and did not understand why everything turned out this way, and he only wanted to push her into the abyss of despair. Although the court deprived the Empress of her title, this did not mean that she became a sinner as a sign of respect for the Empress. The judge allowed her to remain in the palace until the man from Gottschalk arrived. But now she would be treated as an ordinary aristocrat. Hannah was worried about the Empress and suggested that she rest after everything that had happened. Adele tried to find strength in herself and asked Hannah not to cry or worry. The Empress stood in such a huge room and seemed to not know where to go, as if there was no place for her in this room. Lady Grand was also worried about Adele, and said she didn't need to admit her guilt. And if she had bided her time, they would have found another way out and resolved the situation in a different way. Adele looked at the Duchess, exhaled, and quietly said that she was tired of carrying this burden. She gave the documents that she promised to prepare. There was evidence that could bring Despona to clean water, and asked her to keep silent about where these papers came from. The Duchess looked sadly at the stack of papers and asked why the Empress decided to give up. Adele replied that it was a difficult time, and she finally wanted to take this burden off herself. She almost sacrificed herself for the sake of her homeland, and after that she so easily agreed to a marriage that became an exile. And this was the last manifestation of her devotion to the empire and the ordinary common people. Adele was handed over. Envoys with the news had already gone to her homeland in Gottschalk. She has become a deposed empress, and now she will have to return to her native land to her mother and brother. The maid came in and said that His Highness had come personally to Adele. Hannah could not contain her emotions and spoke out. Even though the Emperor deprived her of her title, she is still the Princess of Gottschalk. The lady screamed that Karl was acting impermissibly, and the young man asked to take Giggs out of the room. Adele looked out the window and humbly awaited words from the Emperor, because he had personally deprived her of her title. She looked at Karl with contempt and asked not to call her by name. The young man knelt down on one knee and asked if she really didn't understand that he was forced to do this. After all, at some point he realized the day he first saw her, he immediately fell in love. And the desire to take possession of her was perhaps a feeling of love, and Adele never expected to hear these words. Carl put his hand to his chest and admitted that he loved her with all his heart. That's why he did such an insidious act to keep the girl next to him. Adele felt that the word love sounded simply disgusting from his lips, and she wanted not to hear it. She screamed. The Emperor was talking complete nonsense and couldn't believe her ears that he gave this reason for his action. Carl said that he regretted the time when he humiliated her and caused her suffering. His words contained only sincerity and a desire to help. Adele once again repeated that she admits her guilt and she has no more reason to talk, and it is better for the Emperor to leave. The Emperor of Egmont knelt before her and declared his love, but she remained unshaken. Adele sat in the living room in the evening and felt how tired she was of all the people and events. She had never lived for herself before, but always saved someone and took care of someone. But even if it was possible to go back in time, she would make the same choice and has no regrets. She remembered Lionel's kind eyes and burst into tears from powerlessness. Perhaps she deserved to be overthrown. Adele took out a box with 2 small bottles. It seemed to her that everything was useless, and she tried in vain. There was no place for her either here or in the city. And in the end, there was only death. She looked at the bottles of poison and was sure that even if she died, she would still not lose anything. A couple of hours ago in the Duchy of Valdor, Lady Grand asked if Marquis Lionel was here. The Duchess was already expected by Valdor, who were very worried about the Empress. Lionel asked what was the reason for the overthrow, and the Duchess saw him like this for the first time. His eyes burned with a dangerous fire. He was like a river that seemed to soon overflow its banks. The girl said that the reason for Adele's overthrow was the refusal of her wedding night. She gave Valdor documents from Adele where there was enough evidence to press charges against Duc d'Espionay, but their problem was that the magicians were still under his command, and the Empress had been stripped of her title. Lady Grand spoke out. It would be good if they informed the whole country, not just the capital, and she would personally bear responsibility for this. Lionel approached her, acting extremely tense. He asked if the Emperor continued to deny everything and nothing was corrected. What would she do then? Hinting at whether the lady was ready to overthrow her brother. Grand replied, "The one who resists to the end and drags the country into the abyss of hell is not worthy to sit on the throne." Recently an order was given prohibiting Lionel from entering the palace, but he deftly rode through on horseback, not paying attention to the words of the servants. He found the Empress and was very glad to see her and provide support. Adele said if she had known this would happen, she would have expedited the process of releasing him from his assistant position and asked for forgiveness. It seemed like time stood still at that moment. He didn't say a word, but his whole body was screaming, trying to find out if Adele was okay. In her hand was her own death, and the reason why she could not drink the poison was hidden in that very look. And the last thing she could cling to, having lost absolutely everything, was not the memory of her homeland, and thoughts about the man who extended his hands to her and was ready to save her from any misfortune. Lionel saw a box of vials on the table. He grabbed one of them and Adele screamed for him to stop. He looked at the girl with a serious look and asked what this bottle was filled with. She said that it was supposedly a medicine for fatigue that she brought from her country. The young man threw back his head and asked, in that case, he could drink it. Lionel had already opened the lid, but the girl managed to knock the bottle out of his hands, which fell to the floor. He understood that there was poison there, and he could not imagine what thoughts were spinning in her mind if she was holding her death in her hand. Lionel hugged Adele with tenderness and care, and his embrace was like a refuge where you can forget about all your worries and just be in the moment. Adele felt the tension and anxiety leave her when he hugged her. There was so much warmth and support in these hugs that she felt as if all her problems were dissolving, leaving only calmness and confidence that there was a person nearby who would always support and protect her. For the first time, she felt the warmth that envelops her entire body and the security with which he held her close to him. He looked at the girl and said that she could simply return to Gottroff and that she should not take her own life. Adele turned away and said she couldn't just go back to her native land. Every time she gets tired, it becomes difficult for her, and the devil inside begins to whisper. But Adele could not expose Hannah, who was protecting her peace, to Alex, who brought evidence for the people she left in her homeland. But most of all, she was worried about Lionel, who had become the closest person here. She was going to give up anyway, so why not give her life to him in that case? The maid brought the midwife, who was examining the pregnant women, and asked her to go to Diane's room. After examination, it turned out that the girl had a stomach ache for a completely different reason. Her body reacted to a psychological state and a strong desire to get pregnant. And Diane is definitely not pregnant. The girl got angry and asked the lady to stop lying to her because she already felt a child inside her. At that moment, Poitier's brother came into the bedroom, having heard Diane's screams in the room. He took his sister by the shoulders and asked again. It turns out that she was not pregnant from the emperor. Diane closed her eyes and screamed in despair, because she was definitely sure of her pregnancy. The midwife confirmed her words, and Lennox understood that their future would collapse in an instant. After this, Lennox secretly brought another midwife to examine Diane, but she said the same thing. They have just grasped the thread of hope, so they must not miss the opportunity, even if it is all a hoax. Adele understood that she could not tarnish the excellent reputation of the Minister of Defense and the head of the Herbert family. And from now on, she was no longer the Empress, and Lionel was no longer her assistant. He asked her to look him in the eyes and said that he absolutely did not care about his honor and reputation. Lionel asked her not to think about other things, but to simply say what she wanted most at that moment. He took her hand and promised to do whatever she said now. Adele asked if he would help her die if she really wanted it sincerely. The girl said in a whisper that she could no longer be in this place. Lionel perfectly understood the girl's feelings and tried to provide her with support and help. At this time, the emperor was informed of the arrival of the Marquis, although he was prohibited from entering the Empress's palace. Lionel stood opposite Carl and awaited his further actions and orders. He declared loudly. Lionel disobeyed his order and entered the Empress's palace anyway. Carl came closer to the young man and told him not to look at his Empress. This woman belongs to him, and the guy should stop holding out hopes. And he saw perfectly well the eyes with which Lionel was staring at her all this time, while he was an assistant. Carl shouted loudly. Lionel no longer has the right to enter the palace and no longer dare to violate the orders of His Highness. The Emperor ended the dialogue and at that moment furiously wanted to kill the impudent Lionel with his own hands. As Lionel had expected, the wave of indignation from these rumors was incredibly large-scale. People did not understand why the Empress had to go through such humiliations, and their lives were under threat because of the terrible towers. Not only ordinary people suffered, but also aristocrats, and for days the whole country was seething with anger. Valdor sent people outside the capital, and soon every resident of the Empire should have learned about this. Lionel said he was going to invite Princess Adelaide to the Marquisate of Herbert. Valdor was indignant at how his brother was going to then answer for the consequences and clearly went crazy. He assured that in order to achieve the desired goal, they needed her help, and it would be better if she stayed with him. Lionel never asked permission, but simply informed her. Lady Grand explained that after this, all sorts of scandals would follow, and Lionel could become a target for the Emperor. As soon as Duc d'Espone learns about everything, he will immediately begin to take action against the Valdors and Grands. And if the attention of the Emperor in this situation is aimed at him, then these two will not be able to come to a common decision and join forces. Valdor and Lady Grand understood that this was a wise decision, and Lionel had carefully planned everything long ago. He gave his brother a piece of paper and asked them to carefully read what was written there. This was a plan that was supposed to turn the entire empire upside down, and in order to revive the country again, the rotten roots must be cut off, and as soon as he brought the princess to his estate, Valdor must report everything at the meeting so that the emperor and the duke would be separated. He sent Adele a letter in which he wrote that she should go to the Herbert estate. She gave many an incentive to fight the unfair reality, and now they want to take a step forward to create a new world. Adele told Hannah that she was leaving the palace and asked her to prepare everything she needed. The servant notified the emperor, Adele is about to leave the palace, and her things are already being taken outside. Carl did not expect such a sudden departure, and assumed that someone had clearly agreed to accommodate the girl. He quickly reached her room and loudly asked where Adele was going so quickly. Carl continued to shout, but Adele only remained silent in response to him and did not consider it necessary to report on her decisions. He took her by the shoulders and asked her to admit that she was brazenly getting ready and leaving for this vile Lionel. Adele said it doesn't matter at all who she goes to, and for her this is not the main thing. The only important thing is that she will no longer be near the Emperor and tolerate his antics, and confidently stated that the place with the Emperor is now free, and she renounces the title Empress. Adele looked at the emperor proudly and declared that she would never be near him again. The emperor could not believe that Adele was really leaving him and intended to kill Lionel at any cost. He could send him to a place where he could never return, and if he managed to return, he would send him there again and again until one day he died. Carl said that if she chooses Lionel, she will not only tarnish his honor but also put his life in danger. Adele did not want to listen to the angry young man any longer and silently left the office. Hannah met her. She carefully threw a coat over the girl's shoulders and said that it was quite cold outside. They walked slowly through the palace grounds, but suddenly the two of them stopped in place. In front of them, knights lined up in 2 rows and wanted to express their gratitude to the empress. Henri Jakal, the second in command, stepped forward and bowed before the girl. It was respect for the man who was the first to challenge all the foundations that existed in the empire. They met only twice, fought together, pursuing the same goal. No one criticized or doubted the knights' deep respect for the deposed empress. Other servants of the imperial palace joined the knights, and everyone treated her with respect. Her heart was filled with pride for the achievements of her people, for the prosperity of the empire and the well-being of her subjects. Lionel came out to her. The young man had great respect for the empress and praised her strength. When she first arrived in Egmont, it was the beginning of autumn, warm sun and a fresh breeze. But for her, Egmont was always an eternal cold winter, although perhaps it was not about Egmont. Her whole life had been winter, and no matter how warmly she dressed, the cold wind crept deep under all layers of clothing. It was a cold that she could not tolerate, and what gave her peace was the small glass bottle in which she kept her own death. Maybe that's why every time she saw him, tears welled up in her eyes, and his soft smile was like a gust of spring wind in a harsh winter. He asked Adele not to think about anything, and to trust him completely, and his reliable big hands were so warm for her. Duke d'Espone was beside himself with rage, and did not understand what was happening around him. People turned on him, saying that the Duke was not deliberately destroying the towers, and was simply observing what was happening. He hurried to the emperor, but Carl was puzzled by only one question: how Adele dared to go to the Herbert estate. The Duke insisted that now was not the time to think about her whereabouts, and that he needed to come up with a plan as soon as possible, but instead of pacifying the aristocrats, he held on to the hem of the leaving woman's dress. Adele felt her strength leaving her, so she rode in the carriage with her eyes closed. Lionel sat down next to the girl and gently stroked her face. Adele managed to fall asleep during this time and did not open her eyes. So the devil inside him whispered. When she, completely broken, said that she wanted to leave the palace, he decided that he would bring her to where she would be next to him. Lionel was ready to sacrifice everything to create comfort where Adele would be. Carl could not come to his senses after Adele left and did not understand how she dared to go to this scoundrel, leaving him. Lennox brought Diane a bag containing their main deception. He presented his sister with a fake belly so that no one would doubt her pregnancy. But the girl got angry and threw the bag to the side. Lennox assured that if people found out that she was not pregnant, she would immediately be kicked out of the palace, and Diane should not be so stupid as to realize this. He promised to bring her different bandages from time to time, and asked his sister not to take them off and wear them every day. Lennox was going to find the baby in 5 months, but for now Diane must take care of her appearance, and for now she looks very poor. Diane understood that she meant nothing to her brother, and was only a tool for maintaining power. But it was interesting who she was for the emperor. Having learned then that she wanted to be empress, he immediately refused to increase her status. She came to the bitter realization that in fact the emperor never wanted a child from a woman of low birth. Carl entered Adele's room and felt as if someone was still living in this room, but she was no longer there. She did not take anything he gave and even left a fountain pen. Carl was the one who overthrew her, but he was sure that in fact she gave up the title and abandoned him. And if he had known that everything would happen like this, he would never have taken such a risky step. But if he had left everything as it was, then no one would have dared to take her away. Carl regretted that Adele was no longer with him and was ready to do anything to bring her back. Adele woke up and the first thing she saw was an unfamiliar chandelier. She didn't even immediately realize that she was in the Herbert estate. She didn't count how many days had passed since she left the imperial palace, but she couldn't sit idly by. Alexa brought Valdor a list of people from the magic squad who are loyal to Duke d'Espone and those who hold the same views as them. Her Highness said that she did not have the opportunity to return to Gottroff, but she also could not live peacefully in the empire where Karl ruled. So the Valdor brothers pledged to create all the conditions so that the princess could live peacefully. A few minutes after the message that Adele had regained consciousness, Lionel was already standing near the door of her office. Lionel slowly opened the door and entered Adele's office. Adele was sitting at the table writing something on a piece of paper, and she looked pretty calm. The girl smiled and was delighted at the unexpected appearance of Lionel. The young man approached her and asked if she could spare some time to talk to him. Lionel said he went to Alexa and reminded her that Adele wanted to create a more perfect world than this one and must fulfill her promise. And he promised to try to correct what went wrong and help build a new world. He asked the lady to continue working, while he himself stayed with her for a while. Only a couple of minutes passed, and Lionel was already sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed and sleeping peacefully. Lionel's sleep was calm and serene, as if nothing could disturb his inner peace and confidence. Adele approached the young man and saw the Marquis Lionel, majestic and refined, sitting on a soft sofa, closed his eyes and fell into sleep. She gazed at his beautiful eyebrows and sharp, straight nose. Now she could finally admit that she had been in love with the young man since the day they first met. Lionel opened his eyes and saw that the princess was too close to his face and it could be an illusion again. She asked if the princess had really been watching him sleep peacefully all this time. The young man suddenly announced that he always looks at Adele, and it gives him pleasant feelings. And no matter how much he watched her, she still became more and more interesting to him every day. It was very difficult for him to express in words the feelings that overwhelmed the young man, because his world was completely centered around her. Princess Adele, possessing incredible beauty and grace, decisively approached the sofa on which the majestic Marquis Lionel slept, her eyes sparkling with joy and excitement as she gently touched his noble cheek and leaned down. She leaned down to kiss his lips, and the moment was filled with magic and elegance as Princess Adele whispered Lionel's name, as if calling him from a dream. Their kiss was tender and passionate, as if uniting two noble hearts in a single whirlwind of love and passion. And at that moment, it was as if the music of Cupid arrows began to sound around. Flowers bloomed in the garden, and a unique atmosphere of magic and romance reigned. Status, circumstances, reputation, at this very moment, all these walls that stood between them suddenly collapsed. After the kiss, they looked at each other for some time and could not take their eyes off. Suddenly a servant came and said that people had come, they were not embarrassed by the late hour, and they wanted to meet today. They asked to hand over one thing, which the young man handed to the princess. It was the symbol of the head of the Knox family in Gottroff, and this sign made the princess feel incredible joy. Lady Diane walked down the corridor this evening, and her eyes expressed deep discontent. A sullen mood overtook her, giving her face an expression that was previously foreign to her. Her usual smile disappeared, giving way to a grimace of irritation, and worry and disappointment mingled in her heart, making her nervous and irritable. Lady Diana was offended not only by the external situation, but also personally. Her principles were violated, her feelings were insulted. She threateningly told the servants that she had come to meet the emperor, but the young men insisted that it was too late, and the girl had better come tomorrow. Karl sat in a chair with a glass of wine. His calm, cold voice showed no emotion, and he asked what happened to the girl to come here at such a late hour. Although he never treated her with warmth, her heart beat much faster when she saw him, but she understood that in her relationship with him there was no real her, and her long hair and blush and smile were only fake. He once again asked the girl to state the reason why she came and then leave his bedroom. No matter how stupid it was, Diane only now saw the real face of this man. She asked if the emperor wanted to know who she was carrying under her heart, a boy or a girl. The emperor looked at her with an absolutely indifferent gaze, as if nothing had ever happened between them. Diane spoke out. She asks this question every day, but apparently Karl is not interested in anything, even though he is the father of the child. She asked the young man to order the doctors to make an official diagnosis of pregnancy, but for some reason they do not do this. Dina sat down with the emperor and asked if a boy was born, would he make him his heir? She asked if it was all about her low origins, and specifically wanted to offend the emperor with his past. Karl sighed and said in a calm voice, "Only the son of the empress will be the heir to the throne." Diane did not expect to hear such words and now understood that her magical world had suddenly collapsed. Karl initially did not intend to make her his empress because of her low origin, and naturally he would never recognize her child as an heir. She left Karl in upset feelings and did not understand why he then gave her the ivory palace and left her next to him. And only now she realized that the emperor was simply venting his feelings when it was hard for him, and she was something like a trash can for him. And after throwing her into the abyss of hell, he sat with a calm face. And in fact, all this time she hated the completely wrong person, and only now saw the real evil next to her. The guests were to be shown into the waiting room, and Adele and Lionel were preparing for the meeting. He said that if Adele did not want visits, he could send everyone away without giving a reason. But she saw no point in refusing. When Adele asked to bring someone from Gottroff, she called the name Kana, and this meant one thing. They were determined to take the princess back. Adele was stripped of the title of empress. Kane remembered the day when she left Gottroff for a distant country where she knew no one. Adelaide did not show her weakness to anyone, and he only watched the image of her highness dissolving in the distance, who did her best to pretend to be stoic and strong. He then looked after her with sadness in his heart until her silhouette disappeared somewhere over the horizon. Lionel came out first and carefully examined the arriving guests from Gottroff to be sure of Adele's safety. He greeted the guests and said that he was the owner of this estate and his name was Marcus Herbert. He understood that one of them was the same Kane Knox, and no matter how he stopped them, she would want to take Adele home. Adele left the room to the guests and smiled welcomingly when she saw her dear loved ones. Givlin looked at the princess and said that the girl was very thin and looked completely exhausted. She looked at Kane and asked what brought them here and if something had happened in Gottroff. Adele said that she was fine, which was expected to be heard from her highness. She always holds strong, but for some reason it hurt Kane to see her like this. Lionel saw that Adele really cares about these people, and they definitely have a connection with each other. He said they would need time to talk and decided to leave their acquaintances alone. Givlin was outraged. If the reason for Adele's overthrow was groundless, he would not be able to sit idly by. Adele briefly spoke about what happened during all this time. Being the Empress of Egmont, she was going through difficulties for the same reason why she decided to give up the title of Crown Princess in Gottroff, but it was not her fault. She was who she is, and they always followed her. Kane said, Adele always said that she would choose death rather than loss of honor, and now she is going to die on this earth. They were sure that the lady acted as if there was no one near her, but no one in Gottroff would think badly of her. Kane was worried about Adele and asked her to return to her native land, where everything would be okay with her. To that native, dense forest that she once loved so much, where they spent a lot of time together. Adele often recalled her native places, which were special to her and gave her strength. She really missed those times in the land where there was not a single corner that she did not love. What Lionel promised her and what he wants to achieve can be called a revolution if he succeeds, or treason if he fails. Moreover, by inviting her to his estate, he became the target of the emperor, and if Charles decides to attack him, Lionel will be in even greater danger. Adele felt guilty because they had come a long way here, but she couldn't leave Lionel alone and just suddenly leave. Kane did not understand. Adele was no longer the Empress of Egmont, but why she still cared about the future of this country. Although Kane was rude, his words were justified, the young men were against it, and Givlin gave Adele a letter from His Highness. He said that if Adele is unhappy, then they are obliged to bring her to Gottroff, even if this entails war. Adele opened the letter and saw the first lines, in which a greeting message was written for her beloved sister. She saw kind words from her dear brother, who was very worried about her safety and apologized for not knowing about her departure. Adele sat on the floor and read, with eyes wet from tears, lines with words of care and love. He sincerely wanted his sister to be well and was ready to do anything to make Adele happy. After reading the letter, the girl could not hold back her tears, dropped her hands and cried bitterly, sitting on the cold floor. Lionel was informed. Her Highness finished the conversation with the guests and returned to her room. He couldn't stop thinking about that kiss when their lips touched. He thought his heart was going to stop. In fact, the final goal of his revolution could not be called fair, because he did all this for himself, because he wanted to keep her next to him. He understood perfectly well how disgusting and vile it was, but this was precisely where his sincerity lay. The young man entered Adele's room and immediately noticed wet traces of tears in her eyes. She lowered her head and asked the Marquis to return to her place. Lionel approached Adele and asked in a whisper if she wanted to stay here with him. Adele understood that she had been overthrown. The title was a shackle that shackled her all her life, and an anchor that did not allow her to budge. But despite the fact that this time was difficult for her, they never thought about another life, and they only wanted to live it with her. Lionel dropped to one knee in front of the girl and said that he was ready to share with her everything he could, and she had the right to do whatever she saw fit and dispose of his property. Adele did not understand why Lionel said such words and began to get nervous. He confidently said, "She can take everything, and he is ready to completely belong to her," and asked her to marry him. Suddenly, their intimate conversation was interrupted by Kane, who at that moment entered Adele's room. The girl asked the Marquis to leave. The young man wished her a pleasant evening and left with her permission. He felt Kane's cold gaze on his back as he passed the young man. Adele asked why Kane is still not resting and perhaps wants to talk about something. He decided to once again personally inquire whether Adele would like to return home to Gutroff. He reminded her of the day when he came to the bamboo forest to look for her. Then she said that she would show her the huge world that they would build together. The 13-year-old girl may not have remembered it, but the words she said that day were carved into the young guy's heart forever. Believing her, he boldly decided to follow Adele. Despite the unbearable pain that the news of her marriage to the Emperor caused her, he still came to terms with his situation, but he could not agree to leave her in Egmont and asked to return, becoming his mistress again. Kane cried right in front of her and could no longer hide the pain that had pierced his heart all this time. Adele hugged him and told him that on the day she was overthrown, she wanted to die, but did not dare to die. She wanted to figure it out and asked him to give her a little time. Kane left Adele and felt that in just 6 months, something had changed in her and she was no longer the same. And there was only one reason for these changes: the Marquis Lionel, who was next to her all this time. He met him on the way from Adele and menacingly said that the young man should never dare to show her his feelings again, and she was too noble a person for him. Kane said Lionel had never really seen her happy and she had no place in Egmont. Kane shouted, he will definitely return Adele to Gutroff and Lionel will not be able to stop him. Their dialogue was short-lived, and Lionel saw how Kane was afraid of losing the princess forever. Adele held a bottle of poison in her hands and wondered why she could not do it then. She had a lot of thoughts, but as soon as death barely touched her lips, he appeared before her eyes. Memories of the past desperately held the girl, but they were not what actually stopped her. Hannah went to see Adele in the morning and wondered if the girl had been sitting in the office all night and it was bad for her health. But she replied that her mind was now clearer than ever. Hannah felt that Adele had probably come to the right decision. Adele stood up from the table and thanked Hannah for everything she did, because she was the one who brightened up her life here. She spoke as if she was planning to return to Gutroff, and decided that now it was necessary. Duke d'Espinay never ceased to reprimand Lennox for his failure to bring their plans to fruition. He said that the actions of the aristocrats caused him some suspicions. The stupid emperor was obsessed with the deposed empress, and during this time, Elizabeth and Valdor gathered the nobility. Soon a tower will have to descend on the capital, and it will be a large portal. The day it descends, he is going to finally get rid of Lady Grand and the Valdor brothers. He ordered that the magicians be selected in advance, and as soon as they remove these 3 from the path, the rest, like rats, will scatter in different directions. The emperor was informed that Princess Adele was still on the estate of the Marquis Herbert. The servant noticed that His Highness was behaving strangely and had already asked Adele's location several times. He stood up and told the young man to prepare everything for the trip. He urgently needed to meet with Adele, and he was going to personally visit the estate of the Marquis Herbert.